Good morning, Supervisor Adams. Good morning, Supervisor Church.
Good morning.
You've got power back, Mary.
Good morning.
I do.
Isn't that a relief?
No kidding.
And Glenn, you're doing all right this morning?
Oh yeah, it's I'm all my staff's working remotely, or Leonie's in at the Salinas office because she doesn't live too far from there. But so
I have to add that on.
I'm just kind of sitting here.
Team, we're gonna have to get this meeting started. It's 9 o'clock. We have a lot of on our agenda today. Good morning, everyone, members of the public. We are going to convene our Tuesday, March 14th Board of Supervisors meeting. We want to first of all call the roll, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo appearing in person and Supervisors Church, Root Askew, Adams, and Lopez appearing via video conference.
We do have some things to add and to the agenda for closed session. So we're going to go to County Council, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. The first thing we need to do is make the appropriate findings for both the county and the Water Resources Agency so the meeting can be conducted remotely. So this is the county agenda, and pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 E1B, we recommend that the board make the following findings. The governor has proclaimed a state of emergency in the county of Monterey due to the recent atmospheric river event, and due to current weather, flood, and road conditions, meeting in person would present imminent risks to the health and safety of attendees.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Lopez, and second was Adams, I believe. Thank you. Go to members of the public. There's no one in chambers. Anyone online?
I see one hand raised. There's
Okay.
one hand raised, Christian Schneider.
Christian, this is only on this motion to find the emergency findings so we can meet remotely due to the current storm and emergency.
Still has his hands raised. There he goes.
Oh, I lowered my hand. I apologize.
Okay, sorry about that. And okay, so we have a motion second. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, since there's no public comments.
Supervisor Church,
Yes.
Supervisor Lopez,
Yes.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Yes.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. County Council.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Now for the urgency add-ons to this closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 B1 and 2, we are requesting that the Board of Supervisors for the County of Monterey add the following urgency items to the closed session agenda. First, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, consult with County Council and the Sheriff regarding matters posing a threat to the security of essential public services, including water, drinking water, wastewater treatment, natural gas service, and electric service, and a threat to the public's right of access to public services or public facilities. And second, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, consult with County Council regarding one matter of significant exposure to litigation.
Great. We need a motion to add that.
So moved. Askew.
Second,
Lopez, second.
Adams.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to members of the public let's just take, do we need to add it first? Okay, let.
Public comment on the
Yeah, okay, so on this particular motion, let's go to the public for comments, please. There's nobody in chambers, so nobody online. Okay, if we call the roll on that motion, please.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
Now,
County Council.
yeah, Chair, if you could recess the meeting of the County Board of Supervisors. Well, you might take public comment on the balance of the closed session agenda.
yeah.
And then recess the county board and convene the Water Resources.
We will do
Agency.
that. Now we're just going to go to the regular, already listed closed session agenda items. These are items number 1A through D. This is the time to make public comment on those agendized items.
Christian Schneider.
And we'll go to Kristen Schneider. Thank you for waiting, sir.
3 minutes.
Morning. Thank you.
Oh,
I apologize. It's hard for the public sometimes to understand whether or not they're on the agenda because all these government codes. But I had sent in a settlement offer to Les Gerard yesterday and extended it to Fenton Keller as well. But I also have a request of the Board of Supervisors to take into consideration. A lot of these issues that have arisen in Mitchell v. Moses and that have impacted my life severely have had their root cause in the county council's office. And I think that the Board of Supervisors needs to take a hard look at what role they think county council needs to play. I'm going to give you some for instances. They buried two IA complaints or two professional standards complaints. So before the Board of Supervisors ever needed to vote on whether or not they should apply legal aid or they should settle a lawsuit, they had the opportunity to, and by the way, they're required by law to investigate internal IA complaints. The second is that they're not fulfilling CPRA requests. That is a constitutional right. And they are just either ignoring or they're coming up with outrageous numbers saying that they need to write computer programs in order to look for files. I've sent them the case law that says this is ridiculous, essentially, and they're just refusing to respond. And lastly, the times that they have responded, they've either deliberately omitted material or changed the actual document and altered it to make it look like things weren't there. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors, please level the playing field. If you're not going to create a settlement, at least stay within the bounds of legal and ethical. And
Thank you, Mr. Schneider.
thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anyone else? Okay, we don't have any other public comments. We're going to just take a motion to approve closed session. We don't need to take the motion.
Just the county.
We're going to go to the recess, yes. So we're going to recess the County Board of Supervisors meeting at this time. We're going to go to the 9 o'clock Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present with Supervisor Alejo appearing in person and Supervisors Church, Root Askew, Adams, and Lopez appearing via video
I have
conference.
to make similar additions, County Council.
That's correct, Chair. Again, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E1B, we recommend that the board make the following findings. The governor has proclaimed a state of emergency in the county of Monterey due to the recent atmospheric river event. And due to current weather, flood, and road conditions, meeting in person would present imminent risks to the health and safety of attendees.
Do you have a motion?
Lopez moves.
Second, please.
Second.
Motion by Lopez, second by Church. Is there any public comments on this motion? Seeing none, if we call the roll.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. County Council.
Thank you, Chair. We, again, to add urgency items to the closed session agenda for the Water Resources Agency pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B1 and 2, we are requesting that the Board of Supervisors for the Water Resources Agency of the County of Monterey add the following urgency items to closed session. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, consult with County Council and the Sheriff regarding matters posing a threat to the security of essential public services, including water, drinking water, wastewater treatment, natural gas service, and electric service, and a threat to the public's right of access to public services or public facilities. And second, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, consult with County Council regarding one matter of significant exposure to litigation.
We need a motion to add those urgency items.
So moved, Askew.
Thank you. Second.
Lopez seconds.
Okay, Askew and Lopez. Is there public comments on this motion? See none. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Supervisor Church, sorry.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
I could be Church. Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously. Now we're going to the listed agendized closed session items. These are items 1A and B. Is there any members of the public who'd like to comment on these closed session items? Seeing nobody in chambers, nobody online, we will now recess this meeting and we will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Valerie, are you still on? Anybody from the board of supervisors clerk's office?
Nick, were you asking for me?
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Sheriff Tina Nieto, and I want to thank you for coming here today to talk about the recent events here in Monterey County and upcoming plan and rain events we expect over the next few days. Folks, we are not done yet. We are dealing with rain and wind events that I can only describe as a super soaker saturation event. Hashtag SUSOSAT. Since the beginning of the year, we have been dealing with these rain and wind events, and I would like to thank the community for their patience as conditions change, sometimes very rapidly. We have issued evacuation warnings and orders throughout our county during this past month and last month based on information provided by our government partners and community partners for the community safety. We got lucky last month when the flooding occurred only in sparsely populated areas of our county. And because of this, we can all start to experience what I call storm warning fatigue. Please do not ignore our warnings and orders. When we issue these warnings and orders, no matter what the chances are, when it happens to you, it happens 100% to you. Last night and today, public safety and county resources had to conduct over 90 rescues. So please prepare to leave when you are under a warning, and please evacuate if you're given an evacuation order. If you see a close sign, turn around, don't drown. If you want more information on how to prepare for storm and for winter storm safety, go to the Monterey County website. We have a lot of information up there, folks. And I'm going to just give you an example. In Pajaro, folks have asked, how many people do we have assigned to this event in the water rescues? Because we're still conducting them now as we're speaking today. So for the Monterey County Sheriffs, we have 5 members from our dive team right now out doing rescues. We have high water vehicles from our National Guard. Currently, we're using 3 of them. We have 1 on standby because, again, this is the entire county that's involved in this event. Search and rescue for the sheriffs, we have 9 members, and we will be bringing on personnel at night, too, to cover the night areas. Monterey County Sheriffs has performed over 6 drone flights to check our rivers and waterways. CAL FIRE has done 4 drone flights. We have extra patrol out in both South and North County to help with the road closures and also to help do public safety checks for areas that we have closed. We have help right now from the Salinas SWAT team. We've got Swiftwater Rescue out of an OES team, and they'll be here overnight. We also have C team people who are assigned to this event. We've been lucky so far. We've had no injuries and no deaths in our county. Although in some of our cities, we did have a fireman who was hurt when a tree fell on him, and so our prayers are out to him and to his city. Again, we've had 90 rescues since this event started just overnight. We've done 15 to 20 rescues by boat. We even rescued a man floating down one of the areas in a tube with his pet on top of him. We've done several rescues with our high water vehicles. And in South County, we performed 1 air rescue for a subject who was stranded in the middle of the river near Jolin Road, northbound Highway 101 on ramp H70. Look, the Pajaro River has breached. We all know that. The city of Pajaro, or the community of Pajaro, is flooded. Please do not go into those areas. I have other speakers behind me, and I'll be happy to answer more specific questions about rescues and what's going on with the county, but I want to give some time to our other speakers. Following me is Captain Ian Truxler from the California Highway Patrol.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Ian Troxel of the California Highway Patrol, Monterey Area Command. First and foremost, our hearts are out to the community of Pajaro for this disaster that they've faced. Since the community of Pajaro flooded overnight, first responders have been working together to keep you and your community safe as possible. In Monterey County, we will need your help throughout the next few days. As the sheriff just said, this is going to continue, and we need your assistance to be prepared for that. You will see many, many road closure signs. Please adhere to these signs
weekend. However, the weather will turn expected Monday night. We are forecasting another atmospheric river to impact the Bay Area and Monterey itself. With the confidence has already grown so that we've issued a flood watch for this atmospheric river, as well as a high wind watch for this atmospheric river. Those watches begin on Monday at 10 p.m. and go all the way through Wednesday at 4 a.m. We are in close proximity with our county partners, so they have the latest and greatest information as these dynamic forecasts do change. However, given the close proximity of this atmospheric river to the last one that we just received a few days ago, the ground is incredibly saturated, as are the trees. It will not take much to knock down trees and cause power outages. Flooding is expected. If you come across flooded roadways, please remember, turn around, don't drown. And most importantly, we do urge the public to listen to your county officials with their information that they come out with, as well as their warning. And for any updated information to our forecast, you can receive it at weather.gov/Bay Area, and you can follow us on social media at NWS Bay Area. I'll turn it over to Sonia De La Rosa, the County Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon and taking time out of your day to listen to some of the updates that we have for you. Our focus since yesterday has been the preservation of life and safety for all individuals that are in flood zones. And we have been awake with you, to all of you that are experiencing the impacts of these floods. We are watching them closely with you and also helping with the sheltering throughout this county. Currently, we are setting up a couple more shelters that are closer to your homes and closer to your communities. And we have quite a few disaster service workers out in the community that are helping support folks on site. We, again, focused on extraordinary efforts, saving lives and property of those in the Pajaro and San Ardo area. Most importantly, life and the preservation also of animals for those individuals that are having to be relocated. Our water resources staff has been flood fighting, as was explained by Lou Bauman, and this has been going on pretty much since January, and even before that. We knew that there were a couple areas that needed to be fixed. There was reinforcement that was already applied, and even with that, the water was so much stronger coming through, and we continue to watch that as we see these different peaks come throughout the entire valley. Emergency staff is also working 24 hours. Many of the folks that are here manning the operations center and also throughout the community have been awake for over 24 hours supporting our community. We've added particular shifts in different areas to make sure that individuals are also able to rest at different times. Our emergency staff and the responders are going to remain alert as we anticipate this atmospheric river that's coming. And to the community, please continue to be aware. Please be aware of the dangers of going around certain barricades. I mean, it may look like the road is safe to travel, but the reality is that under the road has been undermined, and we're looking at areas where you could fall as much as 40 feet. And that is something that truly could be avoided. Do not go around the barricades. Do not move the barricades. And if there is blockage of any kind, please heed that and do not go into those areas. Again, we are continuing to monitor as we prep for the next storm. Be safe out there. Be aware. If it's not passable, do not attempt to do that. Otherwise, we'll be out there with you again, trying to save those that you have with you and yourselves. And in many instances, your car is not safe either. It could be moved by water as well. We have reached out to resources, both of our state and federal partners. Our legislators are working with us to make sure that our resources requests are being addressed quickly. We have individuals from the coalition working with our homeless population as well to ensure that they're safe, and also many individuals that have come in and asked us for shelter assistance. Our board members are out in the community. Joining us here today is Supervisor Askew. Our 4 supervisors not present today, each of them are out in their communities addressing different issues. Again, some power outages, some roads impacted, but also a lot of flooding throughout our community. For those shelters that we have set up, we have partnerships both with our nonprofit providers, but also many county workers that are out in the community and filling in as emergency disaster workers. We know that lives have been impacted. Many of the people that we work with live alongside you and had to be evacuated as well. So we are very much aware, and our hearts are with all of you as we move through this and then look towards recovery. But as we do that, again, please be mindful of the emergency that are out there, and also please stop at traffic lights. Many folks are seeing it and not stopping just unconsciously. Please have that awareness. And for areas that were impacted by power outages, we will be pushing out information through our social media to remind people to look at your food because some of it may no longer be okay to eat. In San Ardo and Pajaro, the water is not drinkable. So we are already working to try to get water out into those areas. So again, just be mindful of some of those things. And as you walk back into your home and things are still wet, again, just keep in mind some of those safety, and we'll try to push more information. So visit our websites. We're translated into different languages of both Spanish and then Mixteco audio so that folks are able to hear it. And then with our community partners, we'll be able to get even more information out there. So following me is Daniel Gonzalez, who will provide a statement also in Spanish for our community.
So, yeah, I have one more thing to add. Thank you, CAO. And this is from the SPCA. And so the SPCA is available for rescue and shelter evacuated animals. They also provide free pet food and supplies to anyone who needs assistance during this disaster. And they are basically responding right now to rescued pets in the Pajaro area and the San Ardo area. If you find a rescued pet or come across a rescued pet, you can bring that rescued pet to the Pajaro Bridge at Porter and San Juan. They have personnel with sheriff's personnel to take that pet, or you can take that animal to the Pajaro Valley Country Club golf course. For more information, you can call 831-373-2631 during the day or 831-646-5534 during the evening for emergency assistance, or you can visit the spcamc.org website for information on what to do with the pet or how to prepare for disaster. With that, I'll be followed by Daniel Gonzalez for the Spanish interpretation.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, Sheriff Nieto, and our CAO, Sonia, indicated. I work for the Department of Emergency Management. I am an emergency services planner, and I'm going to be providing the summary in Spanish of the press conference. I'm going to translate what Sheriff Nieto indicated earlier. Ahora voy a hablar en español, voy a hacer la traducción, un resumen de la traducción de lo que se ha comentado en esta conferencia de prensa. Voy a iniciar con lo indicado por la Sheriff Nieto cuando empezó la conferencia. Primero que nada, una bienvenida a todas las personas que están aquí y gracias por acompañarnos. Estamos aquí para hablar sobre los eventos recientes que han sucedido en el condado de Monterrey y los planes que tenemos para las lluvias que se esperan sobre los próximos días. Aún no terminamos, esto todavía no termina. Estamos tratando de trabajar con lluvia y viento y con eventos que solo se pueden describir como eventos de saturación de agua extremos. Desde el principio del año hemos estado tratando con estas condiciones de lluvia y viento, estas tormentas, y nos gustaría que la comunidad tenga paciencia porque estas condiciones cambian rápidamente. Hemos tenido y emitido órdenes de evacuación a lo largo de nuestro condado en estos últimos meses. Y basado en la información que tenemos, hemos emitido las órdenes, la información que hemos recibido de todas las agencias del orden público que están proporcionando información. En el mes pasado tuvimos suerte, no hubo inundaciones. Esto hizo que muchas de las personas no estén acatando las órdenes esta vez. Como sabemos, en Pájaro la situación está empeorando, entonces estamos pidiendo a la comunidad que hagan caso a las órdenes de evacuación cuando se emiten. Porque cuando nos suceden las cosas, a nosotros mismos nos impacta al 100%. Entre la noche de ayer y el día de hoy, hemos estado trabajando para llevar a cabo más de 90 rescates, así que por favor, prepárense para salir cuando haya una orden o una advertencia de evacuación. Si ve señalamientos en las carreteras de inundación, dése la vuelta, no se ahogue. Para más información, por favor, visite nuestros sitios de internet de la página del Condado de Monterrey y la página del Departamento de Manejo de Emergencias. Para hablar solo un poquito sobre los recursos que se han utilizado, tenemos ahorita un equipo de buzos que está haciendo rescates. Tenemos 5 miembros que han llevado a cabo 9 rescates y también aparte tenemos un equipo de búsqueda y rescate de 9 miembros que estará trabajando noche y día en el condado. Nuestro dron ha hecho 6 vuelos y el dron del Cal Fire ha hecho 4 vuelos para recibir información adecuada sobre las condiciones del dique en Pájaro que está sucediendo en este momento. Ahora voy a hablar un poquito sobre lo que indicó el señor de Recursos Hídricos del condado. Primero que nada, nos gustaría dar las condolencias a todas las familias del condado que están sufriendo por estos problemas, sobre todo en San Nardo y el pueblo de Pájaro. Como ya todos sabemos, el dique de Pájaro se rompió ayer por la noche a las 12 de la medianoche y teníamos personal trabajando en el área, pero llegó al punto de que era muy peligroso para ellos seguir trabajando y tuvimos que sacarlos de ahí. El dique se rompió con una extensión de 100 pies de apertura, la cual continúa fluyendo hacia la población de Pájaro. Hemos estado tratando de controlar el flujo de la inundación, pero no hemos podido resolverlo. El río de Salinas también es otro problema que vamos a estar teniendo en los próximos días. El río de Salinas tiene aproximadamente 400 millas cuadradas y los ingenieros están tratando de proyectar y pronosticar el flujo de agua que va a existir en estos días, sobre todo por el problema de los suelos saturados que estamos teniendo por las tormentas que pasamos en estos meses. Esto hará que el agua fluya más rápido y se espera que el pico del nivel del agua llegue a 27.8 pies de altura al llegar al nivel en la población de Spreckles. Estaremos proporcionando más información para la población en cuanto la tengamos más vigente. Como ya todos sabemos, la situación actual en el dique de Pájaro fue que el dique, como ya lo indiqué, se rompió la noche del viernes 10 de marzo, 10 millas antes de la comunidad de Pájaro. Perdón, cerca de la milla 10 de la comunidad del Pájaro. Actualmente la brecha tiene aproximadamente 100 pies y los ingenieros estatales y locales están trabajando para solucionar el problema. Hemos estado haciendo notificaciones puerta a puerta que se llevaron a cabo aproximadamente el día de ayer a las 3 de la tarde para contactar a los residentes y darles información sobre las advertencias de evacuación y las órdenes de evacuación y pedirles que salieran en ese momento. Desafortunadamente, como sabemos, se dio la ruptura del dique y tuvimos que hacer las evacuaciones de manera forzada con la comunidad. Algunos residentes fueron evacuados en la noche, pero incluso no abandonaron el área. El día de hoy hemos estado teniendo varios refugios abiertos donde hemos estado recibiendo a la población. Aproximadamente hemos recibido en los diferentes refugios, tenemos... Do we have the numbers of the shelter population? I thought we did. Oh, here. There it is. En los diferentes refugios tenemos que en la iglesia Compás tenemos 27 personas que están siendo asistidas. En los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz tenemos 39 personas que están recibiendo servicios y en Sherwood Hall 35 personas que están recibiendo servicios. Ok, en total tenemos 5 refugios abiertos en el área. Tenemos refugios abiertos en Seaside, en Salinas, en Greenfield, en Castroville y también tenemos centros de asistencia de evacuación temporal en las diferentes bibliotecas de Prundale, Carmel Valley y King City. Entonces, estamos tratando de proporcionar la mayor asistencia que se pueda a la comunidad para que tengan un espacio donde asistir de forma segura con sus familias y puedan obtener un alimento, oportunidad de bañarse, tener donde estar durante este periodo de tiempo. Actualmente también tenemos varias órdenes de evacuación que siguen vigentes hasta este momento. Tenemos órdenes de evacuación para las áreas de Arroyo Seco, que están vigentes desde el 10 de marzo. Para la comunidad de Pájaro, como ya lo sabemos por las evacuaciones que están sucediendo, sigue vigente. Y también en Sanardo están órdenes de evacuación vigentes. Actualmente tenemos órdenes de advertencias de evacuación en el área del río de Salinas, que estamos esperando en los próximos días suba. Entonces, las poblaciones que viven o que están a un lado del río de Salinas van a estar recibiendo advertencias de inundación. Sorry, no ven. A la comunidad nos gustaría dar el siguiente mensaje. Por favor, sigan siendo conscientes de la peligrosa situación climática en la que nos encontramos. Estas tormentas no han terminado. Manténganse alerta, infórmense y sigan los mensajes de seguridad que se les van a dar. Por favor, regístrese en alertmonterreycounty.org, el sistema de alerta del Condado de Monterrey, para recibir mensajes y notificaciones sobre las emergencias que estamos teniendo. Como ya lo mencioné, hay albergues en Watsonville, en los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz. También hay albergues en el Condado de Monterrey, en Salinas, Seaside, Castroville y Greenfield. Los centros de evacuación temporales son muy importantes en la ciudad de King City, Carmel Valley y Prunedale. Les agradecemos todo su apoyo y resiliencia durante estos momentos difíciles y seguiremos trabajando juntos para salir adelante. Muchas gracias. Me falta un mensaje sobre el SPCA. Nos gustaría dar un mensaje. Si tienen animales o ganado y necesitan evacuarlos o movilizarlos, contacten a las oficinas del SPCA, que les pueden ayudar a albergar a sus animales y a rescatarlos durante estas condiciones difíciles. Por favor, llame al 831-373-2631 durante las horas de oficina, o después de horario de oficina, llame al 831-646-5534 para que les puedan proporcionar asistencia y movilizar a sus animales. Actualmente hay 7 perros, un gato, 11 gallinas que fueron evacuadas durante este periodo. Se está proporcionando alimento gratuito para los animales y especialmente para los animales que viven en el área de Pájaro. Por favor, si necesitan este servicio, contacten a los oficiales del SPCA. Muchas gracias.
Why didn't I have that? I'd like to introduce now Lenore Mendoza from the Community Action Board to provide information in Mixteco.
It's okay. It's like this. Okay. Den segundo, ña Quijico, ña Leonor Mendoza, la Yuquichón cuenta, ña Consejo, ña Acción Comunitario, ña Condado, ña Santa Cruz, quiera. Rañetashi, echa información, ña cuenta, ña Cubi, ña mi pájaro, yo, acá no coinindochi, ña bichavi, ya. Tacuña, si mi información, ya yo, ña Cónica, china, ya, ña Condado, ña Monterrey, ya, ña. Takusha mi kuya yora kisha kumi sahbi kun siera kanan sietimita chivara ratakunya konikisha inundar baña yoho kishika chisatara ñaka takubisti shantie kun sahvira y yo tinu kachina casa evacuar nara sabana yivira konitanina raña koni kunda inindo ya ato tashantiaka kundora y yo takunya señalamiento kachina contra letrero kachiña kiaña ña nuña tianimi cara ki vindo inimi ika kavando kundo chinukara ñata tobacco no bañura ika ñaka kutita kuña dron basto ña shako baka miña cuenta ña pájaro miña río ña pájaro raña tieta shikiloka información shaña cuenta ña pájaro takumi istiara ña pájaro rakoba sabañu ranscuera miña mikoni Rakova ushimilla shika iyo nunya nishona mitskui. Rataku cuenta mina ingeniero ni estatal ra local ra nashto ni na shakova kami karanyaka nishana kachto una shajibi tayuyena nishana sakashana ranya kana shina nyatanina. Ranya tashitina nya aviso nya emergencia antavana. Taku cuenta nya sheriff na kakutgishana nya rescate tabana mina jibira kobasha koba 60 bina nya rescate shi y yo. Ratuka kuti carro tu sokuchava nya cuenta nya tabana nya jibi minu hutskui. Saba mina jibi na kisha evacuar na koniraña iyo tuna ni tani baraña kabiti kakuna chintiena na kanana. Tuka kuti cuenta nya vas tu MST kachna sora tuka kutaba na jibira nya shana ntiakana nya refugio shini una. Ra to shini nyundo takuntia nya cuenta nya asistencia nya emergencia ra nya vakaya na kundo nantu kundo takunya albergue nya kundo nya chintiena anto. Raña yo ya cuña cuenta nya sanardo takumi nya ichara nya salina ra nya cuenta nya sanardo ra nya statiani ya nya comunidad kam. Tianya iyo nya orden nya evacuación nya anamiña ñu kachtuna shina. Sati takuña orden nya evacuación kaya koni kachakut nya shini ñu tanindora nya iyo ya nya cuenta nya arroyo seco ra ushimarzo kisha. Nya iyo te nya cuenta nya pájaro ra ushimarzo kisha te akaba. Nya iyo te nya sanardo ra bici nya tashina nya orden ka. Tianya iyo takuña advertencia kachina karaña kaya koni kachitun una shinto nya ko evacuación takuña área nya Carmel rasati bici nya ushimarzo kishaka araña cuenta nya norte nya Salinas ra y marzo yaka. Nya ello caen katukia nya río nya Big Sur raña ushimarzo te acaba. Tia taku tike kachtundo shintoncia nya taku nuillo nya refugio nya kukundo.
No te quiero que te caigas.
Okay. Nya ello y nya cuenta nya refugio atoshini nyundo kundo nya cuenta nya Watsonville raña ello ya 26 East Lake nya Watsonville. Nya ello tinka tukia nya iglesia de la brújula 10-325 Main Street Rasalinas Yacam. Nya ello inka tukia taku nya cuenta nya temporal tamiya chitia kukundo nya biblioteca nya naka Prundel. Nya ello ti biblioteca nya Carmel Valley atoshni nyundo kundo. Sati biblioteca nya King City 406 Broadway Street ya. Nya ello ti Sherwood Hall 940 North Main Street nya Salinas. Raña kakachtundu nya yo información tashindunda andora rakunciando mindora tashini nyun chando kundo nya cuenta nya refugio nya emergencia ra kundo nya chinya kaya bachaka chintiena andora fácil chaka chintiena ando ika teshabindo.
With that, we'll take any questions from the press.
How long do you think it's going to take to stop the breach? What's the estimate?
Lou?
At this time, we do not have a precise estimate on what it will take to stop the breach. As I indicated earlier, we have the State of California Department of Water Resources flood control experts on site. They will deploy their contractor. One of the challenges is to determine the appropriate mitigation, whether that be super sacks or riprap or rock. They'll also have to determine available access to the site. And furthermore, they have a very short time frame before the next storm comes forward and additional flows come down the river. So until then, it is an uncontrolled flow. The last time this happened, I was told in the 90s. How long did it take then? Do you know? That was in 95, and I don't immediately have that information. Quite simply, the magnitude of the flows The levee did experience boils and overtopping locations as we experienced in January, both on the Santa Cruz side and the Monterey side. This time the exact mode of failure is yet to be fully determined, but it certainly was difficult in the wee hours of the evening to determine precisely the mode of failure. Again, it's a tremendous volume of water. It continues to accumulate as we speak. There is drainage on the western side of the community. There are a number of culverts that would provide an outlet for the water. And I understand the water also flows down the railroad tracks towards the upper reaches of the Elkhorn Slough. But it will take some time, particularly with repeated rain events, for the area to dry.
How worried are you about this next storm? It sounds like you're concerned that this would push the boundaries even more.
Sir, we are concerned for all storms in all of our major watersheds. This is a particularly challenging situation where we can have repetitive flooding of the community. So again, we're putting our highest level of attention, and we do have the full force of the state of California behind us.
And one more question, I think we've talked about this throughout the whole press conference, but what is being done right now to repair the walls, or at least put a Band-Aid, sandbags, anything that you can do right now to help reinforce the levee?
That's precisely what we're evaluating at this juncture. Small sandbags are simply not significant mitigation for a breach of this magnitude. So again, we have the experts on site. They are evaluating mitigation and construction alternatives, and we are hopeful that we can begin deploying that in the next several days.
Are there any further questions from the press?
Sheriff, how many people are out of their homes?
We have approximately 1,700 people that are displaced from the Paro area. We don't have an exact count down in San Ardo area, about 100, 50? 50 or less in the San Ardo area where we've experienced the flooding.
And if the water keeps flowing, are more people going to be put out? Do we know that?
Again, I can't predict Mother Nature. There's a lot of watersheds that we're dealing with these supersaturation events. Because again, for the public, it may be sunny here, but look around you, you see clouds. If it's raining in our foothills, because of the saturation of the soil, all this water is not going into our soil during normal times. The water is moving down our waterways into our rivers. And we're not talking about just one river, we're dealing with like 4 rivers in Monterey County.
Is the Nixle alert system been working effectively in communicating with the public?
We're actually double checking the Nixle system because there were some concerns that perhaps some alerts were not getting out. So we do ask that folks sign on to the Nixle if they haven't yet, or if they did and for some reason it's not coming through. Our understanding is that it could be something to do with some of the broadband type issues, antenna issues, so we're still tracking that down. But for now, anybody can still sign on and receive those Nixle alerts. It does allow you to receive it by different zip codes, so please do that. And again, it could just be an issue of a data problem in terms of the antennas. Yeah.
I have a question. We've kind of addressed this and we've been through it in January, but when will FEMA get here? The Red Cross, are they coming? I know you guys are working with that. Do you have an estimated time on when they will get here?
Red Cross and FEMA have been here actually. Red Cross is actually at one of our shelters assisting. We're still ramping up quite a bit because we are opening quite a bit of shelters. Even as we speak, not all shelters are currently available. When we're talking numbers of people, 1,700 from just the community of Pájaro is huge, and we have a lot of folks that did go to the Santa Cruz side. So we do have, we're working with our partners to the I guess it would be north of us in Santa Cruz to provide some of that assistance. The fairgrounds in Santa Cruz is available, and here in our communities, we're actually trying to open them closer to where the folks are from. And so we're working to staff it. A lot of the folks that you see as emergency disaster workers are our own county employees. We're redeploying people that typically, you know, again, this is a Saturday, Sunday. They're all, as many as we can, we're redeploying and assigning to different locations, including here to the operations center, to make sure that we're able to provide timely information. The next piece is really just going to be to make sure that we have the resources at the shelters, the food, the clothing. A lot of people left their homes just with what they were carrying. So there's some assessment being done by our care and shelter group. And again, still staffing up quite a bit with our resources that are incoming from the state, from the Department of Social Services, and also Office of Emergency Services. Yeah. Any other questions?
7,200 people, and our hearts are aching right now. Our wine community is multi-generational, cares about our land, our employees, our community, and it's very painful for all of our folks in wine to watch how many individuals and families are really devastated. Fortunately, most vineyards are elevated, and wineries also, and because of the season we're in, where a lot of the vines are still dormant or just starting to bloom, they're not being impacted. That's not to say there weren't vineyards in really having a hard time. There's about 2 or 3 that have had significant damage. But in general, right now, because of the time of year, rain is very positive for the health of our wine grapes and soil. So it actually bodes well, as long as we don't continue having wine for this year's crop. That doesn't mean that we don't have tragedies. So, and we also need to remember that if this was to happen in 2 months, it would be tragic, not only to Monterey County. If it happens in any other wine community in the state, in a couple months, we could lose our crop. So what we really need is a lot of regulatory fast tracking, and I imagine we'll talk about that in a little bit in more detail. And then we really want to make sure that the employees and the individuals and families that have been displaced get whatever support they need, get it very quickly. And that those that haven't been able to work because of these storms, that have had lost incomes, very, very quickly get whatever kind of relief they can. In terms of business relief, there are lots of vineyards and wineries that have had problems. They've lost culverts, they've lost pumps. So whatever support we can get with that would be helpful. We also have a lot of business income loss. People are not coming to Monterey County because of these storms. And so then we're losing sales. It's also really difficult for us to ship wine club shipments out right now. We can't even get FedEx trucks to come down to some of our wineries currently. And then for those vineyards that were impacted, even though it's a few, they don't have flood insurance. You can't get flood insurance for a vineyard. So the reality is, if they don't have the money to repair, make the repairs, clean up the vineyards, and then replant, they won't be in business. So we really need some relief funds for these businesses to provide whatever income loss that they've had, and then definitely for the vineyards that have been impacted.
Thank you very much, Kim. We appreciate that. And let's move to Norm Groot. Norm Groot is the Executive Director of the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and Norm has his finger on the pulse of the impacts that these storms and the previous storms have had on our industry. Welcome, Norm, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can here. Crop fields in the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley are experiencing significant flooding and inundation at this point. Salinas Valley flooding appears to be greater along the Salinas River than what we experienced in January, and with more impacts to fields and rural roadways. In January's storm events, we had over 15,000 acres that were impacted by flooding and inundation, with over $330 million worth of farm losses. We expect that current storms are impacting more acres, particularly west of the city's Salinas area. There will be more crop losses as areas that have not experienced flooding now are now experiencing it for the first time. The Nacimiento Reservoir has been releasing water into the Salinas River since late last week in anticipation of the inflow expected from these storms. With capacity now at 87% and more rain expected in the next few days, releases from the reservoir will need to continue. This contributes to the amount of water in the Salinas River already at capacity flow levels. The channel was not adequately maintained in recent decades, and capacity flow rates have been severely reduced
Let's try one more time. I signed out and signed back in and. Yeah, wow, I don't know why it does that. And
We
it's,
can hear you, Supervisor Alejo, on Zoom.
oh, sorry. Okay, everyone, time is ticking here, so we're gonna reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, our 10:30 agenda. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Church, Root, Askew, and Adams appearing via video conference.
And our Spanish interpreter is still
He's
on
online.
his way?
He's online.
Oh, he's online.
Yeah.
Diego Celis, if you could make the announcement online for those who need Spanish services, interpretation services.
Thank you, Supervisor. Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete para el día de la reunión de hoy de inglés-español, español-inglés. Por favor, si van a hacer comentarios en español, hablar clara y suficientemente duro para poder escucharle. Favor de tomar un descanso entre oraciones para que yo tenga la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
And Diego, can you also add, if they're online, how can they push the button to access Spanish services, please?
Valerie, can you please take care of that question for Supervisor?
So is it,
I don't see
Is there an
interpreter
option
button.
to, for residents
I think it's,
to push at the bottom of the Zoom screen to be able to hit the global icon to, I think, to get to access his Spanish interpretation services?
I think we actually they just have to unmute themselves by pressing 6, and then I'll unmute them on this side. So we don't have him. He's just signed in as a panelist. He's
Oh.
not in the globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Never mind.
So Diego, can you just say, please unmute yourself by pushing 6, so that way they can unmute themselves
If you want to speak.
if they want to make a Spanish public comment?
Por favor, si desean hacer un intérprete, un comentario en español, para quitarse el silencio, por favor, oprimir el botón estrella 6. Gracias.
Thank you, Diego. I'm going to ask our colleague Supervisor Lopez, you can lead us today in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Happy to do so, Mr. Chair. Please rise and join me in pledge to our nation's flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to go to additions and corrections to County Council. We do have to add some urgency items.
Yes, there is one correction to item number 8 under ceremonial resolutions. That number was not used due to a technical issue. And then there is an addition, which is item number 34.1 under scheduled AM matters, and that's to adopt a resolution to ratify the proclamation of local emergency.
And Chair, the board needs to vote to add that to the agenda.
Okay, this requires a vote. So can we have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez. We need a second.
I'll second Askew. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to members of the public on this motion to add these urgency items and make these changes. See none. Madam Clerk, we call the roll on this.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams,
She will join us later.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. One person absent. Okay, let's go. We're gonna go to take up ceremonial resolutions. These are items 2 through, we have quite a few, 2 through 13 on the agenda. If we could have a motion and a second.
So moved.
Moved by Lopez, we need a second.
Second Askew.
Thank you. Go to members of the public. Any comments on any of these ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries 4-0 with one person absent. Okay, we're gonna go, let's go to number 3, First, we will go to Elsa Jimenez, who's going to present a resolution honoring Lynn Zhang upon her retirement from the Monterey County Health Department and her 40 years of public service to Monterey County residents. Elsa, or we have another breath here.
Hi,
with
good
us.
morning.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Alejo and members of the board. In the audience with you, we have our Public Health Program Manager, Cristobal Oropesa, who will be making the presentation to our 4-decade committed public servant.
Thank you, Director Jimenez.
Good morning.
It's on. You have to speak right into it.
Hi, good morning. Several are here this morning to recognize Lynn Sang. Some of you know Lynn Sang from Sang's Cafe. We know her as Lynn Sang from our WIC program, Chronic Disease Prevention Specialist, and a subject matter expert in nutrition, breastfeeding, and an advocate for many of our families and children. I'd like to invite Lynn to come up here for a second, as well as Naomi, our WIC director, and Gina Mineo and Janet Vaughn. So Lynn, several folks wanted to be here today with you, and we have lots that are watching online, including our director, Elsa Jimenez, Dr. Moreno, and all of the WIC staff are watching from the clinics today. So we have several in the audience also here this morning with you, and I just want to share a couple of things with you all about Lynn. So Lynn first arrived here in the United States in 1975 as a refugee from Vietnam. She worked tirelessly as a waitress in a refugee center, the courthouse, and WIC as a translator for many years. She studied at MPC. And Lynn intended to stay with the County of Monterey for only 5 years, but we all see that she stayed a lot longer. And we were very, very lucky, very fortunate as our county families to have you stayed for so long. So Lynn quickly developed a passion for helping the parents and children of our community. And over the years, Lynn, you've become a trusted WIC professional among our Vietnamese and Latino families. And so on behalf of the Health Department, County of Monterey, I'd like to present you with a resolution. And again, thank you for your commitment, Ms. Sang, to all of us, and you're a true inspiration.
I just want to say thank you for your dedication. Over the years, our families, especially on the peninsula, Lynn was an advocate for a lot of the peninsula families that were not just Vietnamese, but Chinese as well. And they depended on you for a lot of things. And as our families are well aware, they call us for a lot of services besides nutrition and breastfeeding support. And we're always there to help. And Lynn was always there to help.
If we could give a big round of applause, everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You know, I for the last 40 years, you know, I've been having a very good experience working for the WIC program and a lot of supporting. And then I just like really enrich my life and fulfill my life. And I was very lucky to have a job that I like and I love to do. And also I want to thank you for the all the supervisor, the boss, and all my coworkers, my friends, Cristobal, Naomi, Gina, Janet, you know, all the supporting. And I really love the experience, and that it just will be me for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Ms. Sang, they're going to take a photo there. My staff, Jasmine, will make sure our communication team and your colleagues get a copy of that photo. Thank you very much. Ms. Sang, we want to, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we want to thank you. You have a very inspirational story, one of overcoming so much struggle and hardship in your life, and then coming to Monterey County and just being a true public servant and giving so much to our local communities. We are grateful for your 4 decades of service. And on behalf of all my colleagues, some who are online, we want to really thank you for really being a true example of one of our best and finest county employees. So we congratulate you on retirement and we wish you the very best. Congratulations. Thank you. Next, I'm going to go online because I know our folks are zooming in from Washington, D.C., and they have to head out to other matters. We're going to go to a resolution recognizing our federal lobbyist, Brent Heberly, commending him for his 13 years of dedicated service and advocacy for the County of Monterey. Brent, we want to take this opportunity on your departure of service to our county. You got other opportunities that you are taking advantage of there in Washington, but I wish we had this under other circumstances. Monterey County is facing some very difficult times, but we wanted to take a moment to thank you for everything you've done for us. You've been so good to work with on our legislative matters, being a voice for us in Washington on behalf of all the county residents and all our communities here for Monterey County. I just want to read part of his resolution. Brent Heberly represents local governments, public agencies, higher education institutions, nonprofits, and businesses in a range of public policy matters. He has over 20 years of federal lobbying experience. He spent nearly 10 years working in the Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., in senior legislative positions, both in the House of Representatives and the Senate, before transitioning to the private sector in the legal and lobbying industry. He provides his clients with strategic advice and government relations support in Congress and the executive branch. His practice emphasizes matters involving appropriations, infrastructure, energy, natural resources, the environment, healthcare, financial services, and federal lands. He began representing Monterey County in 2010 while he worked at Nossaman LLP and continued to represent the county through his move to Ballard Spahr LLP in 2019. He helped Monterey County secure tens of millions of dollars in federal funding, as well as other significant achievements such as establishing the Forward Ord National Monument. He advocated for billions of dollars of direct, flexible assistance to local governments for COVID relief and infrastructure investments in the American Rescue Plan and the annual appropriation bills. So today, his last day with his firm will be tomorrow. The Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our county and residents, commends Brent R. Heberly for his 13 years of dedicated service and advocacy for the people of Monterey County, and wishes him success, good health, and happiness in all future endeavors. And Brent, if we could give him a round of applause, everybody that's here. Thank you, Brent. And we'll pass it to you to say some words, and you will be introducing Maria Tripler, who will be taking over for you at Ballard Spahr LLP, representing Monterey County.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo, and members of the board. This is a great honor, and I really appreciate the recognition. It's not something I'm used to. I mean, what I do, we're used to kind of staying behind the scenes. That's kind of our role, but I really do appreciate it. Let me just say it's been a privilege to represent the county over the last 13 years. You really are an exceptional local government. I've worked with many over the years, and I think the level of activity and engagement that you have as a board, and all the way through the staff level, certainly with your federal congressional delegation, it pays dividends, and I think you're seeing that. And as you said, Chair Alejo, I mean, I feel bad about leaving right now. You guys are in the midst of an emergency, and I know there's a lot going on, but I'm very appreciative. And I want to call out. I mean, obviously, it's been fabulous working, with you, with everybody on the board, but especially your staff. For 13 years, I've worked with Nick and Annette, especially Annette, and I got to say, you've got some superstars on your staff, and they're fabulous. So I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss you guys, and hopefully I'll stay in touch and work my way out there and say hello in person when the opportunity presents itself. But thank you again for the recognition. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And do you want to take an opportunity to introduce Maria?
Yes. Maria Tripler has joined our firm recently. She's going to be taking over I'll let her introduce herself, but I'm very excited that she's going to be taking over. We spent a lot of time together over the last few months, just talking about Monterey County issues and bringing her up to speed. So go ahead, Maria.
Thank you, Brent and Chair Alejo. I'm very excited to be working with all of you and getting to know you better. Like Brent mentioned, we have been spending a significant amount of time to ensure a seamless transition, and you certainly have a very special part of California that you live in. And I am looking forward to getting out there and seeing it in person. I certainly wouldn't want to be a distraction. You've got your hands full right now, and certainly thinking of all of you with the rising waters. But it's a special privilege to represent government at any level. I spent the last 8 years of my life at the federal level on Capitol Hill. It was a very difficult decision to leave. And when Brent came to me and said that he had this opportunity, but was looking for someone that he could recommend to take over the county of Monterey, I jumped at it. Because I do feel strongly in civic service and ensuring that at all levels that the people who live and work in those areas have what they need to be successful. Whether it is housing, whether it is access to employment or safe food, those are such critical issues. And I'm looking forward to hitting the ground running with all of you and hope you'll call on me as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and we wanted all our colleagues to get to meet you. I know that we'll be interacting with you more regularly moving forward, but I wanted to give an opportunity to any of my colleagues if they'd like to make any comments. I know Supervisor Askew worked also closely with Brent, and also want to give a chance to Annette to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for the putting this on the agenda. And Brent, I've learned so much from you as a staffer working at the county for the last 12 years, and then as a supervisor sitting on the Ledge Committee. We've been really lucky to have your guidance and your leadership and your availability when we have questions or issues that come up to help guide me and our team through the process. We're really going to miss you. Maria, you've got some really big shoes to fill. But Brent, I do hope that you will stay in touch with us and come visit at some point. But we really appreciate and have benefited, our entire community has benefited from the advocacy and leadership that you've been able to help guide us through some really difficult and challenging times. And we wish you the very best, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any colleagues? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Brent, I just want to say thank you.
Yes, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Adams.
So Brent, just want to say thank you for your dedicated service to Monterey County. Anytime we needed something back east, you were there. And when we really needed you out west, I'd turn around and there you were. You showed up for Monterey County and all of its residents every time we needed it, putting together difficult conversations and helping us navigate those waters. And so as you move on, we wish you all success and hope that someday our paths cross again. But thank you again for your service to Monterey County.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Brent, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of the time that we had the opportunity to spend together when I would come back to Washington, either with county business or with water management district business. You were always available to get together for a little bit of a natter over whatever it was that we chose to share. But it was always so pleasant because you had just the best attitude. Then you brought so much professionalism to us as a county, and just personally, I just really appreciate all of that you've done for us. We'll miss you, but my hope is that you're gonna, if you come west, my guess is that you'll probably come to my neck of the woods. So I'll look forward to the opportunity to see you again. And Maria, I look forward to having the opportunity to meet you and to work with you. I'm sure if Brent has chosen you, then you're going to be just fabulous for us. So thank you so much. And my hope is that we'll get together again to meet one another in person. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Annette, did you want to say anything?
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity to publicly thank Brent. It takes a lot to navigate all the many issues that the county is facing, and it's a wonderful thing that our Board of Supervisors is so involved, but it really requires us relying on a strong team at the federal level and at the state. And Brent has just showed up in spades every time. And so there's, like you said, some big shoes for Maria to fill. I'm super excited to have an all-girl power team working on the county's legislative business. And Brent, just thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Annette Diadamo. Brent, thank you very much. And Maria, we like to let our community know many of our residents cannot afford their lobbyists, but we hire you to do that on their behalf. So we want to thank you. There is a lot of big issues, especially now. There's going to be a lot of work ahead of us. So Maria, welcome, and we look forward to working together on behalf of the people of Monterey County. You're going to be our champion in Washington. Thank you. Brent, happy retirement. Okay. All right. We're going to go to the next. I got to present these up front. Next resolution we have is to Cindy Mirzan. See, she here today? Oh, she's on Zoom. This is recognizing, we'll go to that one. Let me do the one in person first then, since I'm up here. National Public Defender Week is Sue Chapman here. This is for National Public Defender Week. This is recognizing and proclaiming the week of March 12th through the 18th, 2023 as National Public Defender Week in Monterey County. The Monterey County Public Defender's Office is joining forces with national, state, and county-wide in the celebration of National Public Defender Week. 60 years ago, the United States Supreme Court decided in the landmark case, Gideon versus Wainwright, that enshrined the right to counsel for people who could not afford to hire an attorney. The Monterey County Public Defender's Office hopes to create awareness to highlight the importance of the dedicated, excellent, and diligent work that everyone in the indigent defense community does every day on behalf of their clients, be it public defenders, alternative defenders, private defense attorneys, paralegals, investigators, legal secretaries, and administration, social workers, or private advocates. They are all warriors against social injustice, abuse of power, inequities in our criminal justice system. Public defenders are committed and are zealous advocates for their clients in order to restore and affirm the human dignity and the values to vindicate their legal and human rights. Therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all our residents, recognize March 12th through the 18th as National Public Defenders Week and express our appreciation to all our dedicated staff and attorneys in the Monterey County Public Defender's Office for their exemplary work for their clients and for advocating to build a more just and equitable society for all. We could give them a big round of applause, everyone. Okay, here we go. We'll present that to you. And we're missing some signatures because some of our board members are missing, but we'll get those added. Thank you very much. And we'll give you the mic here next.
Thank you. I'm Susan Chapman, the Chief Public Defender. And on behalf of our office, I wish to thank each and every one of our members in the community. I know they're struggling. Our hearts and souls are out there and working with you to get through this very difficult time. I wish to thank the board for their continued support to our office. They allow us to be able to not only work in the courtroom, but outreach into the community to help those most disadvantaged. And I would like to also hit on our post-sentence relief program that we are trying to educate the public that we are here to serve you not only within the court system, but then getting your lives back afterwards. So I also have Jesus Seja, my administrative assistant, and he works very closely with us, and certainly call him if you have any issues.
All right.
Thank you.
And we can take a photo. Thank you very much, Sue. Thank you to all the team. Appreciate all your work. This next resolution is to the Small Business Development Center Day, recognizing March 15th, 2023 as Small Business Development Center Day in Monterey County. This official recognition is presented to Cal Coastal Small Business Development Center, which I'll just call Cal Coastal, on the occasion of National Small Business Development Center Day. The county sends our congratulations to Cal Coastal success in building the Monterey County economy one business at a time. As part of the Central California SBDC network, CalCoastal has provided small business assistance to Monterey County small businesses to start, grow, and thrive. In 2022, CalCoastal had worked with 667 small businesses, supporting 665 jobs, provided counseling to over 20 new business starts, and assisted those businesses in accessing over $8 million in business loans and equity. They've received a Business Excellence Award from the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce and participated in 78 business training events with over 1,000 attendees. So therefore, the Monterey County will celebrate with CalCoastal's accomplishments on Small Business Development Day, to be celebrated tomorrow, the 15th of March, 2023. And online, we have Cindy Marzone, who is the director of CalCoastal SBDC, who will like to say some words, and we will make sure you get the proclamation. If we could give her a round of applause, everybody, for their work they do for Monterey County businesses.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and rest of our wonderful elected officials and staff and members of the community. I'm Cindy Marzon, and I'm the director of the CalCoastal Small Business Development Center, located here in Salinas at 106 Lincoln Avenue. Our organization is part of a nationally accredited network of over 900 small business development centers across the U.S., Puerto Rico, and Guam. But we are very honored to focus our time and energy in helping Monterey and San Benito County businesses start up, scale up, and succeed. And we do that through no fee, one-on-one business advising, and no to low fee training. We appreciate very much this proclamation and recognition for National SBDC Day, but more importantly, we are happy to work with any business owner that calls us or that you refer to us to help them grow their business, to better support their families, their employees, and the community at large. Watch our social media. We are sharing as much information as we can to be able to respond to the emergency situation now. We're happy to be part of that network, and we appreciate, again, the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you very much, Cindy. And our businesses will definitely be needing your help. Thank you for being part of those efforts to help our communities and businesses recover from these disasters. And we'll make sure we get the resolution to you as soon as we get all the signatures added. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our ceremony resolution. So we're going to go to our appointments. These are items 14 through 15.1. Do we have any questions on those? Can we have a motion?
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez. Do we have a second?
Second, Askew.
Second by Askew. Okay. Any public comments on these appointments? No one in chambers, no one online. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams, Supervisor Adams,
She might have stepped out.
Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one member absent. We'll go to consent calendar. These are items 25 through 35. Agenda item number 16. Do we have any questions or comments on any of the consent agenda items? See none. Do we have a motion?
Move approval, Askew.
Moved by Lopez, second by Askew. Any public comments on the consent calendar? Seeing nobody online, nobody in the chambers. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
I'll try again, Supervisor Adams. No, okay, Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one member absent. We're going to general public comments, item number 17. If any members of the public would like to comment on anything not on today's agenda, this is the time to do so. We will provide 2 minutes to make your comments. We have one member of the public coming forward, so we'll go with her first, and then we will go to those online. Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
Okay, good morning. I'm Eloise Shim, and I wanted to, for your information, in 9 days, the Muslim month of Ramadan will start, and if the Board of Supervisors has any influence over the Monterey Board of Education, they should assume it for the sake of the Muslim students who will be fasting for those 30 days, which starts March 23rd, and the culmination will be the Eid celebration. In San Francisco Unified School District, they'll be celebrating the next Eid with all of the students taking off and teachers. And that's in response to all the lobbying and campaigning done by Muslims in that school district. There are 5 million Muslims in the United States, and if all the Muslims lived in California, the most populous state, the 1 in 6 people would be a Muslim. When my children were in elementary school, I woke them up early before dawn so that they could have a meal before fasting for a short time to teach them about their religion and the observance of it. Since they had Muslim names in the Carmel Unified School District, they were greeted with hostility and antagonism for fasting during school hours instead of gracious kindness and accommodations. So I hope that at this time, 30 or 40 years later, Muslim students will be able to be treated with diversity and inclusion during the month of Ramadan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. Appreciate it. Anyone else in chambers? Let's go to those online. Okay. One person raised their hand, so we'll go to that person. Allow 2 minutes.
Sierra S. or Sarisa S?
Sarisa. Hi, my name is Sarisa Skinner. I know that everyone in this body is aware of all of the issues that are related to the levee breach affecting the community of Pajaro. And I know that we secured funding to finally fix those issues as of last year. However, as we have seen, let me start by saying that the last time the levee breached in 1995, I was in the 5th grade and I was in Watsonville, and we shared our elementary school campus with the students from Pajaro Middle School for the remainder of the year because they could not return to their school. And since then, the issues with the levee have not been addressed. That was 28 years ago. And I know that we secured funding with the state and the Army Corps of Engineers, but I would just urge this body to use whatever influence that you have to let the state and the Army Corps of Engineers know that this is a matter of high urgency and that our neighbors and community members in Pajaro deserve better, and they deserve attention to be paid to this issue, and they deserve to live in a place where they don't have to worry that the levee is going to breach and catastrophically affect their lives and their livelihood every time it rains. Thank you.
Thank you very much for expressing your concerns. Agreed. No one else? Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to close general public comments. I'm going to go to the item that we added today on an urgency basis, item 34.1, and I'll let our county council describe that, and so we could go into that item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Your CAO declared or proclaimed a state of local emergency last Friday. The state law requires that proclamation be ratified by the Board of Supervisors within 7 days because the board will not be meeting again until next week. It was added as an urgency item today. It's very important to have that emergency ratified for purposes of undertaking activities associated with the emergency, as well as potential funding from FEMA. And I look to the CAO, see if she has any comments.
We did we did proclaim a state of emergency on the 9th, and since then, our team has been working pretty much nonstop. Our emergency operations center has been staffed with individuals for 24 hours since I believe on Saturday, where we were watching what was going to happen with the atmospheric event. It may have been as early as Friday as well. Many of our departments have responded and provided emergency disaster workers. And we've been working with our state agencies, State Water Resources, Caltrans, National Guard, and many, many others are on site at the Emergency Operations Center, but also on standby near many of the areas that are being impacted by the floods. Our folks at Pajaro were evacuated. Many of them are in Santa Cruz County, so we're working in coordination also with the County of Santa Cruz to make sure that we have resources on site, but then also opening multiple shelters throughout the entire county. And that's all with the support of our county team, our providers that are in the community, many of our nonprofits, the coalition, and many, many others. And so going forward, we are hopeful that the weather has changed, at least to the north, but to the south, we are likely still going to be experiencing some impacts and some impacts not only to our roads, but also to the livelihoods of many of our county residents, including our employees. Just a quick note in terms of the emergency disaster workers, we have made a call to action over the weekend, and so many people showed up to the emergency operations centers and to where they were deployed to the different shelters and different departments that are working to help us through this emergency phase. And I just want to take this moment to make sure that we recognize all of those individuals that have given up many, many of their days and their nights to try to keep us running and make sure that the resources are available to the community. Many of these folks also work during the day and their regular assignments, and then are tasked with assignments at the Emergency Operations Center, including my own staff who have been on site as well. And many of the folks that work with our board of supervisors and our entire team, quite frankly. Our request continues to be the same for those that are able to work as emergency disaster workers. Please let us know, and that way we can deploy people as necessary, and then also provide relief to those people that have been on for anywhere between 10 to 16 hours. Again, where our intent is really to support those people that have been displaced, but also ongoing will be to try to provide them some recovery relief and support as well. We're not through this just yet, but just know that there is a huge team that's behind us. And although it's only been a handful of days, it just seems like it's been so much longer than that. And we've been going through this since December. So that's all I have to share. But thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you very much. On this ratification of the state of emergency that was taken by our CAO, this board is now voting on ratifying that. But I want to take an opportunity to thank our CAO for moving very quickly. The governor declared a state of emergency the day before. She aligned with that the next day. And I want to thank all our staff who prepared the paperwork needed to make sure that we were able to do that very rapidly. And now having the board ratify that work, I think, is critical at this time. I wanted to take an opportunity to thank all our employees who have stepped up and have been working hard, many who are very exhausted. And I want to encourage our other employees, if they could really help. There's a lot of pain and suffering going on, a lot of damage that is taking place. So if you're asked to help out, I would just want to encourage our employees to please do so. We need your help. Our communities need your help, and our families that are in hurt and those who have been victims of the storm and floods could really have their pain alleviated by having your help during these next several days and weeks. I want to first of all thank all the work crews and the first responders in Monterey County who have been heroes. They've been doing some amazing work nonstop 24/7, and I want to really commend them. And I have them here from this board that they are appreciated. Their work is acknowledged. Their sacrifice, their long hours, their exhaustion and sacrifices is certainly to be commended. And also want to thank all the first responders and crews that have come from outside of Monterey County. I know San Jose Police Department sent some officers here yesterday, but all the other ones who have come in, we are thankful. Monterey County salutes you. And lastly, I want to really thank the community volunteers who have also been stepping up. Donations are pouring in, and that is a testament to the people of Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, who really care about our families. We recognize the hurt, we feel it as well, and they have really put resources that weren't available. So I really want to commend them because it is really making a tremendous difference. I wanted to go to my other colleagues because I know they wanted to also express their gratitude and appreciation, but we know that a lot more is ahead of us. But take a moment at this time to do that. We're going to Supervisor Lopez first, and then we'll go to those online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everybody who's been part of the response, and really it is everybody. I had a lot of time this weekend out on the road away from my family on bridges with public works crews, contractors, and heard their stories, and had somebody share that they were swung on by a member of the public who was unhappy about a road closure. Another who told me about January nearly being hit by a vehicle. He had to jump into a ditch to avoid that vehicle. Our frontline workers do the work that so many of us sometimes are blind to as we go down the road. And so my key ask is be aware out there, no matter where you are, you know that there's people working to keep you safe. Those road closure signs are up for a reason. The people working on the side of the road, assisting and making sure that you're aware of dangers ahead, have families they need to get home to at the end of the day as well. And I just want to express my appreciation to all those veterans. I mean, normally during the system, you see the rookies out there, but I was talking to folks this weekend who'd been in service to the county for 30, 35 years, who are still spending their weekends away from their families out on the roads to keep us all safe. Folks from USGS out there monitoring the systems and streams and flows and making sure that we had the best data to make decisions on the ground with. It was truly inspiring to see everybody giving back in these tough moments. And I just want to say, obviously, thank you, but we're not through it. I know we're seeing a little sunshine here in Salinas right now, and folks are feeling optimistic, but I'm looking at some data from South County where we've already taken 4 inches on the peaks that feed into our river. And so it's going to be a long few days. We might be feeling a little warm sunshine on our shoulders and heads, but there's still impact coming down this river. And so I encourage folks to stay aware of the situation, even though it might feel different without the clouds overhead. But at the end of the day, the response that we've been able to put out, the ability to communicate the challenges that are coming down the river, over the road, is because of the county employees and those people from other agencies who volunteer to participate at our EOC and make sure that the best data and information is getting out. So I want to thank everybody who's put forward the strongest foot for Monterey County, and thank them for what will continue to be at least another hard week ahead. But thank you all for your service and your efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. We'll go to my other colleagues. Go to those online.
Go ahead, Glenn. It's your district primarily impacted. I'll let you speak first.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. It's, you know, my district obviously has been hit the hardest here, and, you know, we're surely, it's good to see the sunshine, but a lot of people aren't seeing that right now. And I can't go down a road that doesn't have a problem, basically. There's people cut off in the communities of an Elkhorn on Elkhorn Road. Of course, there's people that have been displaced, and everywhere I go, you know, I'm seeing county workers out there. You know, it could be the sheriff's department, it could be fire, North County Fire, Public Works. I know we've had to pull in help from the outside. I see a lot of security personnel there. I saw San Mateo's sheriff officer there a couple of days ago, and whenever I have a chance, I stop, you know, and see some of these people, whether they're deputies or the Public Works, and just thank them. They're saving lives. They're you know, keeping property safe. They're trying to help him, you know, animals and whatever anybody's concerns really are. And this is just an exceptional time, but we're seeing exceptional service. And I, you know, cannot say on behalf of the people in District 2 and particularly in North County, how much gratitude we feel to everybody who's working out there and trying to do our best. There's going to be a long recovery ahead, and you know, this unfortunately is just the beginning.
All right, we'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And again, I just echo the appreciation and significance of the folks in the CAO's office and our CAO for stepping in and stepping up in the ways that you have. I want to give a quick acknowledgement to so often it's neighbors who are there to help their neighbors first. in these moments of crisis. And it's the community that's wrapping love and support around those who've been impacted most significantly. So to just absolutely everyone in the community, everyone outside of our community who is flooding support and resources into where needs are greatest, thank you. I want to especially acknowledge the county staff who, whether it's your job in public works, whether it's your job in social services or not, those of our county team who have stepped up in a really significant way as disaster service workers. We appreciate you more than we could ever express. Our community members who are relying on you right now appreciate you in ways that we could never express. We will do our best to make sure that you have what you need to be able to do the work and care and service to the community. And we're going to need additional support. We're going to need additional county workers to raise your hand and volunteer to step into this disaster service worker role so that we can give relief to those who have really been working around the clock since this most recent storm event happened. I want to also express appreciation to all of the mutual aid support that we've received. The list of partner agencies who have prioritized and deployed resources in response to the needs that we're experiencing is nothing short of phenomenal. And we are grateful. We see you here in our community. We welcome you, and we appreciate the fact that you all are willing to put your lives on hold and put your lives at risk in certain situations to come into Monterey County and meet the needs of our residents. So thank you. And to Sonia and our sheriff and those who are leading the Emergency Operations Center. This board, we are here to provide whatever supports are needed in the immediate crisis, as well as for the long recovery that we have ahead of us. So thank you all for your work and your service. And we've got a long road ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Supervisor Adams with us? I know she had an urgency matter at home, so we hope that everything is okay there. Okay. All right. We're gonna just lastly want to really acknowledge that work. There's been a lot of hours by our team, our CAO, our directors, many of our employees. They've been getting very little sleep the last few days because they know our community is important. So I want to acknowledge that sacrifice. Thank you for that. It's appreciated, but we know we're not out of the storms yet, and we're going to keep working hard in defense of our community. But I wanted our CEO to make an announcement. Just when can the public and the press get the next update on these storms?
So we are working right now to schedule, and that's actually been scheduled, via Zoom press briefing. That's scheduled for 2:00, and then we'll confirm when we'll have additional details or a potential press conference through our PIO with the community. But we have been sharing a lot of information on social media and also sending updates as they become available. So if you haven't yet, please join the social media to make sure that you're getting those alerts. But also there are numbers you can call. So if you visit the webpage, those numbers are available there as well. So we're sending the information in multiple avenues, and just know we are including the school systems and many of our folks that are throughout the community. The Emergency Operations Center has a lot of people represented, a lot of agencies, including our providers and the SPCA. There's been a lot of concerns about animals, and we are working directly with those agencies as well. So if any issues arise, please contact 211, and there's information there as well if you do not have access to internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's always important to let the public know when they could get the latest update, as there's a lot of moving things right now. I did also want to thank all the donations. Some of our shelters are getting overwhelmed with all the generosity. The issue has become space. So we do want to encourage people to make donations. There's already accounts set up at the Community Foundation for Monterey County, Community Foundation for Santa Cruz County, Community Bridges, the food banks of Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. They will put all those resources and really target where the need is. So I want to encourage people to donate, because the actual physical donations is becoming just overwhelming. We're very thankful, but it's hard to manage at this point. And the last thing I would just say is I want to really thank Latino music Giants Mana and Alejandro Fernandez, who are donating a part of their proceeds from their upcoming concerts in San Jose and in Oakland to the flood victims of Pajaro. So we hope that that will inspire others to do the same. We need all those resources that could come in to help our Pajaro flood victims and other victims throughout the area in the short and long term. Okay, with that, I think we're done here. We're going to go to the state of emergency. So we need a motion.
I'll
and a
move
second.
approval, Askew.
Second.
Moved by Askew, second by Lopez. This is on the proclamation, ratification of the proclamation of the state of emergency made by our CAO. Any public comments on this? I think we did that already. Okay, see none. We could call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
and Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
And I believe Supervisor Adams is still absent at this time, and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one person absent. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, our 10:30 agenda. Madam Clerk, if we call the roll.
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Church, Root Askew, and Adams when she returns appearing via video conference.
Any additions or corrections, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Any urgency items on this agenda?
There are none, Chair. We already.
Just want to make sure. Okay, let's go to general public comments for items not on today's agenda for this Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency agenda. See none in chambers, none online. We will close that. We'll go to consent calendar items, only item 2. This is to a resolution to continue to delegate emergency contracting authority to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency General Manager pursuant to the Public Contract Code. If I can have a motion and second.
So moved.
Moved by Lopez. Do you have a second?
A second, Askew.
Second by Askew. Okay. Any public comments on the consent calendar? See none. Madam Clerk, we call the roll.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one person absent. We're going to do read out of closed session, County Council.
There was no reportable action, Chair.
Okay, we'll adjourn this meeting. We'll reconvene the regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, call the roll again.
Yes. Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Church, Root Askew, and Adams when she returns appearing via video conference.
Okay, we're on item 18. This is to approve and authorize the Monterey County Laguna Seca representative to execute a sponsorship with Hyundai, the official automotive partner of the Raceway. We'll take it to Brian Flores.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Alejo, members of the Board of Supervisors, members of the public. Brian Flores, Chief of Parks. I'm joined today by Mr. John Narigi, President of A&D Consulting and General Manager of Laguna Seca Recreation Area, as well as Mr. Steve Fields, President of All Fields Sports Marketing. This item before you is to approve a sponsorship and official automotive partner agreement between Hyundai and the County of Monterey. It is a lucrative deal for the county for a one-year term of $460,000 with an optional renewal of $470,000 for a total of $930,000. This also includes the official automotive partner cars that will be at the track to replace the Lexus vehicles. So Mr. Fields has a presentation that he would like to share with the board. So I will go ahead and turn it over to him. My staff will be sharing the presentation momentarily.
Great. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, Chief of Staff, Board. I appreciate your time. It's good to be in front of everybody again as we launch our 23rd year representing that wonderful raceway and the County of Monterey and the business out there from a revenue standpoint. So I know that this agenda item is for one specific agreement, but the presentation that you're going to see, I thought it would be a good opportunity to kind of look at the net revenue of what this deal does for us at the raceway. I think we have a presentation. I don't know if it's up or not. There it is. So this is a one-year deal. It's a 2-year deal with a 1-year option.
can turn to the next page. It is for the official vehicle and the IMSA presenting sponsorship. IMSA is the International Manufacturer Sports Car Association, which is one of our larger events on the calendar. This is an exciting time for us. Hyundai has been an active part of our activities at the racetrack for the past few years. We've had an existing relationship with another manufacturer, and so Hyundai has done everything in their power to participate to every limit that we've allowed until that deal came to an end. Switch pages. Next. The main deal points, as Mr. Flores said, this is a net 2-year agreement for $930,000. Hyundai will be providing us with an additional 7 vehicle as a part of our fleet, as well as 2 pace cars to use for on-track activities. Top line deal points, official vehicle for the raceway, the presenting sponsorship for the IMSA weekend, year-round signage at the facility, event hospitality for Hyundai executives when they come to town, promotional tickets for us to use with local dealers and in market, and then 5 track days at various points of the year to use for media events. Next slide. I wanted to show you what the net revenue 22 was for the kind of combined category, where Lexus, our previous partner, was a $327,000 a year deal, which had a net revenue of $207,000, and Hyundai, in their previous role as the title for the weekend at $245,000, netted us $242,000 with a total 2022 net revenue of $449,624, which is a nice number to have. Next slide. But now what it does for us in a much better scenario, Hyundai as the official auto, and now we've stepped them back to the presenting level for the IMSA weekend, nets us a $428,000 of revenue from that one sponsor. What that also allowed us to do was to step up another one of our significant partners, Motul Motor Oil, into the title sponsorship role for the IMSA weekend at an additional $112,000 to our bottom line this year, which is a net revenue of the Motul deal in its totality of $407,000, which brings our 23 net revenue for the same 2 buckets of money to $836,391, which is an 86% increase year over year just for these 2 categories. Next page, please. I just wanted to put some numbers in here. Anytime we make a major switch with a significant partner, there's often questions of why or what happened or anything like that. But I think the situation in this is we have stepped up to a partner who understands the value and the opportunity of the association with the raceway. You can see through their top 5 model numbers how they have all had significant increases in their sales, which will translate to us with their association through their in-market presence, promotions, and activities at the track throughout the year. Hyundai is a growing partner for us in this space, both on the racetrack and off the racetrack, and we look forward to a pretty significant partnership with them for the next couple of years. Any questions? Nope.
Oh, I thought you were going to go to the next slide.
Oh, we're done. Quick and easy.
All right. Very good news. Thank you. This is exciting. And certainly having the new official car sponsor of Laguna Seca is such a big deal. We wanted it to be an agendized item. We've had Mazda before, then it was Lexus, and now to have Hyundai come in and wanting to partner with us, for us, that's really good news, and it's very much appreciated. But I wanted to give an opportunity for the public to hear and get the official news, but also to allow my colleagues to make some comments on this. So I don't know if any of my colleagues have questions or comments on this. Supervisor Lopez.
So quick question on, I believe it was Exhibit C in the contract, the loan vehicles. How many loan vehicles will there be, and will they be the electric models? Just given
There will be 7 staff fleet, 2 pace cars, none of which will be fully electric yet. We are in discussions with Hyundai, who has offered up the opportunity to install charging systems out at the racetrack. We are in preliminary discussions about how that happens, similar to the ones that we've already done with Tesla. If that happens, they will ask us to switch out some of our vehicles to the Ioniq 5. But I think they did not want to put us in a position without charging yet at the racetrack for those vehicles.
And that value, the value of the loan vehicles is separate from the overall contract?
Completely separate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this? Not seeing any. Mr. Norigi, you have any comments on this? You've been sitting there patiently, so I want to give you a chance to just weigh in before we move on and recess for lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're thrilled with the relationship. And we have already met with the local Hyundai dealer. We hope to be doing quite a show for our IMSA kickoff with welcome hands there in the Seaside Auto Mall. So this is, as Steve put it, this is a good win for us and a good way to kick it off. And we met in Daytona, and I've never seen a more exciting marketing team from a manufacturer since I've been at the track. So this is all very good news, and thank you for the support.
Thank you, John. And I just want to say on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we appreciate our partners, the sponsorships. These are exciting things. They enhance our events at Laguna. And I think the message from our board should be we want to continue to have partners like this. So when Hyundai steps up to even provide a more beneficial contract for us, that's always good news for Monterey County and for all our visitors who enjoy these events. So thank you very much, Hyundai. I'm going to ask for a motion and a second, and then we'll go to public comments.
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez. Is there a second?
Second.
By Supervisor Church. Members of the public, any comments on this agenda item? Not seeing anybody in chambers, nobody online. If we could take a roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Supervisor Adams still not on, right?
No.
Okay, so motion carries 4-0 with one person absent. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good work. We will recess for lunch and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
7,200 people, and our hearts are aching right now. Our wine community is multi-generational, cares about our land, our employees, our community, and it's very painful for all of our folks in wine to watch how many individuals and families are really devastated. Fortunately, most vineyards are elevated, and wineries also, and because of the season we're in, where a lot of the vines are still dormant or just starting to bloom, they're not being impacted. That's not to say there weren't vineyards in really having a hard time. There's about 2 or 3 that have had significant damage. But in general, right now, because of the time of year, rain is very positive for the health of our wine grapes and soil. So it actually bodes well, as long as we don't continue having wine for this year's crop. That doesn't mean that we don't have tragedies. So, and we also need to remember that if this was to happen in 2 months, it would be tragic, not only to Monterey County. If it happens in any other wine community in the state, in a couple months, we could lose our crop. So what we really need is a lot of regulatory fast tracking, and I imagine we'll talk about that in a little bit in more detail. And then we really want to make sure that the employees and the individuals and families that have been displaced get whatever support they need, get it very quickly, and that those that haven't been able to work because of these storms, that have had lost incomes, very, very quickly get whatever kind of relief they can. In terms of business relief, there are lots of vineyards and wineries that have had problems. They've lost culverts, they've lost pumps. So whatever support we can get with that would be helpful. We also have a lot of business income loss. People are not coming to Monterey County because of these storms. And so then we're losing sales. It's also really difficult for us to ship wine club shipments out right now. We can't even get FedEx trucks to come down to some of our wineries currently. And then for those vineyards that were impacted, even though it's a few, they don't have flood insurance. You can't get flood insurance for a vineyard. So the reality is, if they don't have the money to repair, to make the repairs, clean up the vineyards, and then replant, they won't be in business. So we really need some relief funds for these businesses to provide whatever income loss that they've had, and then definitely for the vineyards that have been impacted.
Thank you very much, Kim. We appreciate that. And let's move to Norm Groot. Norm Groot is the Executive Director of the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and Norm has his finger on the pulse of the impacts that these storms and the previous storms have had on our industry. Welcome, Norm, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can here. Crop fields in the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley are experiencing significant flooding and inundation at this point. Salinas Valley flooding appears to be greater along the Salinas River than what we experienced in January, and with more impacts to fields and rural roadways. In January's storm events, we had over 15,000 acres that were impacted by flooding and inundation, with over $330 million worth of farm losses. We expect that current storms are impacting more acres, particularly west of the city's Salinas area. There will be more crop losses as areas that have not experienced flooding now are now experiencing it for the first time. The Nacimiento Reservoir has been releasing water into the Salinas River since late last week in anticipation of the inflow expected from these storms. With capacity now at 87% and more rain expected in the next few days, releases from the reservoir will need to continue. This contributes to the amount of water in the Salinas River already at capacity flow levels. The channel was not adequately maintained in recent decades, and capacity flow rates have been severely reduced due to sandbar buildup and excessive vegetation, particularly non-native vegetation that has overgrown in many reaches of the river channel. Levees have deteriorated due to permitting restrictions, and this highlights the need for a comprehensive channel maintenance program that state and federal agencies have been reluctant to issue permits for in the past decades. The Pajaro Valley has many acres of crop fields that are currently underwater due to the levee break over the weekend, and waters may not recede until that levee break can be reconstructed. This poses a serious threat to crop production for the entire spring season and possibly longer. As we've detailed in January, for crop fields to get back into production, a testing protocol is necessary to determine if pathogens are present in the fields. This could be a 60-day process after waters recede from the fields and damage assessments can be fully made. Food safety is our highest priority, and growers will follow the protocols established by the Leafy Greens marketing agreement. With fields being so saturated and inaccessible, planting schedules that are set for March will probably be delayed. Determining when planting schedules can begin will depend on how quickly the fields that are not impacted by flooding or inundation can be accessed and worked for planting. We're also aware that many farm workers may not have opportunities to work for their farming operations during these big storms and the flood events. Determining these impacts will require surveying farm employers about their flood damages and delayed work schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norm. We appreciate your input and agriculture's perspective from both you and Kim. I want to shift gears now and go to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Shauna Murray, one of our engineers, is on with us today. And Shauna, can you give us a situational update with regard to the Pajaro River, the levee mitigation efforts going on, and then the Salinas River and the things that you are watching and concerned about?
Yes, thank you. And I really appreciate the community's patience during this dynamic time. The flooding has been very widespread, with many communities being impacted. To start with Pajaro, and just in general overview, we're going to see systems continue to, stay high and be wet. And so we're going to have to continue our vigilance on watching the rivers and preparing. When these systems come in and the system's already very wet, the flows really do not decrease for quite some time. So on Pajaro, we have a primary breach up at River Mile 10. And then we now have a secondary breach at the outlet of By the Ocean at River Mile 1. And let me explain how this kind of benefits the primary breach. So when the river waters now can flow into the farm fields, they cross through Pajaro under Highway 1 and they go all the way to the ocean. There was a lot of pressure on the outside of the levee for that water. There was nowhere for it to go. So it has breached by the ocean. And now that's actually a relief valve for the community. So we're starting to see elevations of the impacted areas, the water starting to recede. And so this is actually a good news thing for a secondary breach like this. We have a kind of a threefold project at the primary breach. And the first thing was to get site access. This is a very remote site and it was very wet. So we had to build roads and build staging areas to start bringing in rock. And so that was completed yesterday by midday. The breach has begun being stabilized. You can see in this photo, the first boulder to come into the river was placed yesterday in the afternoon. This will continue. It's to stabilize the breach. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. We want to make sure that the breach doesn't get any larger. So our first primary objective is to stabilize the area. And you can see we're using a mixture of rock, of smaller rock to access the area safely by putting rock on top of the levee road and then putting the large boulders in the stream bed. Our third objective will be to raise the height of the temporary repair. And that's when we're going to see the river back in its channels. And so until that's done, the river is still going to flow outside of the breach. And so when these next storms come in later in the week, which look like very similar height to these last storms, we will have water coming over the breach area. Again, we want to stabilize it so it doesn't get larger. And we're trying to plug it. I don't have a timeline yet as to when that will be completed. As far as this, and this is one more way of, reinforcing the area, this picture of, we had to move the flood wall out of the way. That's off to the right, the river's off to the right. And this is just reinforcing so we don't cause damage to the existing levee. We are working 24/7, the state's operating the contractors. And they are working 24/7 until this problem is resolved. We're
Thank
watching.
I'm sorry, Shauna, go ahead. My bad.
I was ready to switch to the Salinas River unless we want to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. On the Salinas River, we are watching those peaks come through Spreckles, late last night and early this morning. We'll have another round of peaks coming out of the Arroyo Seco, which will hit the lower Salinas in the next few days, and then the upper Salinas and the San Lorenzo Creek, those watersheds come through afterwards. So again, the rivers are going to stay high. It looks like the Spreckles forecast may exceed the current flows in the next forecast. So again, this is a wet system, and the river will continue to stay high. The Water Resource Agency continues to do flood control releases out of Nacimiento Reservoir. We're still holding back these really large flows on Nacimiento Reservoir, but we're letting some of the water out for safe operations and to continue to have the capacity to take on the next storm events. I believe that's the end of my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Shauna, can you comment on the Salinas River, where it intersects Highway 1 in Marina, and what we're looking for over there with regard to potential for flooding onto the roadway?
So at this time, the roadway is still clear and open. I was out there about an hour ago and there looked like some capacity. The peak is coming through this afternoon, so we haven't seen it maybe quite yet. But we're almost out of the woods on the Highway 1, so we'll need to continue to monitor that situation over these next few hours.
Thank you, Shauna. And we're fortunate to have with us this afternoon Under Sheriff Keith Boyd. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd is representing Sheriff Tina Nieto. Sheriff, can you give us an update, situational update on public safety measures and the efforts of the Sheriff's Department along with our other first responders here in the County of Monterey? You're on mute.
Yep, there we go. Good afternoon, Keith Boyd, Under Sheriff, Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Currently, the Sheriff's Office is working in unison with his partners in the Emergency Operations Center, Department of Emergency Management, Water Resource Board, and our fire partners and other public sector partners to evaluate this ongoing incident as the water comes, as it rains, as it flows downriver. Our focus has been to plan resources and deploy resources based on the greatest potential needs to the community, prioritizing life and then property as we move forward. We've done, let me grab one data point, sorry, came through a moment ago. Sorry. Okay, well, it's not there, but we have a number of, we have our dive team deployed. We have another number of swift water rescue units from regional partners. Due to Sheriff's Office resources, we have also made requests for additional law enforcement resources from mutual aid partners throughout the region, utilizing the California law enforcement mutual aid system. Currently, we have a large number of our staff deployed in and around the Pajaro area, manning roadblocks and security perimeters to provide for that community while it's inundated with water. One of our big concerns is to ensure that those that are still may be there, that if they call for support, we're in a position to provide rescue services, but also we want to keep people out due to the high risk of dangers that are presented in that water area. We are also deploying resources up and down the Salinas Valley in preparation for water flows and issues. Overnight, we had some topping of roadway and river in the Salinas area, as well as some flows in and around the Spreckles area. So we're monitoring and deploying as needed. It's a constantly evolving situation, but currently our position is stable, but we are requesting additional resources in preparation for the incoming weather overnight to ensure that we can provide adequately for the community in a timely manner.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Boyd. We really appreciate you being here, and we appreciate everything the Sheriff Department is doing. We also have with us this afternoon, and I'm hoping he can hear me, is Juan Hidalgo, who is our new Agricultural Commissioner. Juan, would you like to make a couple of remarks with regard to what the county's Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure continuity? Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure.
Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thanks for having me. I'm Juan Hidalgo, I'm the Monterey County Ag Commissioner. Certainly one of the roles that we're doing is working with our industry and our growers to be able to do some damage assessment. This is going to be a long process, and as mentioned earlier by some of the ag industry representatives, some of the damages that we're seeing now are quite alarming. We are seeing much bigger damages to our agricultural area than we did during the January storms. Certainly, one area of assessment that we're working on is the Pajaro area. This was an area that was not quite as impacted in January as it was right now. So we're trying to reach out to those growers and try to do some assessments, but this is going to take some time. It does make it challenging when growers are unable to get into their fields, and hopefully that will happen with time as some of the flooding begins to recede and some of the roads become open for them to be able to access their fields and be able to really get a really good sense of the impacts to their agricultural areas and also impacts to infrastructure, which are going to be significant, especially in the Pajaro area. But as it was mentioned earlier, the impacts down the Salinas Valley are definitely going to be much bigger than what we initially saw in January, just based on seeing some of the images from flooding that we're seeing and seeing some of the evacuation orders. So we're going to continue to work with our growers over the next several weeks to be able to assess, get a good picture of what the direct impacts and potentially future impacts are going to be to our agricultural industry. This is something that is definitely going to set some of our growers back, especially as it was mentioned earlier. We do have some food safety requirements, and so that's additional time that our growers are going to need to be able to do what they can to get the field ready and hopefully get a crop in the ground. I think we're going to have some more impacts to commodities that had already been planted. I think in the area of Pajaro, there's a lot of strawberry and raspberry production, and those were commodities that were planted in the fall for a production in the spring. And so we're going to be working with our growers to get a true picture of what that's going to look like for them, because I think this is definitely going to have an impact on any production yields. Plants can be quite hardy and they can recover, but if they stay underwater for too many days, it's definitely going to have some very significant impacts to those growers.
Thank you very much, Juan. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate what the Ag Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with our industry partners in the Farm Bureau and the Monterey Vintners and Growers Association. Under Sheriff Boyd, you found your fact sheet there, and then go right ahead.
I did, and I just want to give some data points. So currently, Sheriff's Office, we have our rescue dive team on 24-hour staffing. We've split that team into two 12-hour shifts. We also have our search and rescue team from the Sheriff's Office on 24-hour staffing detail. We have received on request from the National Guard 4 high water rescue vehicles that we are utilizing in addition with our SAR and dive unit high water vehicles. We have received mutual aid from, as I indicated, from our law enforcement partners. We've had staffing from the Belmont Police Department, Atherton Police Department, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, San Jose Police Department, and Santa Clara Police Department. They are providing assistance on 12-hour shifts between now through this upcoming Sunday. We had to have 3 additional swiftwater rescue teams that are being provided by CAL FIRE on a call basis as needed. And we're working with the SPCA to address animal issues for those who may have left the evacuation areas but left animals due to their timely departure. We are doing close patrols of all our road closures and maintaining those road closures. In the Pajaro area, we have evacuated close to 2,000 people evacuated in the Pajaro, but we are still getting requests for services as the incident moves on. We have 1 school, 2 mobile home parks, and close to 800 homes in the Pajaro area impacted by floodwaters. That community is on a do not drink order, and there is no access to potable water. And as of this morning, the water was, as I was informed, was up a bit from yesterday. It's flowing currently through the ag fields and cresting over Highway 1. And we have concerns, though, if the water continues to ride, it will make our high water vehicles accessibility challenging. But we have boat units available to deploy if that predicament occurs. In the Arroyo Seco area, we have approximately 350 residents who are evacuated. We still have 20 to 40 residents who are trapped behind a road failure on the Arroyo Seco Road. In the Salinas River area, we have approximately 1,600 addresses under evacuation order currently. And with respect to rescues and such, we have provided approximately 150 to 170, and this number is ongoing, rescues of individuals stranded within evacuation areas from water issues. And we've conducted over 20 since yesterday. We rescued a woman and a baby who were rescued while trying to drive their car out of the Pajaro area through water, and their car was pushed into a ditch. We highly encourage people, if you see water, don't drive through it. Turn around, avoid the hazards of driving through water. It only takes a little bit to cause severe risk. We had a couple rescued on Railroad Avenue that was trapped in their house, surrounded by over 5 feet of water. During a rescue in a house, numerous people were rescued that were standing on the roofs of their cars and trapped in the water because the water was moving so high and fast. SAR has escorted maintenance into numerous produce cooling buildings so they could turn off the ammonia systems. Ammonia and other issues that might be released that potentially could have caused hazmat issues. Most resources, as indicated, are at this point, rescues at this point, are people trying to drive through the water to leave, or people in their houses that were not wanting to be there anymore and did not heed the initial order to leave prior to the water inundating the area. We have made an arrest of 1 individual in the Pajaro area who was attempting to break into the Pajaro Coin and Laundry. And that was discovered by our staff while they were on patrol in the Pajaro area for that exact purpose. And we have had reports of subjects attempting to break into vehicles in the Pajaro area.
Stuck in a press conference that's going to go for an hour. Bennett needs.
That is what I have to offer. There was a question in there about any deaths or injuries, any missing people reported. At this time, the sheriff's office has no reports of deaths, and we don't have any reports of any subjects missing from the storm. We did have a plane crash yesterday outside Castroville, small plane crash, non-commercial. The pilot successfully parachuted from the plane prior to its impact from the ground. He sustained minor injuries, was transported to a local hospital. And that is my report out at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under Sheriff Board. We really appreciate that. I'm going to go to the Q&A portion now of our press conference. Scott, I'm going to get right to you in just 1 second. Let me just buzz through a few that are in the chat. Victor asked if this was going to go on Facebook or YouTube. We are recording this, and we will post it to our Facebook and YouTube page, and we will send a link out to you once it gets uploaded. Also, there was a question in the chat earlier for Shauna. Shauna, could you shed some clarification light on how big that breach was? 300, 400 feet? And what was the approximate size of that breach?
Yeah, so it's pretty hard to estimate. So I know the number has jumped around a little bit. It started at about a little over 100 feet, and it has gotten bigger in more of the 300-foot range at this time is the best estimate.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the hands right now that are raised, and I'm going to go ahead with Scott, and then we'll go to Sarah. Scott, go ahead and ask your question.
Thanks. This is a question on the agricultural piece, both for Juan and Norm. Juan, you talked about strawberries and raspberries, but can you talk a little bit more about what's vulnerable next in terms of crops? And I know it's early, but what might this mean to yields and things like that? And then for Norm on the labor piece of it, if you what are the the implications of not having March, and is there concern that when things get back up and running, there will still be the labor force there that the growers need? What's done about that, and is there a historical precedent for that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Scott. I think for the agricultural piece and what it means for our commodities here, I think when it comes to strawberries and raspberry production, assuming that our growers are able to salvage their plants, which there's a possibility depending on how quickly the waters are able to recede, we might be looking at reduced yields for the rest of the season. From experience in previous flooding that we have seen in the past, we're looking at anywhere from 30 to 50% yield losses. And then as far as other commodities, there's a lot of leafy vegetables in this area as well. And so, the impacts are they're gonna be in regards to food safety and the amount of time that growers are gonna have to wait before they can plant either lettuce or broccoli or other leafy vegetables on those soils. So that's definitely gonna delay, production in some parts of our county. Not everywhere, right? But certainly the areas that were impacted by the rivers and flooding.
And Norm, would you like to add your perspective, please?
Sure. Yeah, that testing protocol, just so you know, is probably 30 to 60 days based on the Leafy Greens marketing agreement requirements for testing of soils and irrigation water, other equipment. So there will be some delay in getting those fields back into production, just depending on how those tests and protocols come out. As far as the labor is concerned, most of the labor is through contract labor situations. The farms themselves often do not have those employees directly, and so they will be able to work in the area and other fields that were not impacted by this flood event. And so we expect that we will still continue to have a labor force. It's just a temporary situation where we cannot get in the fields right now due to the extreme moisture that we have in those fields. But we don't expect in the long run that we're going to have any continuing labor issues.
Thank you, Norm. I appreciate that. And when you ask a question or I call on you, please identify your news outlets for the benefit of our guests. And I'm going to go to Sarah Rubin with the Monterey County Weekly.
Thank you, and thank you for doing this again today. I have a few questions. One is, we're seeing from the Weather Service, and sorry to identify myself, I'm Sarah Rubin, the editor of the Monterey County Weekly, which I think Nick said, but I'll say it too. When we're seeing from the Weather Service an advisory about high winds and possible power outages again, is there anything to your knowledge that PG&E is doing differently this time? Can we expect kind of a repeat of what we saw last week with tens of thousands of customers without power for days on end? Or what is the status with PG&E?
Sheriff, do you have any information with regard to that? We put in some information requests yesterday, and I'm not sure, Sarah, if they got a hold of you, but Sheriff, do you have any perspective with regard to PG&E's activities?
At this time, I don't. I can circle back and get some information provided to Nick to put out to the group if Nick has an email chain, but give me about an hour or so and let me look into that.
All right, thank you.
Hey, everybody, this is Sheriff Nieto, and I'm just leaving the Power area, so I'm sorry that I'm late, but I can tell you that there are large PG&E trucks out in that area working on some of the issues, but again, I don't know what they're talking about because the community is still inundated, at least in the Power area.
Yeah, and we are trying to get information out for the press with regard to PG&E. It's been a little bit of a challenge, but be patient with us and we'll keep trying. Sarah, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. On a different topic, I'm hoping that somebody in this group might be able to clarify if the do not drink order is for the entire Pajaro Sunny Mesa Water District, or exactly where is that? And then is there any kind of bottled water pickup site, or are all of the people affected by that under evacuation orders?
Sarah, Yes, we do have bottled water. We're making bottled water provisions for those communities that are under do not drink orders. I will have to get you specific geographic boundaries of what that water district entails. I don't have that handy. I don't know if Shauna might know off chance or. Yeah, all right. So we'll make a note, Sarah, and May is on here with us. Maya Carroll, our deputy PIO, and she will we'll track that down information for you.
Thank you. And I realize maybe that the places on the do not drink order have been evacuated, but that's not been made clear from what we've been able to report so far. So that would help. One other question is, we've seen what I think is confusing to us in the press and some of the people who are affected is shelter in place orders that seemed to imply that people had to stay where they were because there was no way out. But then subsequently there were evacuation warnings and or orders. So can you describe, I think in layperson terms, what that means and why the shelter in place orders, if there is still a safe route for people to leave their homes?
Go ahead,
Sure.
Sheriff.
So last night, we ended up issuing a shelter in place order for the Las Palmas area. That was issued because at approximately midnight, we started seeing water cresting onto River Road near Las Palmas Parkway. It was extremely dark, and our ability to forecast what was occurring was limited because of the darkness. We could hear to the southwest of Spreckles what sounded like a significant waterfall, which led us to believe that a berm or levee was being overtopped significantly by the river. But we couldn't get out in proximity of it to examine it due to the potential hazards and danger for staff. At night, our drones don't have the visual capability to launch a mission and get a nice viewing of what's occurring because water and land, it's dark, it's not presenting heat, it's very difficult to see. So because of that, early this morning, in consultation with our partners in the Department of Emergency Management and our fire partners in the county administrator's office, the decision was made to issue a shelter in place order for the Las Palmas area because we knew the water was rising, but we did not know what the impact would be by morning. We were predicting based on the historical data of what was going to occur, and that's what led us to do that. When sunrise came, we were able to launch a number of drones via CAL FIRE support to get a visual perspective on the Las Palmas area, the Spreckles area, the Salinas River through that area to identify that what was occurring. And we had approximately 75 yards of River Road inundated with about 8 to 10 inches of water near Las Palmas Parkway. We had water flowing across Spreckles Road, Spreckles Boulevard at the north end past the town, but just south of 68. And so with that in mind, working with our partners, Regional Fire, Department of Emergency Management, County Administrator's Office, and others, we in California Highway Patrol, we started looking at, okay, we transitioned from a shelter in place for the Las Palmas area to an evacuation warning. The basis, and then with messaging to also indicate kind of what was going on. We had to explain that transition from a shelter in place to an evacuation warning. We wanted them to be aware that the water was rising, that the roadways were getting impacted, and we needed to understand if this was the time versus sheltering in place where we had unknowns to now we have what we are considering known facts. This was the time for us to give them the opportunity to be aware of what was occurring. And if they on their own wanted to take the initiative, they could, or this would be the time for them to go get supplies so that if they chose to stay, that they were in a position that if the roadways ended up getting cut off for protracted periods.
Thank you, Sheriff. Okay, I'm going to go to the.
Can I ask just one more question, Nick? I'm sorry, I don't mean to monopolize this, but I do want to just follow up on that because I think, and I asked you about this yesterday when we were in this group, but 2 months ago, there was so much messaging, so much preparation countywide through the press and from the county directly to the public about preparation for conditions and isolation. And I guess I'm just surprised and a little bit befuddled that yesterday I asked about this, and the sense was it could be an island, but probably not. Just stay tuned. But 2 months ago, we had multiple press conferences and sort of this drumbeat and sense of urgency around preparedness for conditions that in most cases didn't come to be. And maybe, we can cross our fingers and that will happen again. But I wonder if there is a reason why sort of the messaging has been different this time. Is there a different approach deliberately by the county? Is there a feeling that it was boy who cried wolf and it was too much and it scared people off? Or why this different feeling around sort of the timeline and this kind of message and preparation during this series of storms? And thank you, and I'm sorry I've taken a lot of questions in a row, but I will.
That's okay, Sarah. Appreciate your questions. Let me just start, and then maybe some of my colleagues will piggyback on. There was a tremendous amount of preparation for this event as well. The two events were very, very different, where the January event was this long-term atmospheric river event that lasted many, many, many days over long periods of time. This one wasn't predicted the same way. We were making decisions in January based on the information we were getting in real time from the National Weather Service and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, where we're getting reports every day. And so, to say that, we are measuring our messaging this time, I think we were fine tuning it. I think I prefer to say we're fine tuning it because, we want to be accurate. We want to give people information to help them prepare as quickly as possible and to protect themselves and their families and their property. And so we're following the science. We're relying we're not just making the decisions, so to speak, in a vacuum. We're following the experts from the federal and state agencies that are providing information to us. So that's one of the reasons. Shauna, do you have some perspective with regard to water, and the conditions, the different conditions this time?
Yeah, thank you. So, rivers can behave very differently depending on the time of year and just that antecedent moisture condition. So when we're coming out of a drought, things are very dry. A lot of rainfall gets absorbed and it doesn't start running off. And so that was a very drawn out event in January with multiple storms. This event really did come in very quickly. It came in earlier and higher than what was originally forecasted. So we were tracking that as the storm happened. It kept coming in before forecast and with higher rainfalls. And so the system being very wet means the system ran very quickly. So we look at travel times and we look at dry conditions, average conditions, and wet conditions. And you can have things moving, 2-3-fold as fast. So when we go for weeks, sometimes on dry conditions, if the water even makes it to the ocean, you can go in days in a wet condition. And so I think that really is driving as far as how much time we have while we're in the event to actually be responsive.
Thank you for that, Shauna. Under Sheriff Boyd, would you like to add any perspective to those remarks?
No, I don't think I can add much more than what you've said, Nick, or what Shauna said. I mean, our role is to evaluate data and use that data to make decisions and recommendations and work as a group, but ultimately make decisions based on the data and the science. And there's variables at play. We began planning for the event and developing plans to be prepared for the event. And but we have to react to what the data shows us. And we work with our partners in a collaborative manner. Throughout the county, there are different areas that are represented by different partners. We have a number of fire departments that work across the county, servicing whether it's Carmel, Big Sur, the Salinas Valley, South County. There's different partners that we engage in these decisions because of their knowledge, their expertise. And then we engage with our state partners, our other private sector partners, public sector partners. And we make, based on that data, we take it all in and we make the best decision. I think that to date that we've been utilizing and making good decisions working with our partners to provide for the safety of the public. As I indicated, we've suffered no deaths to date. Now, my hope is that continues, that the public heeds the warnings that are going out, that the public recognizes the dangers that exist, and that we're able to maintain that. We have, as I stated, other than the plane crash, no noted injuries. And so with that in mind, again, we're thankful that the public is adhering to what we're saying. We've had issues with rescues because people have tried to cross water and such. We've been fortunate that we've been able to deploy the resources that we did during that time to provide for the safety of those who have placed themselves in harm's way, some by ignoring orders, but at the same time, some's because of just the situation evolves rapidly. So I feel like we're working together with a strong plan, but we have to be adaptable and flexible based on what occurs in any given moment of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Undersheriff. I'm going to go to KAZU for a question, and I'm not sure who our representative is today. Please identify yourself. KAZU News, you have your hand raised.
Sorry, let me get off mute. I apologize about that. I'm John Spolvito, the Associate General Manager, just asking some questions on behalf of our news team, which, like all the other news teams around, are a little stretched thin. The Nacimiento Reservoir, it's at 87% capacity. Is there any possibility it hits full capacity in this next storm?
No, we don't believe so. We're managing that very closely, have 24/7 operations and monitoring on that. And we continue to be able to take in the inflows that are coming through Nacimiento River.
The other question I had for you, Shauna, was you were talking about that breach on the Salinas River, or pardon me, on the I think it was the Pajaro on marker 1. Very well aware that you have 4 rivers you're watching. Was that a forced breach? Did officials move the ground so that it would spill out into the ag fields?
No, we don't believe it was a forest breach. Our agency did not breach it. We had drone footage yesterday afternoon, and it showed the levee fully intact and the water continuing to rise. We did an inspection on it this morning in the field, and we did see that it had breached about 100 feet wide. So it happened sometime over the night based on all that pressure from the high water level. This did look like a natural. I don't think there was any access to even get to that site if anyone had wanted to get there.
One quick other question. Yesterday, we heard that we did not know if there were industrial chemicals compounds in the water. Today, we heard from the undersheriff that there might have been ammonia, which of course is used in the fertilizer. We have a reporter right now talking to the city of Salinas, getting information about them diverting water to Monterey 1. I'm really curious if there's any update about the water quality, what's in the water, and whether industrial chemicals or other toxins or threats to the ecology or human health are in the water currently.
So that would be a question for Environmental Health Department to answer, and I don't believe they're here today.
And to clarify, I said we worked with maintenance to get into numerous produce cooling businesses so they could turn off ammonia systems that would have otherwise been released, creating hazmat. I am not saying that we had ammonia enter the system. I don't have any data or facts to support that being stated, and so I'm not saying that, just to be clear.
And then the final question to you, Undersheriff, is just really quickly, we haven't had any deaths, we have not had any injuries, and yet somehow we've had 5,000 people evacuated in the area. I'm curious about the reporting standards. What are you using to report, and whether the 911 system can actually handle all the calls? I know that dispatch in Monterey County, all of the calls for law enforcement goes through one 911 center. Each law enforcement doesn't have their own. And I've heard from dispatchers before that the shifts can go long. Sometimes calls can back up. I just want to make sure that the reporting standards are not that I'm doubting it. I'm really glad to hear it. It seems really phenomenal and miraculous that there hasn't been an injury or a death.
I think phenomenal and miraculous is a great way to state it. Sometimes things work out and we're fortunate. I will say that no standards have been altered in our dispatching center No protocols have been altered. We are operating under the same standards. We have been in communication with them on a regular basis as part of this Emergency Operations Center activation. We actually have additional, we've adjusted our protocols for the Sheriff's Office to allow for, to ensure we have adequate resources from the dispatch to provide for the emergency. In essence, we normally have a couple dispatchers assigned for Sheriff's Office operations specifically, and we've released one of those dispatchers to be able to work storm issues, on a 24-hour basis as the primary, understanding that we're still maintaining our level of service for the Sheriff's Office for general calls for service. Any medical call that would come in through dispatch would be logged and dispatched through their emergency medical dispatching protocols, and appropriately medical AMR or ambulance or fire department will be dispatched as part of that. And as I said, the information I've been provided from my staff in the Emergency Operations Center through the law branch is that, we've been fortunate that we have no deaths, no injuries. Missing person standards are still the same. If somebody calls and indicates that somebody is missing, we're going to work that case to try to determine the situation. That would be a law enforcement call. And if we start getting into the evacuation areas, then we're going to work with our other public safety partners, if it's water inundation, to ensure that we can deploy resources to conduct searches. If we have to deploy divers to check homes, we will. But at this point, I'm confident that other than that plane crash, we have no reported injuries to anyone, no deaths, and we have no known missing persons that we've had to address. And my hope is we continue that.
Yes, of course. If the numbers are correct, that is quite amazing. One last question, Under Sheriff Boyd. How is this affecting other 911 emergency response services? I'm talking about things that aren't necessarily flood related, but EMT, things like that. Are those still operating smoothly within the county based on what you're seeing?
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing and the communication that my staff has had with our communications department, the county communications department, they are staffed, and all desks are covered, providing services for all of their contracted agencies throughout the county. And we, like the Sheriff's Office, in addition, we're working, and our partners are in the same boat. We have resources and law enforcement personnel that are dedicated to the storm incident. At the same time, we have resources that are still dedicated to general law enforcement services and responding to potential crimes in progress, responding to potential emergency needs, wherever it might be throughout the entire county, north, south, and central.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Under Sheriff. Rob, John, and Ray, you've been very, very patient. Let's go to Rob, and then I'm going to go back to the chat for a question. And by the way, Maya Carroll, our Deputy Public Information Officer, has posted some information in the chat about the bottled water needs. Go right ahead, Rob. And what news bureau are you with?
I'm with ABC News, and we're down here in Pajaro, just on the other side of the bridge, where residents are eagerly waiting to get back in. So this question is for the Sheriff's Department. What are you telling them? What can we tell them? A lot of these people just need to get back to grab medicine and some vital supplies. Is that at all a possibility today? And when do you think it'll be safe for that to happen?
Unfortunately, it's a difficult question to answer when you think of evaluating the lives of the public. The area is under an evacuation order, and for us to allow individuals to enter that area, if it's in its current state, current conditions, we would in essence be allowing them to put their lives at risk in contradiction of our evacuation order. And with that in mind, we will work with our partners in the Department of Emergency Management, Fire Services, Water Resource Board, County Administrator's Office, to make the best decision based on data as to when we will be in a position to allow residents back in that area. I think it's a little early right now to have a ballpark idea. The situation is continually changing. We have rain coming, we have some storms, we have to monitor. I think it's a little early. What I would encourage people to do is, if they need their medicine, reach out to their physicians, reach out to their pharmacies, reach out to their individuals to get emergency prescriptions in place, to work with their medical insurance companies if needed, to try to get temporary prescriptions authorized, because sometimes prescriptions have how much they can get. But that's not my expertise. So I would encourage them to work with their physicians on alternatives to their needs for that type thing. So that's the best direction I can give you at this point.
And then we also have folks from the Department of Social Services and our health department and behavioral health in our shelters that can be good resources for those people that have evacuated. I'm going to go to John Woolfolk, and then I'm going to go back to the chat to Carl Cook. Go ahead, John, and what news agency are you with?
San Jose Mercury News. Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll be quick. I think these are for Ms. Murray, but I wanted some clarity on what's happening with trying to plug the hole in the Pajaro levee. Is it expected that, like, are you all trying to get the hole plugged before the rains come again tonight, or is the expectation that you're only going to be able to do a partial plug and it's still going to spill out there? What are you all expecting to happen there, and what's your sort of outlook going forward on how long it's going to take for that flooding to go away?
So as I stated previously, the State Department of Water Resources is the one that's handling the repair project, and they're bringing in all the resources that are available to try and get this done as quickly as possible, with full understanding that we're having another storm event and a high peak in the next few days. So as I stated previously, we had to develop access to the site. It's a very hard site to access, and we're trying to stabilize the breach. So that's our objective right now. We hope that we'll have that breach stabilized by the end of today, and then through the night, we can start bringing up the elevation of that temporary wall. So we hope that we, have this whole thing buttoned up, but it's really hard. There's a lot of moving pieces as far as when it will exactly be done. So our goal is to get it done as soon as we can.
Thank you, Shauna. And thank you, John, for your question. I'm going to go quickly to the chat. Carl Cook from KION, our local CBS news station. He was wondering if there is an update on the closure of Blanco Road, if update is possible. Sheriff, do you have any information?
The most recent update I can give is from about 10:30 this morning. I've been on a couple other meetings since. Ultimately, what happens about 10:30 this morning, water was along the fog lines of Blanco Road, and then within 20 minutes was covering both lanes. The decision was made at that time to close Blanco Road for vehicle traffic, for the safety of the public, working with our partners. So it will be evaluated at this time. I'm not in the EOC at the moment, so I can't give an updated answer beyond that at this point.
Yeah.
When it is updated, it will be posted on the county's Department of Emergency Management page where it's tracking the road closures.
Exactly. On our website and the county's website, on the very, very top of the page, we have a quick link to all road closure information. And if anybody needs that information, I'd be happy to email it to you after this press conference. I'm going to go to Ray and has his hand raised.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Hear you great.
All right. Thank you for your time. This is Ray with the Monterey County Weekly. Couple questions. Firstly, directed to Shauna, I think. You mentioned kind of the difference between this weather event and the ones experienced in January. It seems like less rain's fallen, last week than, those series of atmospheric storms. Can you talk a little bit about how much, the previous storms in January kind of exacerbated conditions, whether it is soil saturation or reservoir levels that may have made this, seemingly less severe water event more seemingly almost more devastating from an infrastructure perspective. And following up on that, like you said, the projections from the National Weather Service have the Salinas River near Spreckles, even a higher peak come Friday. Is it fair to say that the situation across the region is probably going to get worse by the end of the week from a flooding perspective? And then also I wanted to ask Under Sheriff Boyd whether he had any update on the closure of Highway 1. I know you guys have the state road closures on your website, but county road closures on your website, but the state road closures aren't there. And Obviously, if Highway 1, near Watsonville was closed, and then if we have more flooding near Spreckles that can close off Highway 68, then you really do, I think, have a situation, right, where you're talking about an island on the peninsula.
So I can answer. Oh, Nick, do you want to go?
Go ahead, Shauna.
I just want to start with, all the systems, all the watersheds in this region are extremely wet. When we came in January, we had a much drier system, as I stated. So I don't have the rainfall totals. That would be something for National Weather Service, as well as they do the forecasting. So what we're looking at is, we did receive a lot of rain on a wet system. The rivers continue to flow between storms. And so that's always something to look at. Was the river dry when the storms happened, which was the case in January, or were the rivers flowing? And so that really impacts, how the systems work, how the watersheds work, as well as the soil saturation. It's all related. Thank you.
And Ray, with regard to the Highway 1 in Watsonville, between Salinas Road and Highway 129, we don't work for Caltrans, but Caltrans has reported to us that there is no estimated time of opening that road. It is under very, very close observation. I was out there last night at about 3 o'clock in the morning with our county administrative officer, observing the work that was the workers that are out there watching the situation and paying close attention to the erosion of the soil bed. So we will try to get some information from Caltrans. Caltrans has told us today that they're going to put out a statement by the end of the day, and we will make sure that gets posted. Thank you for your question. Okay, that brings us to 3 o'clock. I do want to thank our guests today. Kim Stemler from the Monterey Vintners and Growers Association, Norm Groot from the Monterey County Farm Bureau, Shauna Murray from the Monterey Water Resources Agency, Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and Under Sheriff Keith Boyd from the County of Monterey Sheriff Department. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate the open dialogue, and we appreciate the questions. Most importantly, we want to thank our residents for their patience and for their willingness to work with us. And I think to share Under Sheriff Boyd's comment before, we are very, very fortunate and blessed that we haven't had any injuries or deaths, and a lot of that is attributed to our residents and our community for pulling together and looking out for one another. So thank you very much. We will schedule another one of these tomorrow, probably at the same time, and the focus will be on the Monterey Peninsula hospitality industry and efforts moving forward after with the rain event that we're expecting.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Sheriff Tina Nieto, and I want to thank you for coming here today to talk about the recent events here in Monterey County and upcoming plan and rain events we expect over the next few days. Folks, we are not done yet. We are dealing with rain and wind events that I can only describe as a super soaker saturation event. Hashtag SUSOSAT. Since the beginning of the year, we have been dealing with these rain and wind events, and I would like to thank the community for their patience as conditions change, sometimes very rapidly. We have issued evacuation warnings and orders throughout our county during this past month and last month, based on information provided by our government partners and community partners for the community safety. We got lucky last month when the flooding occurred only in sparsely populated areas of our county. And because of this, we can all start to experience what I call storm warning fatigue. Please do not ignore our warnings and orders. When we issue these warnings and orders, no matter what the chances are, when it happens to you, it happens 100% to you. Last night and today, Public Safety and County Resources had to conduct over 90 rescues. So please prepare to leave when you are under a warning, and please evacuate if you're given an evacuation order. If you see a close sign, turn around, don't drown. If you want more information on how to prepare for storm and for winter storm safety, go to the Monterey County website. We have a lot of information up there, folks. And I'm gonna just give you an example. In Pajaro, so folks have asked, how many people do we have assigned to this event in the water rescues? Because we're still conducting them now as we're speaking today. So for the Monterey County Sheriffs, We have 5 members from our dive team right now out doing rescues. We have high water vehicles from our National Guard. Currently, we're using 3 of them. We have 1 on standby because, again, this is the entire county that's involved in this event. Search and rescue for the sheriffs, we have 9 members, and we will be bringing on personnel at night, too, to cover the night areas. Monterey County Sheriffs has performed over 6 drone flights to check our rivers and waterways. CAL FIRE has done 4 drone flights. We have extra patrol out in both South and North County to help with the road closures and also to help do public safety checks for areas that we have closed. We have help right now from the Salinas SWAT team. We've got Swift Water Rescue out of an OES team, and they'll be here overnight. We also have C-team people who are assigned to this event. We've been lucky so far. We've had no injuries and no deaths in our county. Although in some of our cities, we did have a fireman who was hurt when a tree fell on him, and so our prayers are out to him and to his city. Again, we've had 90 rescues since this event started just overnight. We've done 15 to 20 rescues by boat. We even rescued a man floating down one of the areas in a tube with his pet on top of him. We've done several rescues with our high water vehicles. And in South County, we performed 1 air rescue for a subject who was stranded in the middle of the river near Jolin Road, northbound Highway 101 on ramp H70. Look, the Pajaro River has breached. We all know that. The city of Pajaro, or the community of Pajaro, is flooded. Please do not go into those areas. I have other speakers behind me, and I'll be happy to answer more specific questions about rescues and what's going on with the county, but I want to give some time to our other speakers. Following me is Captain Ian Trexler from the California Highway Patrol.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Ian Troxel of the California Highway Patrol, Monterey Area Command. First and foremost, our hearts are out to the community of Pajaro for this disaster that they've faced. Since the community of Pajaro flooded overnight, first responders have been working together to keep you and your community safe as possible. In Monterey County, we will need your help throughout the next few days. As the sheriff just said, this is going to continue, and we need your assistance to be prepared for that. You will see many, many road closure signs. Please adhere to these signs, as it is a safety issue for you and your families. Please abide by the signs that are posted and do not drive through road closures. We've already conducted many rescues from vehicles stuck in flooded waters. I want to thank the Pajaro community for their support and patience through this difficult time. The California Highway Patrol is dedicated to assisting our public safety partners. The Monterey area is committed to working alongside all of our allied agencies. If you have any questions or you need further information, please go onto our Facebook page, Monterey California Highway Patrol, our Twitter account, Monterey California Highway Patrol, and our Instagram page. You can find information there on current road closures and situational awareness to prepare for these storms. If you have any questions, please contact our office here in Monterey. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department and all of our allied agencies as we move forward through this disaster.
Thank you, Captain. I'll now be followed by Lou Bauman from Water Resources Agency.
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me reiterate what the commander and the sheriff have indicated. First and foremost, our hearts go out to all the families and the businesses and the individuals impacted by flooding from San Ardo all the way to Pajaro. This has been a significant event for our county, and you can be assured that the county will put all its resources in to ensure the well-being of these individuals. What I'd like to do this afternoon is give a brief update on the Pajaro levee failure, as well as some projected flows from the Salinas River that we expect in the coming week. As everybody is now well aware, the levee at Pajaro breached. It breached last evening around midnight, following a heroic effort by our staff to fight that flood event. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by the flows coming down that watershed, and the river breached a portion near River Mile 10 on the eastern portion of the riverbed, and it's approximately a 120-foot breach. It continues to flow. It will flow uncontrolled until we are able to secure that with interim protective measures. The state of California Department of Water Resources is currently en route with their contractor to formulate a mitigation plan that will require not only access, but appropriate materials and construction technologies to close that breach. Until then, there will be continued flows in the appropriate emergency response. Moving to the Salinas River watershed, keeping in mind that the Salinas River watershed is over 4,000 square miles. It's larger than the county itself. It's a very broad and complex watershed, and as we'll hear from the Weather Service, their role is to model the rainfall conditions, the stream flow conditions, the groundwater conditions, and project as scientifically as they can the projected stream flows. And as we saw in January, we had very high stream flows at the upper reaches of the watershed, and fortunately they were significantly reduced by the time they reached the Spreckles metering station in Salinas. This year, due to as you can imagine, the infiltration, the wet soils, we expect less infiltration of waters, and we expect them to move faster into the community. The current hydrograph, and again, a hydrograph is a plot of the water flow as a result of time, and as it moves down the river, it moves, if you will, in a hump, and what we are focused on is the peak of that hump, which represents the maximum flow rate that will be coming down the river. So in your mind's eye, you can imagine the hump moving from San Ardo down through the South City communities and coming into Salinas and ultimately to the river. So our current forecast has peak flows at the Spreckles station coming on Tuesday, very high levels at what they call stage 28. Again, I want to reiterate, this is a model. It's based on a variety of assumptions, and the Weather Service will be updating this probably 8 to 10 times before Tuesday. So these are very preliminary numbers, and we hope that those projected flows are less than currently projected. Let me just briefly, we've received a lot of questions of when will it hit, when will we get evacuation notices, evacuation orders. Again, it's very dynamic, and we're working with the EOC and the Sheriff's Office and our other teams. Let me just give you some preliminary data based on the current information we have from the National Weather Service in terms of the peaks. So from Paso Robles all the way down to the King City pedestrian bridge, the peak has arrived. So our next concern is when will the peak flows reach Soledad? It's currently forecasted on March 12th at 11 a.m., Chular on the 13th at 10 a.m., and Spreckles on the 14th at 4 a.m. Again, these are forecasted. We'll be watching these very closely, and based on that information, the Sheriff's Office will issue warnings and ultimately evacuation orders as necessary. The most important thing is for individuals and businesses to take this information seriously, to look at these projected times, make contingency plans for your business, for your family, and take the appropriate steps. We will be coming forward with that, but again, we wanted to give you an idea of the time frame and what to expect. So look for further information, and we will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So currently evacuation orders are in the areas of Arroyo Seco. That was effective immediately March 10th. The Paro community, that was effective immediately March 10th. San Ardo, that went into effect today. We have evacuation warnings in these locations, areas of Carmel Valley, areas of North Salinas, areas of Bolsonoles, Carmel River Lagoon area, Big Sur River, in all areas of the Salinas River. And again, please go to the Monterey County website for the latest maps to see where the evacuation warnings and evacuation orders are. With that, I'd like to introduce David King from the National Weather Service.
Thank you, Sheriff. David King, National Weather Service, Bay Area. Just a quick recap of our current hazards. We have a flood warning in place for the area of the Pajaro River due to the ongoing impacts for their flooding. We also have a flood warning for the Salinas River in the southern part of that county because we are still experiencing that river at flood stage. And obviously you just heard from Lou Bauman that we are closely monitoring the Salinas River at Spreckles, and we are expecting it to enter flood stage just after midnight on Monday, reaching its peak later on in the week. In terms of a current forecast, this weekend is a very brief respite. Mild temperatures will prevail with lightly scattered showers here and there over the weekend. However, the weather will turn expected Monday night. We are forecasting another atmospheric river to impact the Bay Area and Monterey itself. With the confidence has already grown so that we've issued a flood watch for this atmospheric river as well as a high wind watch for this atmospheric river. Those watches begin on Monday at 10 p.m. and go all the way through Wednesday at 4 a.m. We are in close proximity with our county partners, so they have the latest and greatest information as these dynamic forecasts do change. However, given the close proximity of this atmospheric river to the last one that we just received a few days ago, the ground is incredibly saturated, as are the trees. It will not take much to knock down trees and cause power outages. Flooding is expected. If you come across flooded roadways, please remember, turn around, don't drown. And most importantly, we do urge the public to listen to your county officials with their information that they come out with, as well as their warning. And for any updated information to our forecast, you can receive it at weather.gov/Bay Area, and you can follow us on social media at NWS Bay Area. I'll turn it over to Sonia De La Rosa, the County Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon and taking time out of your day to listen to some of the updates that we have for you. Our focus since yesterday
Ready to roll? Okay, everyone, it's a little past 1:30. We're going to reconvene our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. And Madam Clerk, if we could call the roll, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing in person, and Supervisors Church, Root Askew, and possibly Adams appearing via video conference.
And we're going to go to our Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis, to make the announcement for those who may need Spanish interpretation.
Thank you, Chair Supervisor. Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete de español a inglés e inglés-español para el día de hoy. Si desea hacer su comentario, favor de desactivar el botón de silenciar y luego oprimir estrella 6 en su teléfono. Favor de hablar claro y lento y también de hacer una breve pausa entre oraciones para poder interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We're going to go to our first scheduled item, item 19. This is to receive and accept the annual report from First Five Monterey County on the Monterey County Children and along with the Children and Families Commission. We have a presentation by Nina Alcaraz, the Director of Policy Communications, and Francine Rod, Executive Director of First Five Monterey County. Are you with us? They're online? Okay. They're getting teed up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe that Lori Medina is going to make a brief introduction.
Okay, we'll let her walk up here to be able to do that. Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Chair and members of the board, members of the public, thank you for the opportunity to provide this presentation to you today. We know there's a lot of other things going on, so we will try to get to the salient points and really do appreciate the opportunity. Also want to just acknowledge our chair for First Five, Supervisor Lopez is also here, and I will let Francine Rod and Nina Alcaraz take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Medina.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Medina. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Thank you for your time this afternoon. CEO de la Rosa, I look forward to meeting you in person at some point. As Commissioner Medina said, my name is Francine Rod, and I'm the Executive Director for First Five Monterey County. And with me on Zoom is also Nina Alcaraz, who's the Director of Policy Advocacy and Communication. I want to thank Commissioners Medina and Lopez, Chair Lopez, for their service on the commission. I also want to recognize that everyone's under a great deal of stress related to this emergency situation with the floods. And in light of that, and out of respect for time, we've really shortened our presentation to you today. And we'll be highlighting just a few things that First Five has done over the past year to support children and families holistically, including mental health and wellness. The shift in our new strategic plan and the decline in our revenue. If you haven't had a chance already, we hope that you'll take a look at the briefer and the community annual report for more details on our work over this past year. We also serve as the fiscal agent for Bright Beginnings, the Early Childhood Development Initiative, which is an initiative of the Children's Council. And you'll be hearing a full briefing on Bright Beginnings when the Children's Council provides their report. I wanted to share with you the vision and the mission that we're operating under in fiscal year 21-22, which is that all children reach their unique potential in a family and a community that values, respects, and invests in early childhood. And the mission is that we enrich the lives of children prenatal through age 5 and their families by strengthening connection and advocating for quality within a whole system of care and support. In plain words, that means that we help families make connections to supports and services, and we support systems to better coordinate to support children and families. And you'll see later a bit about how we have updated those underlying values. The underlying values stay the same. We've just updated some words in our new strategic plan. And Nina is going to go ahead and take it from here.
Thank you, Francine. So I think what Francine began to hint at also is that, like, what does that vision and mission actually mean for families, like on the ground? And to us, I think it means a lot about courage. It means connection. It means community. And so I'd like to really take a moment to highlight one of the families that we've helped support over the past couple of years. We know that children are amazing and they're wonderful, and there are lots of other positive adjectives that you can think of, but parenting doesn't always feel easy. You can use all those beautiful adjectives, and in the same breath, you can also talk about the difficulties of parenting and why you need help. And why sometimes our systems can feel disconnected and difficult to access. I have a 2-year-old right now, so I'm definitely living and breathing the 0 to 5 age range. And so there's lots of things that are resonating with me in the work that we're doing now. So I want to start with a story about Erica and her husband. So Erica came to us initially through one of our first 5 funded partners, the LaSalle Union School District playgroups. She initially came there because she wanted to find other tools and other parents to help her on the parenting journey. But she did notice that she didn't feel like herself. So she connected with this playgroup leader. She connected with who we call a care coordinator, who helps work with an individual family to help connect them with the resources. And then they helped her realize that she was experiencing postpartum depression. And that's often how families are able to connect with us. They're screened and supported. They have this really great, safe ecosystem to receive services. Where they initially come in to access one resource, we're able to seamlessly connect them to other supports that they need. So from playgroups, Erica was connected to the behavioral health integration program, where she got initial support and coping mechanisms and tools. And then later on, she connected through another First 5 funded partner, Door to Hope, who helped provide her the therapist that she has now. So through all of this, she felt like she had a community of people who cared about her as an individual, cared about her as a family, and cared about the development of her child. And when we have those supports of people who believe in us and believe in our children, then you feel confident and you feel ready to take on the world. And it's just reassuring to know that you're not doing this alone. And so that's what we do here at First 5. We create that community of care and system of support for children and families. And so just like Erica's story, we've been around for the last 23 years. And over those 23 years, we've seen over 600,000 people that have stories similar to Erica, young children, parents, educators, providers. And you'll see a lot of these families are people who've been touched by First 5 services. In 2021-22 alone, that fiscal year, we interacted with over 1,900 children, parents, caregivers, providers, and educators. And you see in your community annual report, that was an attachment to our board report, that we focus on 3 impact areas. The first is that children receive services that contribute to their overall health and safety. They also have high quality early childhood experiences through childcare, through education, and that we are impacting the systems that our families and children live and work in. And we keep those children at the center of our policies and legislation. So I'll go over some highlights within each of these impact areas. But we do know that we cannot achieve this work alone, that there are many partners that are our alignment with our vision, with our mission. And so we see ourselves as this bridge, this connector for all the early childhood development services. We see ourselves as key parts of that web of support for children and families. And you'll see here a bunch of the logos of other organizations that we've worked with that are key in connecting our families to in different ways. So I'm going to start with Impact Area 1, with children receiving services that contribute to their overall health and safety. We had over 3,000 families served by that who had a similar experience to what Erica experienced. They connected with what we refer to as collaboratives, and they received the supports and access to care and that care coordination. We know that there's multiple stressors in this day and age and multiple challenges, and so you need more than one way or have one than more need that needs to be addressed. So through those collaboratives, families are able to get connected to services like mental health therapy, parenting education, speech therapy. And many of those children that were able to access speech therapy were able to do that because they underwent a developmental screening, which is the next point there. So developmental screenings ensure that children are following along on this path to reaching developmental milestones. And if they're not, then they're getting the services to help guide them onto that path. We also worked with children under the age of 2 to receive home visiting supports. And home visiting is a way for first-time parents to get coaches within their home that teach them tools that they can call on to be that support. So home visiting is an evidence-based program that can prevent child abuse and neglect. They promote strong relationships between parents and families. But what you don't see on the slide also is that we're responsive to community needs. In previous years, you've heard how we support shelter and play kits when there was children that weren't able to, families weren't able to leave the home due to COVID. We did COVID testing kits. During the fires last year, we also gave gift cards to families that had been evacuated. So in response to the recent storms, we've been partnering with Supply Bank to provide diapers and wipes to families that have been affected, both in North and South County. We've provided books and toys to families with children in shelters. And just last week, we also applied with Supply Bank to the Community Foundation Storm Relief Fund for additional diapers and wipes for a lot of the families that have been displaced. We're also working with our funded partner, PVPSA, to help them access resources for families impacted by the current floods too. And under Impact 2, I'd like to call attention to the program that we did called Dual Language Learning, because we know that over 50% of the transitional kindergarten and kindergarten students in Monterey County are English learners. So they're not speaking English in the home, or they're not fluent in English. But we know that bilingualism can lead to improved academic outcomes. So we partnered with the County Office of Education and the state First 5 to bring in a dual language learner program. And this is where we worked with we worked with coaches for childcare providers to explore what that looks like for them, and then bring books into the lives of children and families that may not have had access to those tools. And it's not just about the books, it's also about the importance of storytelling, importance of connecting with your culture. And so we heard lots of beautiful stories from people about how this made their family lives richer, and also inspired some of the parents to enroll in English classes and gave them more of a connection to bringing their childhood experiences and passing that down into their child, like maybe things that they learned growing up in Mexico and how they want to incorporate that into how they parent today. There's a quote here about a child from a childcare provider about the pride that a lot of the families felt. For the sake of time, I'm going to push through a couple other things. We've supported over 500 students to complete their early childhood education degree to address teacher shortages in the early childhood realm. And then also provided training to providers who touched over 7,000 children's lives to provide high quality early childhood experiences. The other thing that I'd like to talk about is how many of the systems that we exist in were designed without parents and families' inputs, especially families of color. And so we see the effects of that today and how our systems don't always support low-income working families and their children. So we're really proud of the work that we're doing around parent advocacy for the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network. We have over 500 individuals that are part of this network, and we do a lot of programs that help connect parents to the legislative process and encourage them to make their voice louder and heard in various aspects of government. I have a video that's part of this, but we don't have time for that today. So instead, I'm going to turn it over to Francine to discuss First 5 financials and also First 5 in the future.
Thank you, Nina. You'll see the snapshot of our 21-22 financials, and it was over 19,000 children, parents, and providers that were supported with these funds. And apologies that on the PowerPoint that was submitted, it said fiscal year 2021. It's 21-22 as it shows there. You'll see that 90% of our funding goes towards direct services and programs. And you've heard a little bit about the difference that they make. In addition, of that of that funding, 60% of that funding comes from Proposition $10. And Proposition 10 relies on a tax on tobacco products. Thankfully, less and less people are smoking and using tobacco products. While we continue to celebrate this public health victory, we also understand that this leads to declining support for First Five resources while the need continues. We also know that there's never been enough funding for early childhood supports, despite numerous studies and reports about the social and emotional benefits, as well as the economic benefits to our society. But to seek to address that gap, we've been leveraging state partnerships and philanthropy and outside grants. And so they now account for 40% of our revenue. As we look into preview a little bit for next year, I want to share with you the same values, but the slight shift in wording that we're looking at for 2023 to 29. The vision being that the well-being of all young children and families is nurtured by responsive services, just and equitable systems, and safe and welcoming environments. And the mission that First Five enriches the lives of children ages prenatal through 5 and their families by elevating early childhood as a priority, strengthening connections, and advancing quality within a whole system of care and support. So what that means is that we know that the programs and services and funding in the future will need to have community leadership and engagement, systems partnership, sustainability, organizational integrity, and accountability. Just wanted to make sure you're aware that with our decline in funding, it's meant that we've had to make some really hard choices. And some supports and services that we know are proven strategies for creating connections will now not be reduced or eliminated. And so it pains us to have to cut these services to over 1,500 Monterey County children and families, especially since, as you heard from Erica's story in the beginning, that play groups and other services are how we are able to connect to therapy and other needs of families. This is true for many Monterey County parents, and we are hoping that we'll be able to identify additional sources of funding to support them. So for the 23-29 strategic plan, we will continue to center the voice of families as we look to elevate early childhood, as we strengthen connections, and as we build capacity. We know that your county budget is also tight, especially with these now unforeseen demands and causes of flooding. So we're not asking for funding from your general fund, but your support to reach out and apply for state and federal funding for various projects, including supports for proven strategies that we've funded, and any funding that comes in for mental health services and supports that might come your way, recognizing the role that First Five has played in making these connections to services and supports would really support our efforts to continue our work and to really continue to support a whole child, whole family, whole community approach. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to take this up for comments from the Board of Supervisors, and I will start with the chairman over here, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody who brought their presentation forward today, Francine, Nina, and especially Lori, for all of your support and making sure that we get this critical information out to the community. I sit in an interesting position like Nina in that this is my truth at this moment. My 3-year-old loves his play group. And as you saw there in the funding that's coming up, the play groups are unfortunately part of what doesn't look like can be funded in the coming year. And I can share even this morning, just like we had to go to Zoom, his play group, which is all children under 5, went to Zoom. They were talking to each other. My wife says they were all screaming over each other and talking with the teacher and excited to see each other. But the consistency, that place for them to go and be and create connections, especially when, like in our community, there's no opportunity for certain children to have access to childcare. They can go with their families to this space and create that bond and connection and start that ritual of going to school at least once a week. And I'll share, this is deeply personal, but I had concerns about my child's development. And I expressed those concerns to his teacher. And his teacher, because of the connections, was able to bring in some of the developmental screening that was talked about and allay my fears and say, no, actually, your child's doing well in that compared to other 3-year-olds. They're actually further along. They did point out a few other places where we could bolster his learning and assist, but I would not have had that peace of mind being a first-time parent with him being my first one reaching this age group. And so these groups are so critically important for early screening, early identification, which we know is critical for outcomes. And so I'm hoping, as was mentioned here, that if there is alignment with MHSA or other mental health funds, that we can help bring that into some sort of a cohesion to continue these groups throughout our communities, where this, in many instances, is that only lifeline, that only connection for families like mine to truly have that community wrapped around a child and see that comfort in a safety net of sorts. And so I want to once again thank Nina, thank Francine, and thank Lori for bringing this forward, as well as the entire family at First Five and all the commissioners who do this work day in and day out to make sure that our communities are held up and supported even during a period of declining funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll go to other supervisors. And any with hands raised?
Can you see us, Luis? I'll
Yeah,
jump in as
old
Wendy.
school. Supervisor Askew, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And then you've got Supervisor Adams and Church following me. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Supervisor Lopez, I just want to say how awesome it is to hear a dad talking about the value of early childhood education, and to hear a dad talking about, the mental health challenges that parents face as you're trying to figure out, how do I best support my child to be healthy and happy and successful in life. And I think it's so important that you share your stories, and they give, I think, a different kind of credibility and validity to the work that we know is so important. So thank you, Chris, for sharing all of that.
Thank you.
I think the comments that you made about making the connections to MHSA funding and mental health supports is so absolutely critical. A child, we focus on the children and we talk about the children, but a child is only able to thrive when their parent is healthy and safe and connected in the community. That parent will always be that child's first teacher. And so to the degree that First Five has created these spaces for children to be healthy and successful, so much of that is, the playgroups are important to the children, but it's the parents who are also making connections during those playgroups, who are solidifying their community, who are building their really basic core supports. My son is 11 and I still text message daily with the parents who were in my child's playgroup when he was a year old. So it's they're the people who are there when I'm in times of crisis. They're the people who are there when, one of our playgroup members gets evacuated. We host them. It's those kinds of relationships that build strong, healthy communities. So I think that thinking about how we can continue to fund these critical programs is so deeply important. Nina, Francine, we're huge fans of the work you're doing. I think it's great that people aren't smoking, but I also think that as a result, the state is really going to have to think hard, and Monterey County can be, I think, a champion in terms of leading that discussion. I know there are conversations happening at CSAC and other places, but to the degree that we know how much First Five funding has benefited our residents and our community, we can tell those stories and help move forward to find some additional secure, dedicated funding to make sure that our kids have the best start that they can, and that the families and parents who love those babies and children are supported in all of the ways that they need to be to raise healthy, happy children. So thank you for the work you're doing.
Okay. We'll go to who's next? Church? Supervisor Church, go ahead.
Thank you. And I just, Francine and Nina and everybody there in First Five, I just really want to commend you for your fantastic work, and so vital and important. And as Supervisor asked, you made comments too about the funding. I mean, obviously that's a real concern of ours, of everybody's, as we go forward. I know there's a downward trend. Is there any picture beyond 24, 25 of how we think that trend's going to continue? It looks like it's going down a couple 100,000 a year. Is that what the general direction we're thinking of, that this is maybe going to head?
So yes, it does end up leveling off. Now, we had reserves. And so we have been spending down our reserves in order to maintain services in the community. And so that's one of the reasons why we have such a big cliff right now in terms of cutting up $2.5 million in this next funding cycle per year, because we now are at the point where we can only spend what we are getting in as opposed to drawing down the reserves. But yes, there will be a point at which it kind of levels off a bit. Although, again, we hope that more people stop smoking. So it's an interesting funding source for this work because we want that to continue to go down. And yet we need the funding for our communities.
Do you have a estimate at this point when you think it's going to somewhat level off, and at what level?
Right. I can get back to you on that. I want to make sure I'm giving you the numbers that were most up-to-date numbers from the state. And so I know that they recently have been looking at that again to try and do some calculations, because there was just approved the ban on menthol cigarettes as well. And that just got into effect. And so that's also going to be impacting our revenue. So I'd be glad to look into that and get back to you on that.
Okay, well, thank you on that. And we'll look forward to ideas, proposals in the future for funding, because I know we're all going to have to address that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. So as sad as I am that the funding source is going down, I'm not going to feel bad about working as hard as I did to get Proposition 10 passed back in the day. So, but I do think that we ought to be able to try to find other ways. And I know that you were, well, not just you, but it was really disappointing to lose the Measure Q countywide child care election this past year, even though, you know, professionals said that it was a really strong first effort, and I totally agree with that. But I'm just wondering if there are any discussions or plans to try to make another run for it at this point.
So that was a citizens initiative that First Five didn't have any relation with in terms of the organization or the entity. So I'm not sure what the approach is for Measure Q moving forward. It was also focused on childcare and early childhood education. And what we're talking about in terms of the first fund and the First Five declines is related to the things that we had on the slide in terms of home visits and play groups and mental health consultation and those kinds of funds. So Measure Q would not have supported that effort or those efforts anyway.
And I can jump in, Mary, and just say, as part of the leadership behind Measure Q, we're still out there. We're still in recovery mode. It was a long haul, but it's definitely not something that's going away in terms of a need and in terms of our passion on this issue. That's not going away. So we're definitely reassessing what comes next and not walking away from those efforts on behalf of our children.
Super. I'm glad to hear that. And then if something should be brought forward through the budget process to try to shore up some of the programs that are going to look to be needed, you know, that you're having to cut, I certainly would be supportive of seeing that happen. So thank you very much for all of the work that you do. You've led a wonderful organization with a deft hand and a really creative mind. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I want to really thank First Five for their presentation, all the work they do throughout the year. Really a tremendous impact on our families. And it's just unfortunate that the funding streams are becoming more challenging and that the measure didn't pass, because we were all 100% of this board was fully behind it, because we prioritize our children. We know that's their future. We need to be there for our youngest ones up until they become adults and leaders in this community. With that, we're going to go to members of the public. Any members of the public have any comments on this presentation?
There's a hand raised.
Okay, we'll go to the member of the public online. Thank you.
Claudia Gomez.
Get 2 minutes.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias,
Good
Claudia.
afternoon.
Mi nombre es Adela Álvarez. Nomás no corregí el nombre del que entré al Zoom. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Adela Álvarez. Vivo en la comunidad en Greenfield, California, en el sur del condado de Monterey.
Good
Soy,
afternoon. My name is Adela Alvarez. I live in the Greenfield community in South Monterey County. Siga, por favor.
soy facilitadora de grupo de juegos de esta comunidad en Greenfield.
I'm the facilitator for the playground activities in the community of Greenfield.
Ya tengo,
Siga.
ya tengo 6 años ofreciendo grupos de juegos bajo la agencia Door to Hub en colaboración con los primeros 5 del condado de Monterrey.
I've been doing this program for 6 years down in the group, also with the support of Door to Hope in the community of Greenfield.
Y este servicio es totalmente gratis para todas las familias en Greenfield. El grupo de juegos es en triqui y en español.
The service is free for all the Greenfield community members. It's also, the playground is also offered free for the Tricky community members.
Gracias al lenguaje que hemos ofrecido por medio de este programa, hemos expandido mucho y hacer la conexión con la comunidad indígena.
Thanks for this language program that is available. We've been able to link and engage the indigenous community.
Mi experiencia en estos 6 años como facilitadora del grupo de juegos es que este programa ha ayudado mucho a los niños de edad temprana a mejorar sus habilidades y rendimiento por medio del juego.
My experience in these past 6 years is been that the kids have been getting help in their activities and their ability to comprehend their playground activities as well.
Les quiero decir que el grupo de juegos es muy importante para todas las familias que tienen niños de 0 a 5.
I'd like to remind you that the playground group is very important for all the families that have kids from 0 to 5 years old.
Ya que muchas familias dependen de este programa porque les ha ayudado mucho.
Since many of these families depend on this program, since it's helped them quite a bit.
Y es el único programa gratuito aquí en el sur del condado de Monterrey y sobre
And
todo
it's the only program free of charge here in the South County of Monterey.
ha ayudado mucho a las familias indígenas porque son los más vulnerables.
Especially help the indigenous families because they are the most vulnerable.
Por favor, piensen en cada uno de los niños y en nuestras familias.
Please think of each one of their kids and their families.
Gracias a mi agencia Door to Hub
Thanks to the agency Door to Hope.
y gracias a los primeros 5. Gracias.
And thanks as well to First Five.
Okay, thank you very much. Gracias por participar. Thank you for participating. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Okay, we got another hand. Okay, same person. Muchas gracias. Gracias por todo su trabajo en Greenfield. Lo agradecemos. Anyone else? Seeing none, do we need a motion or just or do we need a motion to accept it?
A motion to accept the report, so I'll go ahead and make that motion, but as part of that, I think just give general direction to staff to look into the nexus of that mental health funding and see if that can be assistive in helping the play groups continue throughout Monterey County.
I agree with that motion. I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. Any comments? We took public comments, so do we just call for the vote?
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Thank you, Nina, Director Medina, and Francine for everything. Okay. We are going to other board matters now, I believe.
Item number 19.
Oh, the bottom of the agenda here. Approval and authorize the county CAO to execute advanced funding agreement between the County of Monterey and San Bernardino District for funding of emergency repairs to the district's wastewater treatment facility. To present on this item, it was not on my list. We have Nick Chulos. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. The San Bernardino Water District is a small independent special district that operates wastewater treatment and water provision for the community of San Bernardino. And in the January atmospheric river storm event, the sewage treatment plant there received significant damage, essentially taking the unit offline to the point where the sewage from that plant must be trucked up to King City on a daily basis, creating a public health and safety risk that we believe is really problematic. Our office, Department of Emergency Management, Environmental Health, State Water Board and FEMA have been meeting over the last probably 3 to 4 weeks discussing how to address this situation. The district is financially stressed. So what we have before you today is an advanced funding agreement. And the general concept here is that if you approve, the county would advance funding to the district would complete the repair work, the district would seek reimbursement from FEMA, FEMA would hopefully reimburse the district, and the district would reimburse the county. That's the way the agreement works, or is proposed to work. The amount of money here is estimated to be up to $1.187 million. The source of funding that's proposed in the board report is the strategic reserve, and that was discussed with the budget office, and that's, I believe they concur in that recommendation. In order to ensure the best opportunity to get reimbursement from FEMA, one of the things that you'll notice in the agreement is that the district must follow the FEMA procurement requirements. That's probably the best way to try to get reimbursement from FEMA. As we've told the board on other occasions, we can't guarantee FEMA reimbursement, but we believe that if the district follows those procurement guidelines, there's a good opportunity for that. The one change that we would suggest now, that, of course, this report was scheduled and written before the current series of atmospheric rivers, so the district has sustained even more damage. We would recommend modifying the agreement to extend it out to the end of the calendar year. Right now, I believe the agreement is a much shorter term agreement. And in discussing this with Les Gerard, we agreed that we could, if the board chose to do that, we could do it today at your vote. That is really the basic summary of the item. This requires a 4/5 vote because it's obtaining money from the strategic reserve, but we would recommend that the board go ahead and enact this agreement today and authorize us to continue to work with the district. Be glad to answer any questions. And I believe Department of Emergency Management staff are on the call in case there are some super detailed questions about the FEMA process or any other aspect of this, but that's the general overview. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, we're gonna Supervisor Lopez. This is something he's been working on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm happy to make the motion, and as part of it, as I stated before and will reiterate, I'm hoping we can also send a letter to our legislators, including our members of Congress, as well as our state senators and assembly members. And I say so because I know that Congressman Panetta, while he doesn't represent the area, in the last 2 weeks stood on a bridge overlooking these ponds and was briefed in on what the community is experiencing. And this weekend on Saturday, I stood over that same bridge with Senator Laird as we spoke about those impacts to the community from those ponds being washed out. And so with them being engaged at that level, we want to make sure that they can assist us should we run into any issues down the road with FEMA. So we want to just make sure that we keep their eyes on it, let them know we're applying, assisting the district in funding this, and hope that they will be vigilant in assisting us in getting reimbursements as expeditiously as possible. But with that, I would happy to make that motion.
And I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Understanding the impact to the community, but thank you for bringing this forward.
Yeah, I'm proud to second the motion because this is a priority. Community's emergency situation. This is one of our disadvantaged communities, a community hard hit by these storms, and this is basic infrastructure services that this community needs fixed ASAP. And I think by supporting this today, we convey to them, to everyone in our county, that disadvantaged communities like Sonata are getting priority. As much as limited resources that we have, we got to put the money up, and then we could work with FEMA hopefully and get that money reimbursed. But they need this right now. It's a critical time for them, and they're going to need this and a lot of other things there to recover from the damage to their homes and streets and community. Let's go to other colleagues. We'll go to Supervisor Church.
Thank you. I also strongly support this for the same reasons. This is a remote area of the county that is often neglected, and it's 400 people and $1 million. It's 400 people we got to help, and $1 million is a lot for them to handle on their own beyond what they're capable of handling. So I'm very strongly in favor of this. I do want to just ask if there is some problem with FEMA, do we have any other options?
Well, the way this is, Mr. Chairman, just to answer the question, the way this is structured, we're going to take the approach that we're going to do everything we can to ensure FEMA reimbursement. And I believe that following Supervisor Lopez's suggestion of really working with our legislators if we need to, this is the type of project that FEMA should be able to reimburse. So we're going to work really hard to try to make sure that that happens.
Sure. Thank you.
Supervisor hands. I see one for public.
Supervisor, any other supervisor first? No other hands? Okay, we'll go to members of the public. If you could raise your hand, we'll recognize you to speak for 2 minutes.
Harvey Packard.
Hi, this is Harvey Packard. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I am the wastewater permitting manager at the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to convey the Water Board's 100% support of this funding agreement. Your board report mentions that the state has already put up about $330,000 to pay for the district's pumping that has been ongoing for a month or two. And that's really great news. Your action today is also extremely important and will allow repairs to the system proceed as soon as possible. Your support is critical to protect water quality and public health. So again, we support this 100% also. And I just want to thank your staff, Public Works, and Emergency Management Department for all the help they've provided with this project and all the other storm impacts that we've been seeing since December 31st. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us and for speaking up on that. Anyone else?
There's a Stephanie Zamudio.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. I'm a mental health clinician with Pájaro Valley Prevention, and as a clinician, hearing what families are needing right now, just want to emphasize the need and some of the needs that are a priority. For example, a lot of what's lacking is interpretation services at the sites. A lot of needs from clothes to undergarments to a lot of other stuff, mental health services at the sites. I also want to emphasize the need for
this is on the San Ardo project. That's where we're at right now. And we had public comments on items not on the agenda previously, and we did have an item earlier on the storms, but this is only on the San Ardo district's project to fix their water treatment facility.
Okay, sorry, apologize.
Thank you, though, Stephanie. Anyone else on this item? Okay. If not, we're gonna then we have a motion in a second. There's no other comments by supervisors. We'll call the roll.
Supervisor Church.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye, thank you. And I just wanted to provide an email where Stephanie could email us, and it'll come to the clerk of the board, and it will be emailed to all the supervisors and their staff. That email is COB for clerk of the board, cob@co.monterey.ca.us. With that email, the public could always send us comments, and it comes to all of us on the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, but thank you for raising those concerns. We appreciate it. Other board matters, we're going to go to CAO comments first.
Just some additional follow-ups of the agencies that we're working with on this emergency, just so that there's a broader understanding of how many individuals are actually involved in the decision-making processes as we're working on the emergency response. Of course, the county has multiple representatives. Water Resources Agency, the Santa Cruz County is also part of the discussion. The Pájaro Regional Flood Management Agency, the Department of Transportation for the state, Watsonville, the city of Watsonville, our Department of Water Resources, the California Office of Emergency Services, FEMA, and also the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, which is NOAA is the acronym. So in terms of when we're looking at different decision-making processes, these multiple agencies are involved and providing us with their expertise as we move forward, trying to address all these issues that are coming up and as a result of the flood. So I thank all of them, and I thank again all of our employees that are involved.
Thank you. And with that, let's go to, there's no new referrals on item number 21. We will go to item 22 to receive an update response to the board referral seeking a comprehensive program for providing treatment and other services regarding our opioid settlement dollars designated for Monterey County local governments. And we have a 5-minute presentation by Elsa Jimenez. And she is on Zoom.
Yep. And I'm on Zoom. Good afternoon,
Thank you,
Chair
Director
Alejo.
Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the board and members of the public. I will be very brief in my comments today. Just as a reminder, on November 22nd of last year, board referral number 2022.26 was assigned to the Health Department in anticipation of receipt of national opioid settlement funds, in an effort to assure that we have a comprehensive plan developed for expenditure of these dollars in accordance with allowable uses. Your department staff has met with representatives from Monterey County Prescribed Safe Coalition to discuss opportunities for investment based on data trends, current services and interventions available in our community, and other available funding opportunities for opioid use prevention. Additionally, I've had initial discussions with personnel from the cities eligible to receive a direct allocation. These are cities with populations of 10,000 or more residents, which include the city of King, the city of Marina, the city of Monterey, the city of Soledad, and the city of Salinas. And lastly, the city of Greenfield, who actually elected to have the county of Monterey receive those dollars allocated towards them. To date, our county has received $1.26 million in funding from the big three opioid distributors for years 1 and years 2 disbursements during the month of November and December. And we do anticipate receiving additional annual disbursements with declining amounts in years out for a total of 18 years. Additionally, we have received $730,000 for opioid manufacturers year 1 and year 2 disbursement in the month of February. And we expect to receive additional annual disbursements with lower amounts for another 7 years. Based on initial discussions with our stakeholders, there is a need to invest these funds in strategies that are focused on prevention, including education of youth and families, development of a community distribution program for naloxone, developing a media campaign, and of course, delivering treatment services in the community for our unsheltered residents. In the staff report, you will see a proposed expenditure plan for this coming year, where we would invest $50,000 in youth and family education by expanding our Tri-County Let's Talk campaign in partnership with our Monterey County Office of Education and Prescribed Safe that delivers educational materials to the families of 9th graders. And this funding would also be used those materials for families of 6th graders. $100,000 to work with our community youth and with a contractor to develop a media campaign. $40,000 to model after San Luis Obispo's naloxone Now Slow program that would hopefully help to develop a free naloxone delivery program for our residents. As we know that not all of our residents may have access to these kits now. The third strategy or fourth strategy that we would hope to invest in is continuation of substance use response team efforts. Currently, the community has received a Behavioral Health Justice Intervention Services grant from the Department of Healthcare Services that funds a multidisciplinary team that conducts outreach and engagement services with our homeless residents who are experiencing a substance use disorder and are in need of treatment in the field. And we have noticed that by providing these services in the community for these residents, we're able to provide treatment when needed and are able to redirect them from having to come to the emergency department or worse yet, having an overdose in the community. So a proposal to invest up to $500,000 a year to continue this strategy once those grant funds expire in the coming months. And then lastly, allocating $200,000 for strategies yet to be developed in partnership with our stakeholders, and helping to fund a part-time position that could oversee the opioid settlement dollars, establish the agreements with the partner agencies, and continue and work with finance to develop the necessary expenditure plans and reporting related to the settlement. In our report, we also make note that, once these agreements are ready for presentation to the board for approval, that they will be brought forward for your consideration. And we propose to provide biannual opioid program updates to your board's Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee with an annual report to the Board of Supervisors for future updates on how the county is utilizing these opioid settlement dollars. And that ends my overview for today.
Thank you very much, Elsa. So that was about $2 million with I think total.
It's a little over $1 million. Yes, it's about So this first
the memo says received 1.26 million and then in addition received 730 in another disbursement. So that's almost 2 million or a little bit over
2 million for 2 years.
Right. And do we
Million
expect
for 2 years, million a year.
Okay, so do we expect any more money to come in outside of those 2 disbursements?
At this moment, those are the only ones that we're aware of in terms of that litigation being settled. And I defer to County Council to what else may be said related to those.
He wants
matters.
to jump in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board, Ms. Jimenez. My understanding is that there is a proposed settlement with some of the other manufacturers, that it's working its way through the settlement process, and we'll bring that to you as soon as it's ready to come forward.
Thank you. Also, thank you for putting this proposal forward. I know that we'll come back and that the different partners have helped in this field, experts in the field help us shape this kind of program for our county. The only other question I had was just whether if any other, I think Greenfield was the only city that joined in with us. Have any others joined in to be part of this program, or have the other cities decided that they're going to use their money as their city councils decide?
Yes, the latter. Some of the cities are still having some changes in terms of city management, et cetera. So they may not have fully fleshed out plans. But speaking with the city of Monterey, for example, they're going to use their augmentation to expand their multidisciplinary outreach and engagement team that has law enforcement and non-law enforcement individuals that are helping to support their residents. Some of the other jurisdictions are thinking of expanding their training of their staff with respect to naloxone, use of naloxone, and then equipping their staff with naloxone for when they're out in the field, exploring opportunities also to do naloxone distribution for their community residents. And the city of Salinas, which is the entity that's actually receiving the greatest allocation, they're still in discussions internally in terms of how they're going to use those dollars to augment some of their community outreach engagement efforts with the homeless, for example.
Great. Thank you also for that update. It makes sense. Some of the cities want to just do programs targeted to their communities, but at least I know we made an effort to create a countywide program, giving the option for cities to join in, or the latter doing, which they could already do, but they could decide to just do their own plans and programs within their cities. So, but at least we had this kind of thought of collaboration with our other local governments. Any other questions on this, supervisors? Let's go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Also, I want to make sure that I was not reading this incorrectly, but this is just the one-time funding after we get this, the 3rd year. Is that correct? It's not going to be ongoing.
No, it is ongoing. So the settlement with the big 3, we've received years 1 and year 2 disbursements, which is about $1.3 million. We expect to receive funding for a total of 18 years, but with lower amounts in years out. And then the opioid manufacturer settlement that we received $730,000, that's for years 1 and 2. And for that specific settlement, we also expect to receive annual disbursements of lower amounts for another 7 years. So it's a total of 9 years.
Okay, that sounds great. I was concerned that we were putting money into staffing positions, knowing that it was going to be limited, but I didn't realize it was going on for 18 years. So thank you for that.
Yes, I mean, it's not going to be $1 million by the time we get to 18 years, but at least in the initial 5 years, I think the annual allocation would be around the ballpark of 600,000 or so.
Great.
For
Thank
that,
you
for the
that.
big three. Mhm.
Good. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry that we have to have it. Isn't that the truth? But I just wanted to make a comment again about the media program. And I know we're all so conscious that younger people get all of their news and information from social media. And I'm just hoping that our plan is to utilize that mode, and that maybe having following sort of like the YouTube model with sponsor ads embedded in popular social media platforms might be something that we could do as a way of ensuring that we're reaching people in the places that they're reachable. And then also just a question about the CHOMP's prescribed SAFE program. Are we part of that, or is it a partnership, or are we sponsoring it? Or how does that work?
So Prescribe Safe is a coalition of a variety of stakeholders in the community that are working to address this. It includes, hospitals, healthcare, it includes public health, it includes law enforcement, it includes behavioral health. We are a member of the Prescribe Safe Coalition. Dr. Close and Dr. Grover are kind of the lead when it comes to leading Prescribe Safe efforts, and also looking at data and helping data to drive in terms of strategies. I know that they've partnered with our sheriff, for example, to expand their medicated assistant treatment program in their jail. They also are big contributors to the substance use response team efforts in the community. So when I say I'm having conversations with Prescribe Safe, I'm having conversations with Dr. Close and Dr. Grover as the lead for those efforts. I understand that Prescribe Safe is now, I think, going to be part of Aspire Health. It used to be part of Community Health Innovations at CHOMP. And there is a whole bunch of other strategies that aren't even highlighted here that, that they are funding through Montage's Foundation and other grant opportunities that are really helping to contribute to the overall programming in our community with related to substance use disorder treatment and prevention efforts. So they may be part of the design of some of these, or even implementation of some of these strategies that I've put in the staff report.
Thank you so much for that.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none. Also, when do you expect this to come back for a vote?
Well, if the board is agreeable with the strategies that the department has identified in partnership with our stakeholders, then we will begin to engage our community-based organizations to develop agreements for some of these services. And then those agreements will be brought to your board in the coming months for a consideration. My proposal was that we do annual updates on this referral to the Board of Supervisors, and then do biannual updates to your Health, Housing, and Human Services Committee.
Great.
Through the chair, Supervisor Alejo, I just have one quick comment and question.
Yes,
one of the suggestions that we have in a question about the additional strategies to be developed, the $200,000, just a suggestion for something that's been raised to our office is a request for an opioid memorial as a place for families to go who want to have a place to reflect on loved ones who've been lost. And then I was just wondering, in terms of other restrictions that sit on these funds, if again, this may be a source of funding that can be used to backfill some of the other preventative programming. So we know that when families are connected and when children have strong relationships with their parents, that we're less likely to experience substance abuse and addiction across the board. So just trying to make sure that we're thinking about all of the options available to us with that additional $200,000. To support prevention efforts upstream. But those would be my comments, and look forward to supporting the agreements when they come forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other, it seems like the supervisors are in agreement in terms of what came before us. So we'll take that as direction, and then also will come with us when those agreements have been finalized for final approval by the board.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Okay,
time and for your
and thank you
comments
for the
today.
updates, and that we'll keep getting updated as more money comes in, and as the programs continue, we will get annual updates on how this money is being spent. Okay, we'll move to item number 23. This is a status update on the cannabis program response, which seeks a staff review of specific local requirements. Receive a review of the current Monterey County's commercial cannabis cultivation provisional and annual state licenses and to provide direction. And we have a presentation by our cannabis program manager, Joanne Iwamoto, and team.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, members of the board. Joanne Iwamoto, Cannabis Program.
Somebody has an echo on. Okay, thank you.
Here with me today is Norma Sevis and Miles Etchnick, Management Analysts. Also on the call should be Eric Lundquist, Director of Housing and Community Development, Joshua Bowling, Chief of Building, Brian Azevedo, Environmental Health Specialist 4, and Chief Scott Anderson from the Monterey County Regional Fire District. Today, we are presenting a status update on board referral number 2022.20, which seeks a staff review of department-specific requirements in relation to the transition of the Department of Cannabis Control provisional to annual licensure. This will also serve as an update to the recent request from the chair regarding the commercial cannabis industry. Next slide, please. Just some brief background on the referral. The referral is your attachment A. The board referral was made by Supervisor Lopez in September of 2022. The board approved and assigned to the cannabis program. The intent was to review department-specific local requirements for commercial cannabis business operators due to the following. The Department of Cannabis Control timeline for cultivators was quickly approaching. The number of land use entitlement permits were not being processed in a timely manner as related to the DCC's timeline to make that transition. Cannabis business permits cannot be issued until the land use entitlement is in what they call a quote unquote cleared status. And the annual business license oversight by the treasurer tax collector cannot be issued until the cannabis business permit is issued. In October of 2022, the program presented our initial response, and at that time, 43 of the 91 land use entitlements were approved, with 13 being in a cleared status. Next slide, please. So to give you just a brief background, so what are the local requirements for a commercial cannabis business operator? Per Monterey County Code Title 20 and 21.67 and 69, Chapter 7.9 and Monterey County Code 7.100, the operator is required to obtain the following: a land use entitlement. This is a discretionary permit. It could also be a conditional use permit. The cannabis business permit and the annual business license. The annual business license is a critical piece as that ensures the treasurer tax collector has the correct business types and also for tax purposes. We have to remember for history that operators were allowed to operate while pursuing both the land use permit and the cannabis business permit. And they were allowed to begin operations if they obtained a state temporary license, they applied for the land use entitlement, and they followed what was described as and created by the by HCD's predecessor resource management agency, the good standing criteria. Next slide, please. So in order to basically understand the land use entitlement and what does it mean to be in a cleared status, the land use permit must be scheduled for hearing, it must be approved, and to be cleared, it must meet all the monitoring conditions. And this process applies to all businesses and activities. For the cannabis business permit, the operator must obtain, again, that land use permit in a cleared status, and they must meet all the requirements set forth by the departments and the program that relates to to chapter Monterey County Code 7.9. Next slide, please. So on your screen is a graph that shows the number of land use entitlement permits by fiscal year, meaning these were set for hearing and they were quote unquote improved. And as you can clearly see, since fiscal year 21-22, there has been a very good improvement made with 22. Next slide, please. So this scopes down the detail of those land use entitlements. So based on the 77 land use permits that we are currently monitoring today, 14 have been cleared, and the remaining 63 are in various stages. 20 are still incomplete, which means the applicant must submit all the required documents, and it must be vetted through the planner for it to achieve what we call a complete status. 5 are incomplete and should be scheduled for hearing. And 38 are in what they call condition compliance. And the applicant has a variety of conditions to meet. Examples include odor control. It could include driveway improvements set forth by Public Works. And it's also for the 45 properties that were in the Rincon EIR, they must meet TRA 1, 2, and 3, which are the infrastructure improvements. Now, it is important to note that since we were here last to report and give you an update, only one land use entitlement has moved into that cleared status. You may wonder, well, what happened to the 14? Because in October, we reported there were 91, and now we're saying there's 77. And some of the reasons are the applicant has withdrawn. Another factor is that the application was given out, but the applicant never proceeded forward with that. So we're not going to monitor those because they do not have an operator associated with that property. Next slide, please. Quick overview on the cannabis business permits. Again, the cannabis business permit numbers will improve as the land use permits are cleared. Next slide, please. So you asked us, what are the challenges? You asked us 2 questions. What are the challenges and what is the program doing to assist? So some of the common problems faced by our operators are water system requirements. And we knew this from the very beginning. We knew there were water issues in North County, and we knew that they needed to be addressed. There are financial constraints when considering costs associated with building requirements and the related permits, the traffic impact fees, and third are the fire suppression systems, which are required in F1 occupancy buildings and in all processor rooms. Housing and Community Development, Environmental Health, and the local fire agencies follow federal, state, and local regulations. Last year, the board adopted Ordinance 5376, which is your attachment B, in response to these challenges, and also because it was identified that many of the operators were continuing to operate in Monterey County, but they had not met their local requirements. And to satisfy that, to allow them to continue, we created the provisional cannabis business permit. So it allows them to continue operating, but it does not meet local requirements. There have been several applicants who have submitted the provisional cannabis business permit to the state, and the state actually responds back to the county. But before we presented Ordinance 5376 to the board, we did vet that with the Department of Cannabis Control to make sure that the state and the local jurisdiction would be on the same page. Again, for the provisional cannabis business permit, the goal is continue your work and obtain your cannabis business permit. Next slide, please. I do want to bring up that the program has developed a very good working relationship with the Department of Cannabis Control. And to that end, the DCC has assigned a primary analyst to the County of Monterey. So I actually have a point of contact that I can go to when we have questions or when we want to let them know of additional information. We submit monthly reports to provide a status on all licenses and whether they are eligible to transition from provisional to annual. The program also communicates immediately to the Department of Cannabis Control when an operator has met local requirements and is ready to make that transition. And we follow up until the license is actually transferred to an annual. Unfortunately, the program has identified errors in DCC's renewals of provisional licenses, which for some has complicated matters. And here is an example. A large licensee has multiple commercial cannabis cultivation licenses that expire in different months in the calendar year of 2023. If the DCC errs in renewing a provisional license or licenses for another year, the operator believes they have more time to complete their local requirements. This is not true. We continue to work with DCC on how they will rectify the situation, but the underlying message is that they are considered a large cultivator if they're cultivating more than 22,000 square feet of canopy, and they must transition from provisional to annual in 2023. Next slide, please. So we wanted to illustrate this to you, and I hope that the graph is going to help you understand. This is a fictitious operator, but this is a good example of a large licensed operator in Monterey County. You can see that maybe they have a total of 10 cultivation licenses that max out to 100,000 square feet. And 3 of those licenses may expire in March. They must renew them in March, being in full compliance. And that's tough, especially if their land use permit is just now being scheduled for hearing. And then it follows suit. Then let's say in May, they have 3 more licenses. Those licenses have to transition. Again, they're being compliant. If you are not compliant and you cannot transition, you'll lose the license and you will not be able to, you will have to reapply. You have 30 days after it expires, but at that point, the license will expire. Next slide, please. So with that said, all other operators who are cultivating less than 22,000 square feet and all other business types for commercial cannabis actually have until 2025. So for example, many of our small licensees that are in Moss Landing, they actually have a couple more years to transition. However, they have markers or milestones that they must meet between now and then.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I know how she feels.
It's okay. We agree.
I'm sorry. So the two, the article that came out in the paper regarding Mendocino in February, the writer talks about July of 2023. And the July of 2023 is for 2 areas that all provisionals must meet. And it relates to the State Water Board notice of applicability. And it relates to stream bed alterations, and it relates to CEQA. So I wanted to just be clear that the July marker is something that the applicant must meet, but we really focus in on when their licenses start expiring. And so that brings me to the next slide. So the program is clearly monitoring these 18 land use permits that you see on your screen. 3 land use permits are going to expire sometime in the month of March. And that is a major concern, not only for the operator, but for the program. Because they must not only have their land use permit already set for hearing, they have to meet all their conditions. And then they have to meet the cannabis business permit requirements. And they have to do that relatively, in theory, 10 days before their license expires. So what we're showing you on the screen is that for every month Those are the land use permits that we are monitoring. That's related when you see the middle column that says number of CBPs, those are the operators. If they don't meet local compliance and they cannot transition, the right column is the square footage that it could potentially be lost in the county. And so then the list continues on. And the reason why we're focusing on these 18 is because this is the critical year for those 18. And then we do have dollar values that relate to that, but unless there's a question about that, we won't elaborate on that. Next slide, please. So I do want to spend some time to talk to you about, so what is the program and the county departments and the local fire agency? So what have we been doing for the past 4 years? Well, it's not just me, but I will say that the program is very responsive to all emails, phone calls, requests for meetings, and we do that, I would say 99% of the time within 24 hours. The board adopted Ordinance 5376, which allows them to continue to operate and gives them more time. Since the last time we presented, the program has scheduled 55 meetings with the operators and applicants to review the status of the land use permit, identify incomplete items, review all the related work for the cannabis business permit, including every permit that they have applied for. And I've had the chief of building on almost every one of those calls, and we review which permits can be worked on over time, which permits must be finalized prior to getting your cannabis business permit. And then we have fire on the call as well to review the fire suppression. Next slide, please. The compliance team also is out at the site reviewing violations and assists the operator with any questions that they have. In July of 2022, HCD issued an administrative policy memorandum, which is your attachment D, that allows for portable restrooms to be installed. EHB has approved the cannabis business permits if the operator or landowner have made significant progress toward completing land use entitlement conditions. Common incomplete fire requirements that we've seen is fire suppression. It's very expensive, and there has been delays with supply chain. Standard exit signs and fire extinguishers being at the site, which are really low-hanging fruit, but continue to be identified as items that need to be resolved. Next slide, please. Housing and Community Development has committed to prioritize cannabis building and planning permit applications. The local jurisdiction assistance grant, we requested the amendment to be able to use part of that money to pay for TRA2, which we reported previously equates to about $740,000 for our industry. We also offered them an opportunity to apply for a pass-through funding, for example, for a permit, for consultant fees up to $10,000. And to date, we have only had 10 applications from the industry. The Central Coast Community Energy established an ag electrification program. I spoke with them, and from what I understand, they have not had any applications as yet. And finally, next slide, please. We have implemented the Growing Equity Together program. We have 12 approved participants who are trying to pursue their land use permits and their state licenses. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And Joanne, for the businesses that you mentioned that are at that graphic, what could happen, you're saying, if they can't meet those requirements starting this month? And it seems like those numbers are very significant, over 1 million acre or 1 million feet of cultivation. So just if you could explain that a little better, what will start happening this month and in the next month if they're not able to meet it? What does that mean in real life terms, in terms of business operations?
Mm-hmm.
And then second part of that is there anything that we can do to help that situation now and into the next, to avoid them having to shut down or not continue to grow that significant amount of cultivation.
So what, Norman, could you bring back slide 14? So what would happen is that, let's say you have a cultivator who has 14 licenses and 3 of them expire this month and they do not meet the local requirement. And even they can't meet it within the next 30 days, then they lose those licenses. So for that operator, it's reduced by 30,000. They cannot operate with an expired license. So it doesn't mean a total shutdown unless all their licenses were in 1 month. And I don't think we have one operator who has all their licenses in 1 month. But
it's a gradual decline.
Yes, it's a
as more licenses expire.
Correct.
It will grow less. So they're getting shut down gradually rather than immediate overnight.
Correct. But what we're doing right now is, especially for the ones in March, I mean, we're having meetings. I'm working with the departments to find out, where are we at, or where are we at with the incomplete items. We're doing really everything we can from a county perspective, from processes, to get them across that finish line. And again, they have 30 days to renew with the state. So if they don't quite make it on, let's say, March 15th, they have 30 days from March 15th in order to do that. But it is going to be a challenge if we have a hearing that's scheduled in the beginning of April, but yet the first license may expire at the end of the month.
And hearing is planning commission?
Yeah,
Or
Eric would need to answer.
I want to say who makes the decision?
Eric.
Okay.
So that would be, if you're asking, so what could the county do? Maybe have a special hearing.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
who the decision maker is? Is it staff that make the decision administratively? Is it the planning commission? Is it the board of supervisors? Because if there's something that we could do to avoid those businesses losing licenses, if it meant us that if we were making a decision, I had to call a special board meeting to make decisions, then I would say it's worth doing that, right? Rather than there's so much investment in these licenses, there's so much investment and sweat and tears even to get to a certain point, to then lose it after putting in all that work.
Exactly.
I think would be just a sad case. So I'm just saying, if there's something that we can do either on the staff side or on the hearing side, knowing that this is an emergency situation for them, I think it merits that kind of a attention.
But just remember, even if the land use permit is approved, they still have to meet their conditions.
I get it, but I'm just saying on our side, to be able to try to accommodate the decision-making process.
Yes.
I'm just saying, if it was a special hearing could be done to just get through some of those and decisions made. If they made on their part, they have to make those requirements. If they're able to do those, I don't want the story of Monterey County to be that they've got everything in at the 11th hour, but then they couldn't get a hearing.
Okay, I would defer that. I would defer that to Eric Lundquist.
Okay. Yeah, Eric's not on. Oh, he's on. Mr. Lundquist, our director of HCD.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Muted. Go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Hi, thank you, Chair, members of the board. Yes, we are able to conduct special meetings to advance projects if they are ready to be considered. The majority of these projects are administrative permits that are ultimately a decision of the director of planning or the chief of planning. Those terms are synonymous. So we can proceed unless there is a lot coverage issue, then those are considered by the planning commission. And again, we can have a special meeting to advance those should the need be there. But to Joanne's point, once they receive the land use entitlement, there are conditions of approval that need to be satisfied. Those are not discretionary acts. Those are ministerial acts that require submission often of plans that need to be reviewed and processed. And as evidenced by the data that was presented, we are processing those at the highest priority, and that's based on the board's discretion before. Knowing that there are these tight timelines, we are jumping on those and making sure that they're getting approved by the timeline set.
Thank you, Eric, for articulating the priority of these, preserving these licenses if it's at all possible. I'm gonna go to Supervisor Lopez.
I think I know we have some folks from industry here. I'd love to hear from the public before moving
Okay.
forward, unless there's other supervisors.
I'm gonna go for questions first from the supervisors, questions, initial comments. We'll go to the public and then come back for final comments from the board. Supervisor Church, you're next.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been in business all my life, and I trying to sort some of this through is, I don't know. Challenging doesn't seem to be an appropriate word, but I want to make sure I understand how many operations are in. Looking through the different applications, and we have to look at issuances and approvals. How many are in full compliance with everything at this point?
$14.
How many have we had growing over the past year since legalization?
Is the question how many operators have existed since fiscal year?
Yes.
120.
And going back to the one of your charts here, the provisional annual cannabis business permit applications, there's 49 of them up there that are suspended. Could you elaborate on those for me a little bit?
Okay, Norma, can you pull up slide 8? So suspended is a combination of an operator that has closed. It also could include operators that withdrew their cannabis business permit application.
Is that it? Does it include those who are maybe in arrears on taxes?
It could, but they probably would also fall in the category of closed.
Okay, so that's not on the chart here though, right?
The chart shows how the breakdown, and you can see that from the beginning of time, we received 138 applications. But some of those applications, they submitted an application, but they never did anything. They never moved forward with it.
Okay, that would fit in.
Yeah, but they weren't. So that's why there's a difference between the 138 and the 120. The 120 were actual operators that actually were operating.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm not quite clear where did the closed fall in? I see they would not be in the 138 applications. Is that correct?
No. Yes, they would. I mean,
they would.
Well, because suspended for the program, suspended is a combination of, it could be a closed business. They could have withdrew the application.
Oh, okay. Thank you. When I raised the question on the suspended, I thought maybe closed was a different category there. I didn't quite catch that. So my other question is, looking here at the local requirements, I know there's water, there's building requirements, there's traffic, there's fire suppression. What other industry has that same level of requirements for us in this county?
I would have to defer to land use, to environmental health, and then to fire. Is Chief Anderson on the call? He's on the call. Chief Anderson could answer the question related to F1 occupancy and fire suppression.
Yeah, so good afternoon now. Yep, good afternoon. Sorry, it's been a long week. Pretty much any industry that requires a state fire code, California fire code for suppression, which is your F1 occupancies and whatnot, they wouldn't even be allowed to operate without that. So you can pretty much see at any point of multi-residential use, business, everywhere that's required fire sprinklers. Our mandates are fire sprinklers, fire suppression, and life safety stuff. And once those are met, typically you would get your occupancy, whereas these operators have been allowed to process. And it's just the processing side of the business. It's not the growing or the nursery or cultivation, just the processing side.
Just the processing.
Yeah. And so if somebody were to come to us today and say, hey, I want to open up a hotel, but I'm going to hit the sprinklers in 5 years, it would never fly. So we've been allowing the operators to maintain a fire watch during their operations when they're occupying the building to continue to work. But here we are 4 years later, and they're getting to the end of the tunnel here. So it's definitely something that's on track to get finished.
So if somebody has, a lot of these are in greenhouses, like flower operations. I know a lot of them are converted over from flower operations. So whether it's a flower operation or a cannabis operation, they would be under the same requirements and the same rate of inspections.
Yes, and there's no fire suppression on a greenhouse. It's just the metal processing buildings where they're cutting, trimming, bucking.
Okay.
Drying.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisors?
This is Rick Encarnacion from Environmental Health.
Yes, go ahead, Rick.
Chief. Same Supervisor Church. Every business that has a water system has to follow those same requirements.
Thank you for that additional answer for the question. Anyone else? Okay, now let's go to members of the public. We got some folks in here who want to speak to this. We'll give a couple of minutes. Thank you for your patience and for coming to participate today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergio. I'm an operator in Monterey County with Capital Farms. I think that it has been really challenging for our industry just to be here today. I mean, after losing so many millions of dollars, we hope that by now we will do better. But here we are today facing the situation with the licenses. And what I find very difficult for us is that in the next 90 days, for example, I got a farm, we just got a permit a week ago. I got 90 days to comply with everything that is required and $500,000 to do that. I mean, the fire sprinkle system is about $300,000 to implement it when you're not making any money, right? It's difficult to do. I think that what we're facing is a challenge that, bear in mind, this is the only industry that we provide jobs for our people 24/7. I mean, the whole year, 52 weeks out of the year. Our valley right now is underwater. Agriculture will be faced with late harvest. People will be unemployed as they are now. If you guys don't give us opportunity to extend the time for us to comply, to get to the finish line, what we are willing to do. I mean, after spending millions of dollars on these projects, do you really believe we're ready to walk now? If we didn't walk before, we will not do it now. And I've been appreciative of, Joan's team to be to our farms, working with us, but it's beyond that. I mean, you go to the fire sprinkler companies. Oh my God, it just takes forever to get the parts, to get a pump, to get, and the problem is they kind of throw you a, you kind of say, okay, I get it. I've never done this before, but I think I can follow through it. But before you know, supervisors, they're throwing new stuff at us that we don't even know. Oh, you got to do this. You got to do that. I got an inspection the other day says, I got to write you for something. I say, you're kidding me. What do you got to write me for? Well, I got to write you for something that I find wrong in your farm. I think that if we really need here your support, give us some more time for us to comply to what we need to do to stay in business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Chris Boggs with Wave Rider Nursery. Really what Sergio said is true. It's the time factor right now, what we're really up against. I'm not asking to change any sort of requirements for sprinklers or any of the drinking water system. They're important, but the time is our biggest problem. And I mean, even with this weather, like we're in the middle of getting our sprinklers in. We have the sprinklers actually in the buildings, but they're missing a key component, the tank structure and the underground work, which is all going to be delayed by several weeks here because of the rain situation. And not to mention other supply issues with pumps and stuff. The fire pumps alone, they can take up to 6 months to get in once you order them. And I would just like to stress the job situation. I mean, that chart showing the licenses that expire by month also reflects jobs, and they will also be lost in the process. And I don't know what the answer is, but we do need more time. I don't know if it's a provisional business permit or what, but if we could have an extended time, let us get our annual licenses and give us a hard deadline, and you can shut us down. Even if the annual licenses technically go beyond, you're the county, you can shut us down if we don't meet those deadlines, but we have to get those annual licenses or it's going to hurt a lot of people. And that's all I got. So thank you for your time. Thank you for any of your considerations. We appreciate.
Thank you very much. We'll ask for responses from staff after all the public comments are made.
Okay, so I'm Eloise Shim, and I have a question about what kind of reporting is the Cannabis Control Board going to do in terms of compare and contrast the legal versus the illegal? So the illegal would be the things that the law enforcement would have to determine in the county. And with the complexity of if it's provisional or all these different kinds of legal things, I know in my city, they don't have enough law enforcement to really answer just calls about theft, about all kinds of things. They don't have enough law enforcement. So how are they going to determine, which grows are legal and which aren't? If water is being stolen, how are they going to determine, how often are they going to determine about the fish and wildlife if all of this cannabis in the county is affecting that? There should be some kind of compare and contrast in terms of the resources needed for the illegal and the resources for the legal.
Thank you. Let's go. I don't see anyone else in chambers. Let's go to those online.
Yes, Joey Espinoza.
Thank you, Joey.
Good afternoon. The land entitlement process is very challenging. It has multiple layers of complexity and involvement with various agencies and stakeholders. It's a process that can result in delays and setbacks that are beyond anyone's control. There are so many layers at play that I couldn't explain it all in a public comment as to why so many people are struggling to complete it. It is just that complicated. While the process applies to all businesses and activities in the unincorporated area of the county, there are hardly any farming operations that require land use entitlement. This means that many dilapidated greenhouse properties may have never gone through this process before and were left fixing decades of neglected parcels. As for the fire sprinkler requirements, I think it's worth noting that California Building Code has exceptions for this for buildings that are less than 12,000 square feet, but in Monterey, it's 500 square feet. I think the bottom line today is for the supervisors to consider, as Supervisor Lopez said, what exactly can be done to help. Some questions I have are basically what can Monterey do versus what is the state requiring? My understanding is that for an annual license, the state is going to require that the use permit is done, which means you have a signed resolution, and that the CEQA component is done, which we know basically everyone's completed. So really the only thing left is that cannabis business permit that's going to be vital for you to be able to get an annual license. The question is, why can't we use the provisional cannabis business permit as a way to get these folks to their annual licensure? It's a question that I have for county council. It's a question that we need to figure out, because that would ultimately be the way to give people a little bit more time to complete these requirements. I think it's also worth noting that we're really only talking about the cultivation licenses. We're not talking about nursery licenses. We're not talking about processing licenses. Those should be able to be renewed this year. We're only talking about cultivation licenses that are more than 22,000 square feet. Thank you.
Next, Bob Roach.
Thank you. It takes money and time and permits to meet the local requirements. The time is short, so is the money. It's all coming together in a perfect storm. provisional licenses are expiring monthly. If local requirements are not met, they cannot convert to an annual license. There needs to be some flexibility. That's a policy decision for the board. If a license is expiring soon and they can't get the annual, they can't get another provisional either. It would mean they have more than 22,000 square feet of canopy. That license goes away, they have to reapply. And people have some extra licenses because they've cut back and they were so hard to get, but eventually their license canopy will be less than their tax declaration. Expirations are daily and taxes are quarterly and can only be changed twice a year. Isn't that like quite a problem? They're also unable to take advantage of a new licensing policy at the Bureau of Cannabis Control that allows cultivation under an outdoor license in a greenhouse because the Monterey County Code did not anticipate that opportunity. Mixed light tier 1 licenses can now convert to outdoor licenses if they are growing only with natural light in a greenhouse. This cuts the application annual license fees in half, compare $26,000 to $14,000 for a medium license annual fee. We're coming to the moment of truth. Lowering the tax rate to 0 during this transitional period would simplify things. You could reduce the burden of tax owed, anything to free up capital to finish important infrastructure and pay the county some taxes. Fix the code so they can cut some licensing fees in half. Reconsider what it should mean to be fully meeting all local requirements. Of course, we know these requirements like building and health codes apply to all businesses, but they're not enforced on them. Other greenhouses don't have to put doors in their doors or lighted exit signs or comply with all the extra requirements that cannabis has. They just pay the permit and inspection fees. They don't have to pay the salary of the inspectors or a special tax and then pay the fees on top of that. Everything is just too complicated and all the processes are just too slow. That was the conclusion of the Senate hearing I listened to yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Hackett.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I'm on Zoom today. Thank you so much for your guys' time. I don't want to reiterate what everyone has already stated, but I too was on this California State Senate call that consisted of 3 panels. First one being California licensing and barriers to effective regulation transitioning from provisionals to annuals. So this was over a 3-hour discussion happening at the state level where the number 2025 and 2026 was thrown out there. This is not just a Monterey County issue. This is a statewide issue, meaning every jurisdiction is going to have challenges. I am one of those cultivators that is hitting expiration dates this month, meaning I would be forced to be closing down a mass majority of my canopy, despite the fact that I have a call tomorrow with the program. And I just had 2 site inspections last week where they can clearly and diligently see that Riverview Farms is doing everything in our control to make progress when we really don't even have the money and resources to be doing these projects. I have 2 correction notices and comments for the county on every single item. We are working diligently to complete these projects. However, cultivation is the only business, the only operation that will be affected. Everyone else has an additional 2 years to complete. I know that every operator, not just myself, but is working diligently. But unfortunately, we are coming up on hurdles, delays due to COVID-19, due to supply issues. Some of these things are completely out of our control, and I'd be happy to walk any of the board members step by step on what I'm currently working on and what items I am unfortunately have a gun held to my head. There's nothing I can do to move forward along some of the items. Fees have been paid that we didn't even have the money to pay. So ultimately, to not repeat, but it is a timing issue. We are working on each item as quickly as possible, but unfortunately, time is not on our side. 30 days isn't going to be enough to complete all of these projects.
Thank you. Michelle.
Aaron Johnson.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Alejo and members of the board. Aaron Johnson. First, while I have the opportunity, I wanted to thank all of the supervisors and staff for their work during the flood. I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for the hard work you've been putting in. I think from a policy perspective, this is a pretty easy, there's a relatively easy answer, and that is deal with the state regulations first and authorize annual licenses with the state. The overall goal of the state is to allow for local control And by doing that, you don't give up any type of local control over what's happening. You continue to hold control there. And during that time, when it deals with and this is just echoing everything that has been said, continue to work with operators who continue to show progress. I think from a policy perspective, dealing with those two issues, it should result in very positive, businesses will be able to continue to exist. I think the slideshow that we saw by Joanne, a couple of those slides assume that many can take the approach like Michelle just stated, which is to reduce canopy, but the reality is a lot of those actually will be shutting down and will be closed for business. They won't just be able to rely on a small canopy. Their capital expenditures and everything else is just too expensive. So please authorize annual licenses going forward, and please continue to work with those that continue to show progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Oliver Bates.
Hello, supervisors. Oliver Bates here. Thank you for your time today. I have a comment, a question, and then a suggestion. Comment being these timelines are affecting us all. On the coast of Big Sur, our outdoor pilot program is really, struggled to this point, and through the equities program has a few people in this license limbo as well. But our brand new equities program that got launched a month ago, its provisional timeline closes at the end of the month. And then a question to the supervisors might be also CEQA. I feel like this has been run over. It's a state requirement. We see it as like the death of our ability to produce for, years to come, and something really to look at. And then the suggestion part is, as everything's changing, it'd be really sweet to work on more county letters of support towards Senate bills and Assembly bills happening in the state. They're being very fluid, the DCC and these cannabis advisory committees that they hear from. I'm sure they'd like to hear from more of League of Counties if that's what you're part of, but there's a really good reaction from actual supervisors also writing in and petitioning on half of their people experiencing these timelines and then these regulations, right? The bottom dropped out. I think the damage is a lot worse than only because the reporting is so slow as far as taxes and compliance paperwork and all these different things. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver.
And looks like one last hand, Pete Brazil.
Pete, thank you. Yeah, Peter Brazil.
Good afternoon, Chair, supervisors and staff. My name is Pete Brazil, attorney for JRG, attorneys at law representing multiple clients in the county. Bottom line is the county cannabis operator and program participants need time. Local cannabis operators and the county have been working toward annual licensure since 2017. It's been a long process with multiple compliance issues, long review, implementation, processing times, and substantial financial requirements. For the remaining operators that do not have final approval, all have made substantial progress from the commencement of this long process. They've all made substantial capital improvements to their properties, employed hundreds of workers, and paid millions of dollars in taxes. Regarding cultivation specifically, the comments made here today regarding the probable massive reduction in canopy requires special consideration. First, as many of you know, since July of 2022, the cultivation market has seen a massive drop and operators have been struggling to survive while at the same time being asked to continue progressing toward annual licensure with all the work and the expense to proceed to the same. On top of this, cannabis cultivation, much like traditional ag, has been moving toward an economy of scale model to survive. What I'm saying is the presumption that operators will just downsize to 22,000 square feet and operate that way until they complete their compliance needs for the annual licenses will most likely not happen. Once reduction to this small production level, operators will most likely just shut down. My suggestion is for the county to utilize the already existing provisional license and local authorization pursuant to a stipulated agreement or similar contractual arrangement. Operators will still be incentivized because their renewals will come up the next year, but this will allow them to proceed and finalize the construction and other things needed to implement the final approval. Thank you.
There's one other hand, Sarah Gios. Sarah?
Hi guys, my name's Sarah, and I think weed should be legal. Come on, guys. Right, so I got 2 minutes to explain this. So basically, weed is very good because it's good for headaches, and I fucking love weed. You go, girl, now. See you.
Thank you. I'm glad that was short and sweet. Anyone else? It's reminding me of Los Angeles City Council meeting there. Okay, if that's it, we're gonna bring back to the board. Let's go to other supervisors who haven't spoken yet.
Through the chair, the supervisor.
Yes, supervisor, ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
So I really appreciate the public comment today, and I guess I'm and along the line of questions that were asked earlier by my colleagues. I will say that from what I've heard and the actions that this board have taken have been consistent in support of ensuring that we're able to build out and support the changing needs to get a cannabis industry solidified here in Monterey County. I will just state for the record that that's where my position remains. And to the degree that there are, and I guess I'm just, I appreciate the presentation, but I guess I'm still not super exactly clear on what actions can this board take that are not limited by, we can't waive state requirements, we can't waive fire safety requirements. Like what are the specific things that we have control over as a board of supervisors that would address the needs that are being shared with us today, versus those things that are out of our control? I'm needing to see exactly what those issues are.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. And I think maybe along with your question, staff could respond to some of the comments made by the public speakers on if those options they mentioned were possible, such as giving more time. I don't know if that is something that we that is in our hands, or whether that's in the statutes and regulations. So if you could maybe just walk through what are some of the options of actions that we can realistically take to help in this situation.
So Chair Alejo, can we bring up slide 13? So in order for the program to provide you with meaningful responses right now with that, I would ask that we would need to go back to the departments and work with county council perhaps to identify a few recommendations. However, what I do want to explain about what you're seeing on your screen right now for the month of March. So for the month of March, you actually have 4 land use permits, but 1 land use permit is cleared and they just received their annuals, I think, a week ago. So you have a remaining 3 that are in condition compliance. So the rule has been that the program cannot issue the cannabis business permit until the conditions have been met and the land use is in a cleared status. So for those operators that I'm talking about for the month of March, they've already met the water system requirement. They've met their environmental health. Environmental health may be conditioned that they need to do a few more things, but they've met that. What I have suggested to these operators is that if they hold a processor license and they do not think they're going to be able to finish, they modify the cannabis business permit and they remove processor as a business type, we will issue the cannabis business permit. And then they can transition to annual licensure for cultivation. And as you are aware, we do have a third-party processor here in the county of Monterey. But they would not be allowed to process on site until their processor license, their processor requirements were completed, and then we would add back the processor to the cannabis business permit, which brings in a modification fee, and there would be two. The
Sorry,
board
Joanne,
could.
can I interrupt? My question says the requirements that you're referencing, are those local requirements that are met? Are those state requirements that are met? Which of those requirements are you referencing that the Board of Supervisors has jurisdiction over?
For the local it's the cannabis business permit is typically local required. They're either the building code.
Okay, the building code is not something the Board of Supervisors could change. What are the things that we would have board authority over putting in place or making amendments to?
I think we would have to look at it individually, case by case, because each of these operators are in very different situations. They're not all in the same situation. My point in bringing this up, though, is that these land use permits are in condition compliance, meaning they have met the bulk of the land use requirements. And we are working with the departments to see which building permits need to be finalized at this point. I don't know if there's really board action as far as what the board can do in this situation. It's more of a choice for the operator if they're willing to remove the processor license until they can finish. The county could waive that fee, the modification fee, to lessen the pain to modify the cannabis business permit. That's an option that I've spoken with many operators about. That you can proceed with your cultivation licenses, but you cannot get a cannabis business permit that includes processor if you have not met all the requirements for fire suppression. So,
okay, so I'm trying to understand, and the questions and the feedback that we just got from public comment today sounded like there were specific things that the county has authority over, requirements that are in place that we're being asked to amend, and I'm just not clear what those specific requirements are.
My interpretation of public comment is I think they're requesting the board to use the provisional cannabis business permit as a met all requirements. And then they finish that over time. And then we issue the cannabis business permit and notify the state. However, the program has had meetings with the state about this topic. And what they are looking for is they're looking for all those things, the water bed, the stream bed alteration, the NOA, and they're looking for that cannabis business permit. So you would be asking the program to submit to the state that they were locally compliant via a provisional cannabis business permit when they still have unmet items to complete. And I know there's been conversation that, well, you can shut them down after the fact. Shutting a business down has not been an easy process for the program.
Okay. Then we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
So to get back to this line of questioning briefly, the locally compliant, what are we talking about? Because, I mean, are we talking about restrooms in place, or, I mean, the stream bed alteration is not going to be an issue for ours. So when we boil it down to dotting the I's and crossing the T's in terms of exit signs and bolting down a rack, is that the sort of stuff we're talking about? Are we talking about septic tanks still and water system permits? What's the range of issues you're seeing right now?
So when you talk about like the exit signs and bolting down racks, et cetera, we are working with the industry on those kind of items that we consider to be maybe not as high priority. Where you want them to meet, or where we're requiring them to meet, is the water systems, the septic tanks, the wells, the fire suppression. But like I said, for March and April, all of the land use permits are in condition compliance except for one. So they have met the bulk of the bigger requirements. Now they're entering into the phase of the cannabis business permit. And that's why I bring in the processor, because all of these operators, they all have a processor license.
So I understand that. I think the concern for me is I understand with the processor side, being that margins are so slim or non-existent, you could just go deep enough underwater that you're never going to come back up by outsourcing that work to someone else. And so we could be ending somebody's business by saying this is your only path. So I just want to recognize that I've heard that, right, for a few months in terms of folks who've had unfortunate things happen at their facilities, making certain sections of their facility inoperable, and as part of that been recommended that they find other places to do that processing, and in that the business model collapsed given how fragile the infrastructure or the system is right now. So understanding those pieces, that the request that we somehow approve locally, right, whether using the term provisional or provisional or whatever new term someone would want to come up with in order to meet that, what I'm hearing is that what's gone is the stick, the ability to then force follow through. Is that what we're afraid of losing in the process in terms of actually completing some of these projects? Crossing off the list on the requirement. If we get creative and find a way to approve and tell the state, yes, they've met our local requirements now, for now, is the concern on staff side that now there is no push to complete those requirements?
The program has really worked very diligently with the industry in doing everything that we can to get them to the finish line here. I think the program is very open to taking any direction to help with that, but we don't want to put ourselves out there to say that somebody is compliant when we know that they're not. That is a very that's a difficult kind of juncture to make. And yes, you could create something else to call it a different name and to give them that time. But we have had stipulated agreements. We have had a lot of different ways. We've had good standing criteria. And it's very difficult to hold the line and to be equitable across the board. And we do have operators who have completed everything. And I know they have made public comment about this matter.
I guess my comment is I want to find a path. My concern is, in my belief, we're looking at, it's almost like holding up a mirror, in my opinion, at this point, looking back on ourselves and our program and asking ourselves, looking at losing another potential 1 million square feet, understanding it probably be a lot less than that by the time things are settled out. Does the program survive, right? Meaning, are we collecting enough in revenue to offset the cost of this program at the end of this next year? And I'm looking at that big picture question, right? And it's the upsetting folks who've done the work to get ahead and do what we had asked versus actually saving industry. It's a tough balance. It is.
I agree. And I think that's the other side of this story, is that we're covering to transition to annual licensure. We haven't even begun to talk about the budget or about revenue.
What comes next?
So, and so, it is whatever we, and like I said, the program is very committed to doing and to thinking outside of the box. And we thought we did that with the provisional cannabis business permit. So
I appreciate that. That's my questions for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we'll go back to Supervisor Church. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Supervisors Lopez and Askew, thank you for those questions on the local compliance. That's was actually one of my questions earlier when I was talking about water and traffic and buildings. We just kind of went off into fire suppression. So I'm still not really clear as I would like to be on exactly what control we're dealing with here at the local level. But when I look at this industry, I don't see any other industry in this county that's just that keeps, it's coming back to us on things. And that to me says we're doing something wrong. And when I look at the amount of amount of businesses that have gone out of business over the last few years, I wonder where are they going? A lot of these people, I don't think they're just, packing up and going off to somewhere else. I'm afraid a lot of these might be going back to the black market, which is not what we want to do. I mean, this is a lot of these people, this is what they've done their lives. And that's a real concern of mine, is that we've somehow got to enhance and make it profitable and make it workable for those that are going the legal path, instead of driving them out into the black market. And this is just a real concern that I have on this particular industry. And I understand this is a special industry in itself, because you don't have a black market on lettuce, you don't have a black market on cauliflower or grapes. And so as I look at this, and I know eventually this is probably going to become legal at the federal level. We don't know when, might be many years down the line, it's probably many years down the line. A lot's going to depend on the health that we have of this industry here. And if it becomes legal and we've chased out a big chunk of the of our local operators, I'm afraid what we're going to be left with is we're going to have companies, corporations coming from the outside, like RJ Reynolds, doing things here. And this isn't what we want. I want to see this local. I want to see that this is going to succeed, as it be run by by small businesses, not some big corporations around. So as I look at this, I see we have to make some really significant changes to prevent this industry from just becoming a few players and chasing people out of it. I'm also I look at these suspended applications, licenses, where they are here, and I think back to the previous discussion we had a couple of weeks ago when I asked the question, how much is there in delinquent taxes out there? And I think the number came up around 5 million. A lot of these people, I believe, owe taxes, are no longer in operation. Maybe they want to come back in. As I look ahead here at our budget, in a couple, 3 years from now, we're going to have a big hole in our budget. Getting that 5 million back in here could be very helpful to this county. So I don't know what, and I didn't ask this question earlier. I don't know where we're really at in terms of what kind of plans we're putting out for people who owe a lot of these back taxes. But I would like to encourage them in here. Maybe we don't have a payment plan where we get the taxes for 2 or 3 years till the market goes up. That means that money is going to come into us and be helpful. Maybe we can defer some of the costs that we have now, some of the taxes we have now, excuse me, even for the future, to help the industry we have now, so that when it does get healthier, we'll have that money in when we need it for this county, when our budget is looking into a big hole. So as I look at this, whether it's a Supervisor Alejo's suggestion that we need to have a special meeting on this, or whether we kick this back to the Cannabis Committee, I think we need something done immediately to make sure we're not going to lose any more businesses. But I'm just not comfortable with the way the direction this program's going. And I think it needs some really significant changes. And I'll support whatever direction we can go on that. And perhaps we need to be seeing something coming back from the cannabis program here on some options, from going from the least restrictions to the most restrictions, and the impact that could have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Joanne, I want to thank you, first of all, for your job. I know this is not easy for you and your team. And I think that the way you've been making you and your team available to whoever reaches out to your office, the fact that you respond to them, as you said, 99% of the time, very quickly, within 24 hours, that's a testament, I think, to your commitment to do your job and do it well. So I don't think this is a program problem. This is the hemorrhaging that is happening in the cannabis industry all over California right now. It's not unique. Every cannabis cultivating county is struggling, is trying to having the same discussions and trying to make efforts to try to save as many business as possible. It's I don't think any of us want to see investment come in, jobs created, and then jobs go away. But some of these things are requirements with timelines that the legislature set. We didn't set. There's been extensions in legislation over the last several years that we led on. We led on one of the provisional license extension bills. We had to go to amend one of our bills on the cannabis crop legislation to just do that for that particular year. So I want to recognize that work first of all, but I do want us to focus the conversation and the effort with everything else going on these days on what can realistically be done. And that's where I think if the hearings, if people could get into compliance on their side before that deadline, I want to make sure our staff are saying we can accommodate you on a hearing to make a decision there and get into a decision. The other part was I just wanted for you to explain on the extensions, because people say, we just give us an extension. Is that possible? Who put the deadline in there and who makes that kind of a decision?
Well, first of all, Chair Alejo, thank you for recognizing the staff, because we do feel that we are very committed and we have been committed for the past 4 years. So when you're talking about the extension, are you talking about the state's extension or?
I guess if they're expiring, the only one who could give on expiration of a license, because if it expires and the deadline, then the 30 days kicks in, right?
And that's Department of Cannabis Control. That is the state license that expires. And I don't have any control over extending that, other than letting the operator know you do actually have 30 days after the license expires. And if you can meet everything within that 30 days, then we'll work as quickly as we can to notify the state.
So then as a follow-up to that, have we had any conversations with the Department of Cannabis Control about giving any 30 small extensions on their as an administrative decision in an effort to try to save these businesses? Because we could be a voice for our industry, and we could call the leaders at the Department of Cannabis Control and get a response, at least even if they'll at least hear our concerns and what our request is, and then we could get an answer whether that's possible. And at least for our cannabis industry, we could tell them we did reach out, we did make that ask. And this is what they told us. So, and I think this is a time to say that, because I'm sure other counties are probably asking for the same, even if it's a short extension every 30 days. That kind of puts the fire under everybody to try to get it done sooner. But I think that's an effort that may be worth doing today or tomorrow. At least reaching out and asking, is the department, considering the circumstances that we're in and that the industry is in, willing to do anything like that administratively on their side?
And just to let you know, we have asked, but I can ask again.
Yes.
And I can go through the channels of the Cannabis Advisory Committee as well to just request that. Is there any consideration for, and it wouldn't just be for the County of Monterey, it would be for all licensees in the state of California. I just don't see, unless there is something that is amended in legislature, I'm not hopeful for that, but it never hurts to ask. So we will do that.
And at least for our industry, I always, on my years in politics, I know that making the effort, even though it's maybe an uphill battle, is what our constituents want to see from us. And that makes us good advocates and good champions. And then when we could say we asked 1, 2 times up until the end, but this is what was told to us. In some occasions, miracles do happen where we're able to get the relief that we're asking for, and then we help our businesses stay open and preserve those licenses. So I would just say this is the time to knock on every door that we can, and at least convey the answer to our cannabis industry stakeholders. And I think they would certainly appreciate that type of advocacy from us.
Yes, absolutely. And
certainly, if there's any letters that the Board of Supervisors could write to the cannabis control industry, we could get that letter out tomorrow. At least so it comes from the board. And if in a motion we could include that today as direction or a motion. I just want to make sure we're doing everything possible at this point in time. These are decisions that are out of our control, but at least we could make those asks on behalf of our industry to our state agencies.
Okay, we will do that.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Supervisor Lopez, any other direction on this? This was to receive a status report, but I certainly want us to vote giving that direction on the letter. And I would say, and on asking our staff to provide those make the time to provide those special hearings to try to accommodate before deadlines. What are you thinking?
I think that captures it for now. I mean, really, if you're saying it's a case by case basis, then I think that opportunity for those hearings is where we have to prioritize each one of those questions. And so if somebody's close, I think that's the opportunity to bring that forward and get that clarification as necessary.
Yes, Ms. Iwamoto, please.
So what I'd like to do is I will work with HCD on to identify when maybe a special hearing might be in order. But I would like to confer with them to just identify and review kind of what we've talked about today, and then maybe come back at maybe next month with another status update.
That works.
Yes.
In the hopes that we come up with another recommendation.
Okay, well, we'll include the status update next month because this time is of the essence.
Yes, it is.
The letter to go out on behalf to the Cannabis Control Agency regarding asking for the extension of time on a short-term basis or short increments. And then the third would be to have our HCD staff accommodate applicants by providing these emergency kind of hearings before their deadlines in an effort. I think those are the three actions we could actually take today. And then we'll come back at the earliest time in April, when you suggest to get an update on this as well. I appreciate all the staff's work. Thank you. And I want our story to be that Monterey County did try everything possible and didn't want to have any of these licenses be lost. I want to express that as a priority for us, to our industry. And for what we can do on our side, we want to make sure that the record shows that we were trying to accommodate as much as possible.
Is that direction or a motion?
I'll make a motion. I think you made a motion. I'll second it.
Oh,
Okay. Moved by Supervisor Lopez, seconded by me. Any other comments?
Through the chair, Eric Lundquist
Yes.
has his hand up on Zoom.
Okay. Supervisor Church?
Supervisors, it was
Or
referenced
Eric.
HCD, but I think it's intending to also be our partner agencies. And so we'll be pulling in them as well for discussion, which would include the fire agencies, Environmental Health Bureau. And so we'll make sure that we collectively bring back a recommendation through the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. We appreciate that. And thanks to our other partners and staff that are helping out in this effort. It is really very much needed at this time. Okay, well, the motion's been made. A second. Madam-
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, Supervisor Church, go ahead. Last
Sure.
comments.
Yeah, I would like in our process that we really take a look at some of these, as I brought up, some of these delinquent taxes and see if there's any way we can, any of these people wanting to come back in, that we could work with them on. I just don't like losing the idea of money that's owed to us, depending on how complicated their situations are, of course.
But I think we've had about 3 or 4 hearings on the taxes, and we made a decision on a payment plan in January that we've implemented. But it doesn't mean that we can't come back and get updates on taxes and options.
I understand. If you realize I just was coming in January and
yes,
pretty engaged. So I really haven't been involved in that entire discussion. So it does change the composition of the board.
Okay, but maybe just get an update just on taxes and payments being maybe in April when you come, Joanne.
That'll be fine.
Well, we're actually presenting a board report to the budget committee on the 29th that will include the information
Okay.
on delinquent taxes and the payment plan.
And then it could come back to us for.
It will
an
come back
update
to you on the
later.
4th.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome. You're on top of it. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Church, we'll make sure we get that information next time it comes back to us. We did a motion second. Need a vote? Yes.
Supervisor Church,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Alejo.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We're on our last item here, board comments. Supervisor Lopez, you want to go first?
Just given everything going on one more time, I want to reiterate my thanks to staff and could not be more appreciative of everything that they're out there doing, including all of our partners across the board, from the drone operators to Cal Water and all of our partners at the EOC who've partnered to make sure that the community is taken care of and life protected first. I appreciate that approach. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to those online. Board comments.
I guess I'll jump right in. This is
Thank
Wendy
you.
Rudowski, Supervisor Askew. I just wanted to announce that we had a town hall scheduled with Seaside Mayor Ian Oglesby for tomorrow evening. However, we have postponed that event given the storm and traffic conditions on the roads. So stay tuned for an update on that. I also want to thank all of the staff for all of the various and assorted committees and commissions that we provide staffing support to for supporting traditional Brown Act noticing with multiple locations. I know it's been a change this month, but definitely want to reiterate the commitment that the county has to ensure accessibility as much as possible. And traditional Brown Act noticing does allow multiple locations to be noticed on an agenda. So I do just want to make sure that all of our county staff for all of our commissions understand that that is the board's direction to ensure accessibility as much as possible as we transition back to in-person. We do have, to the degree possible, Zoom and live stream options available, and I think maintaining those for our commissioners is also important. So just want to recognize that and pass that feedback along. But thanks again to everyone who's out there on taking care of folks, keeping everyone safe. So check on your neighbors if you haven't recently, and we'll get through this. Thank you.
I guess I'll go next.
Yes,
then, Mary.
go ahead, Supervisor Church. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody that's working in this county, since these disasters have hit us. I said this earlier, and well, there just can't be enough. It can't be said enough how much to thank all the hard work that's being done out there. But that being said, I look out into my communities and I see the infrastructure destruction, but far more important than that is I see the lives. And I've been out there in Pajaro every day since Friday morning when it became quite likely that this would be happening, and spoke to people. I know there's people still out there, still hold up, that haven't come in. I've been down to the edge of the waters where it's been every day and talk to people, and been over to where the Highland Bridge is and seeing how that is, and up near where the levee is. And I know everybody's doing everything they can. But every time, I go into a shelter, we have a place and talk to the people that are there, you just can't not but feel helpless. We're all the rest of us are living in privileged circumstances because we have homes. Our pets aren't out there. We don't have relatives that are out there. And this is going to be a long road back. This is really worse for the community of Pajaro than 1995, because that water was there for 5 days, and we're on day 4, and that water's going to be there tomorrow, and then past that. And I think that's probably all I really have to say today. I'm sure next week I'll have more to say on this, and I hope the situation is better.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Supervisor Church, for really I think, expressing the feelings that most of us are having these days. I too am just so thankful to the first responders for all of their efforts over this weekend, and my heart and my prayers go out to the people in your district, particularly who are so impacted by these horrendous storms. And as you said, these people are going to be out of their homes for weeks and months, and they have so little, and it's all being taken away from them. And it's so dispiriting to feel that. If it's uplifting that we still have good things going on in the community, like our Whale Fest that will take place, a free event for people to go visit down on the wharf if they choose to do something like that, down at the Customs House Plaza on March 18th and 19th. It is a great opportunity to get away and see and feel something different. Just the thing I have today, I have a 30-foot tree that has come down on the roof of my home, and it did pierce the roof, unfortunately, but still, for somebody like me, it's a major inconvenience, but it's something that I can handle. And there are so many people impacted around these events where this would just be life-shattering. Just want to say as well that this week, it's been 3 full years since the World Health Organization declared COVID a global pandemic. And it doesn't even seem possible that it's been 3 years, and it's something that we're all still living with. And when you combine that with the horrendous impact we've been having from disasters, fires, and now floods, there are still things for which we need to be thankful. And those things have to remain in our hearts and in our fore, because it's too easy to get depressed and not be able to move forward at all. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Adams, and I'll close by just really again thanking all our heroic staff and all our work crews that are out there, that are still out there as we speak, and all our leadership team that have been working very long hours. Thank you very much. We know this is going to be a long journey, but we're going to get through this. The story of Monterey County, of Pajaro, and all the other impacted areas, San Nardo, Chular, Gonzales, Big Sur, all the hard-hit areas, we are resilient, we're strong, but we're a team here, and we're going to make sure that we work hard for our communities to get to recover and get back to where we were before. But there is a lot of work ahead. I want to just express my feeling the pain of the residents of Pajaro. I was there before the floods came. I'm going to be there long after. I know that they're hurt right now, and they're worried about their futures and their homes and their jobs. And so we're going to do everything possible to advocate, because sometimes when the floods are here and the waters are here, there's a lot of national attention, but when they go away, the attention seems to also recede. So we cannot let that happen. We need to come through and do all the follow-up work from beginning to end until the work is complete. So that is my commitment, and I hope all of us will do everything possible to have that commitment for all our communities that have been impacted by these devastating storms recently. With that, we're going to adjourn this meeting. We're going to recess this meeting. We're going to have to go into closed session. We might have to join closed session via Zoom, because we're waiting for some additional information to come in through us. So we're going to recess for now. Is there going to be any report out of closed session?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There is no reportable action so far today, and there will be no reportable action at the close of closed session. So I would ask everybody who would participate in that. I sent out a different invite. Look for an email from me between 5 and 7. Unfortunately, the appropriate personnel to participate are not available until about that time. So please look for an email from me, and we'll let you know when to join the closed session.
Thank you very much to County Council. And with that, we will recess. Thank you very much for everybody for coming today.